Every day, every night, all the time. Every day I need an ounce and a half. SP, the only flow that you know, with a bounce and a half. Listen kid, I need a mountain of cash, so I can roll up, hop in the whip and like bounce to the ab. I get high cause I'm in the hood, the guns is around. To take a blunt, just to ease the pain and humble me now. And I'd rather roll something up, cause if I'm sober dog, I just might flip, grab my guns and hold something up. I get high as a kite, I'm in the zone all alone, motherfucker, case I'm dying tonight. So I roll them up, back to back, fat as I could. You got beef for Styles P, I come to splatter the hood. Every day, every night, all the time. Every day, every night, all the time. Hey yo, I smoke like a chimney. Matter of fact, I smoke like a gun. When the killer see his enemy, I smoke like Bob Marley did. Add to that I smoke like the hippies did back in the 70s. Spit with the finishing touch. Get this, that I'ma finish you before I finish the Dutch. I get high like the birds in the planes. I get high when bullets hit faces after words exchange. I get a rush off the blood on the walls. You understand, like the M5 pedal when it's touching the floor. I get high cause fuck it, what's better to do. And I'ma never give a fuck cause I'm better than you. Every day, every night, all the time. Every day, every night, all the time. I'ma smoke till my lungs collapse. I'm from an era where niggas cause terror over guns and crack, where a dollar bill is powerful. I smoke weed cause time seems precious and I know what an hour do. High for a living, got to ride for a living with my real gangster niggas that'll die for a living. Shit, I get as high as I could, cause if you see things like I see things, I'ma die in the hood. Motherfucker, understand it's full surface to you. I don't smoke the weed if it ain't purple or blue. And you can name any rapper if you want, he could die. This is SP dumping in you, bitch, I get high. Every day, every night, all the time. Every day, every night, all the time. I am the ghost. Flow with me. I get high like the birds and planes. I get high like smoking dogs to the head.
You want no volume on that or what?
Yeah, no, you can keep it low, whatever. I don't find that dude interesting whatsoever.
Yeah, let's see what it says though.
The guy
I'm
says,
interested in what Mike talks about.
yeah, the guy says the same fucking shit every time, day in, day out. What up, C? What up?
I grew up actually hating the police. I hated them because my dad was my hero, and they were kind of like the enemy. You know, always looking to indict him, arrest him, always around the house. And, you know, their
Yeah, C says what up.
different than they are today.
Yeah.
Today everything's very clear. You know, we got a lot of informants, a lot of
Top of the evening to you.
Top of the morning to you.
Back then,
Top of the evening.
very different agencies following my dad. I didn't have a clock locked on my house 24/7. So wherever we went, I was one of 7 kids. We had a parade of law enforcement with this. And I got into many scuffles with them. I had many incidents. And so I paid them. And my dad, he was indicted 3 times in the state for murder, for grand larceny, and some other things. All those cases.
He's got them fucking Amazon frogs.
Amazon what?
Watch. He's got they're like little carved little wooden frogs, like that you lick. He's all Mike Tyson's into the frogs. He likes licking the frogs.
Not much. See, not much. I'm just kicking back. Yeah, there's DMT.
Yeah. Mike's all about that shit.
I know Mike's all about the DMT.
I was devastated. I mean, 50 years. He was 50 when he went in. Figure, it's a death sentence. Yeah. So, Joe Colombo was very close to me at that time. He kind of
We're not up to much, dude. We're just hanging out, fucking kicking back,
Watching hot boxing with Mike Tyson.
Yeah. And
Michael Francis.
that's about it, man. What about you?
He looked at me and he said,
How about you?
I was framed. I'm innocent. I'm not a bank robber. And I believe it. And until this day, I'm telling you, my dad did 40 years on that sentence.
Yeah, I have no idea who the fuck that is.
I think it's his producer.
Who, Tyson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
When they beat him, he beat him so many times, I had to do something. So, at that point, we were in the penitentiary.
What's up, Falconetti, man?
Look, if you're going to be
Falconetti.
I want you on the street the right way. And
Welcome.
The one and only.
There's only one, man. Only one. We can't get rid of that guy. Jesus.
22.
Sticks around like fucking herpes.
I said, listen, how do you, your mindset, my mindset. Yeah. So I'm a made guy in the neighborhood. Nobody could fuck with me, put their hands on me. But I could fuck with you. How do you do that? Look, my mentality. I'm a young 27-year-old guy. Hey, I don't like this fucking guy, but I love his girlfriend. Kill that motherfucker. That's my mentality. You know what I mean?
I like Mike. I like Mike.
Yeah, he's crazy.
That's what I'm saying, yo. Like, you know what? I don't like this guy.
Michael Francis is looking at him like, man, you get killed quick.
Yo, you see how fucking Boozy was looking at him like he was about to get killed. Now, if I was a made guy, I mean, I'd just be like, fuck that guy.
I like his girl. I'm gonna kill him. Kill him.
I like his girlfriend. I want to have sex. Kill that motherfucker. Yeah, kill him good. Kill him good and dead.
Michael Francis is like, Jesus Christ, guy.
Shut up.
He does talk about the same shit, huh?
Dude, that guy has a fucking script.
Talk about his dad.
Talks about it. Yo, I'm telling you, bro.
Up,
Michael Francis.
That's why I don't like the police.
Yo, I can't fucking stand
They're always after
motherfuckers
my dad.
that have fucking scripts. Mike eats an eighth of mushrooms like it's
That's a
nothing
dumb
in
fucking
some of these
table.
podcasts. Yo, really? See, because I ate an eighth of mushrooms the other day like it was nothing. Like it was my fucking job. As a matter of fact. As a matter of fact. I got some mushrooms right here.
I don't know if he's still doing it, but for a while there, he was eating them mushrooms like crazy.
Yeah, I know, man.
He's got his own weed and stuff now. I think
Yeah, I know
he
that
might have
little
his own
ear
mushrooms.
bites and shit.
Yeah. Him and Holyfield.
Tyson ear bites.
Yeah, him and Holyfield make those.
I
They're
have seen
partners.
Mike Tyson mysteries.
They're partners in that. You know that?
Yeah.
I got involved in a lot of different things.
Going to bed, dude. Oh, shit. It's like 12 o'clock. All right. Fair enough.
Who's going to bed?
Dragon. You gotta get up early to make my holster.
Oh, get some sleep.
I got these 2 guys from another family that keep trying to extort me. He said, you got to help me out. Because I was kind of the guy on the island when I moved out there. I did some research on this guy, and I found out that he had testified in a case, a civil case, against the governor's brother at the time. So I didn't want anything to do with him, right? He kept coming back. He said to me, listen, if you help me out, I got a way to defraud the governor out of some taxes. So he got my attention.
I got a guy. Oh, you got a guy, huh?
I know a way to defraud the government.
Oh, hey, how you doing? Come right this way.
So I get rid of the two guys that were bothering him. I didn't get rid of, I made them go away. And
Put him there.
I had a guy around, he's a big guy, right? He's a butcher.
You got that other tablet?
Oh, you mean the one I broke?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah,
Where's that one though? Is it still in the car?
probably.
I think there's still stuff in the car I gotta get.
Excuse me. He might be assed out. Might be dead.
He said this is the first weak state in the gas business.
In the gas business. So I got in the gas business, making money hand over fist.
Fuck that. Let's listen to the Larry Champagne fucking Ioniza or whatever the fuck. The guy he supposedly killed, who actually had the gas scam, and he fucking killed him and robbed him. What are you looking for?
The tablet.
Charging.
I'm gonna charge it over there.
Hell yeah, you know. Fuck.
They elevated me to that position, and I grabbed. I got a deal with all the Russian guys at Brighton Beach. They were my partners too. They were great partners.
Real quick, what does it mean?
Can't see it, but there's a dollar sign on the top of that gold skull. That's right. Gold, motherfucker. So Demeo crew, they got me in this genre. Bro, I don't know, but if they do, I'm fucking getting one of them. I swear to God. And I highly doubt they would. No. I highly doubt. That's like asking fucking, if fucking, Whack Whack's gonna fucking jump on and be like, hey guys, what's up? It'd be interesting. It'd be fucking, would it happen? No.
From now on, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, you're on call to serve this family. That means if your mother is sick and dying, and you're at her bedside, and we call you service, you leave your mother, you come and serve us. From now on, we're number one in your life. Before anything and everything. When and if
I gotta go get that Beretta.
Become a member, we'll let you know.
Gotta go get that Beretta.
We have to do anything and
The Beretta with the holes in the sweater.
And listen, people ask all the time. The number one question: kill anybody? Did you ever kill anybody? I got three top questions. Number one: did you ever kill anybody? Number two: where's all your money buried? And number three: where's Jimmy Hoffa buried? Yeah. Top questions all the time. I can name them wherever I go. It doesn't matter. So, after about 2 years, I proved myself worthy, and then we got called in on. It was Halloween night, 1975, in a secure place in Brooklyn, and we all took an oath.
So then you became a captain.
I became a soldier when I came in 75. In 80, they elevated me to position.
Did your father know Luciano?
Yeah, in France. Yeah, my dad.
Alright,
2
what
years
the
old.
fuck
He's the
is
oldest
this
living
shit?
guy in the world.
Well, you
I
know,
don't. Father. He was born in 1917. Yeah, 1917.
Now, when you start figuring out,
Line.
because you could basically do anything as an urban.
There's the whole Sakali fucking whatever the fuck his name is thing. Hector. You know who knows Hector? Fucking Joey Beans, yo. Joey Beans knows Hector. That'd be a good person to fucking talk to.
Who's that?
Joey Beans.
John and I,
The guy who came on fucking Handstand's brother, stepbrother.
Why is he out there? So
Like real stepbrother?
Yeah,
Huh. I didn't know
and they fight almost like us.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
We gotta get them together.
Oh, dude, they've been on here. But Joey Beans is eludes the chat.
Mm.
Good times when we make clubs all the time.
It's like a ghost.
He's like a ghost,
But you know, we got a few
Man, the myth, the legend.
I like
something like that.
You all locked up at the same time?
Yeah, we were.
Were you locked up the same thing? Your teachers, they called you?
We were in MDC together.
What are you?
Were you ever locked up with Sammy?
I was, yeah.
In the same place, touching distance?
Yeah, what was that like? You know, I always say this. On John Gotti's worst day, he was a better guy than Sammy. Man. On his worst day. I mean, I wasn't a fan of his. He had kind of a Napoleon complex, and he was a small guy.
Yo, you got my speaker over there?
So a lot of people do.
You got both of them over
I
there.
got both of them.
The smaller one.
So I'll tell you this, I don't know how you feel about it, but
So how things going with you guys, man? What's going on with you guys?
and the government makes it good and puts them back. in.
Popping.
I mean, this is the United States. This was
Popping.
What's the friend of lacking?
Right?
Put him back on the street.
Came on the bullshit.
What are we getting into?
Right? Looks like nothing.
I never really liked that saying.
What?
What we getting into?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
need to believe what people tell. Gay fish just can't live in the outside world forever. Don't be sad for me, guys. I'm going home.
It cracks me the fuck up.
Come on.
I've been so lonely, girl. I've been so sad and down. Couldn't understand why haters joked around. I wanted to be free with other creatures like me, and now I got my wish. Cause I know that I'm a gay fish, yo. Motherfucking gay fish, yo. Going on a gay fish. It's alright, girl. Making love to other gay fish. Lonely nights at the grocery store, in the frozen fish aisle, feeling like a whore. Cause I wasn't being true, even though everyone said that I had to make a switch. Gay fish. Now I know that I'm a gay fish, yo. Motherfucking gay fish. I'm a fish, yo. Going on a gay.
He's a gay fish.
Yeah, dude, but what the fuck's up with this?
He was, we were at NBC, and we were talking through the air conditioning, not air conditioning, whatever it was, in the floor, because you couldn't talk, you had a wall there, but we were talking. And for some reason, he didn't sound right to me, you know, things were not sounding the right way he was talking. And then they came and took him away, not too long after that. But, you know, I kind of resent this because
This is black and white. Just realized that.
Yeah.
My answer to that,
All right, man.
you know, 30
Put somebody else on.
Alright.
15 years, you got 15
Put Mike Tyson hotboxing or Joe Rogan. But, dude, I don't want to hear
He
fucking
is telling the exact
Francis.
same story.
That's what I fucking told you, dude. Jesus.
20 years right off the bat, no more parole, meaning you're doing 17 and a half minimum. And if you get
Like the same
Boy.
exact thing.
That escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah, I stabbed a man in the heart.
I saw that. Brick killed a guy. Did you throw a trident?
Yeah, there were horses and
No,
a man
I
on
haven't.
fire, and I killed a guy with a trident.
Brick, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. You should find yourself a safe house or a relative
Where-
close by. Lay low for a while because you're probably wanted for murder. I'm proud of you fellas. You all kept your head on a swivel, and that's what you gotta do when you find yourself in a vicious cockfight.
Oh, no. Fuck this. Hell no. We got fucking Sammy and Francis versus each other, then yeah. On the back.
Castellano? Well, how about
No.
El Chapo versus fucking
How about these videos suck?
what's his name? Escobar.
Look at the whole fucking picture.
Yo, Kanye, you sure about this?
It's time.
Here we go. No, I got it, dude. Don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it.
This is his protege today. Some say he had over 200 hits. There's a lot of stories, speculation, AIDS, KKK, Robert De Niro contacted through his associates to have Larry Mazza help him out as a consultant for the Irish. Now, we got a lot of things to cover today. I'm so happy to be here.
3 hours ago. Someone said this dude's stepping it up again. What up, fitness?
I'm telling somebody.
Somebody said he's stepping it up again, keeping it funny.
Now, I'm telling somebody right now. 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 I've asked you nicely, all of you. Don't send me anything. At a factory, at a hotel, hang out with his stepkids, do shit around the house, shop, whatever the fuck he needs to do to get through each day. Let me interrupt that by sending him terrible fucking news that'll only piss him off. Fuck, man. If I seem pissed off, it's because I kind of am. And guess what? This time it's not about anything my enemies did. It's about shit my friends are doing. So, Nicosia Connection, $5. Shield. Thank you very much, Nicosia. Guys, if you can, please donate on this show. We got 2 days left in this month after today, after tonight, whatever. I'm trying to earn a paycheck here, of course. It's been a terrible month, just like the last few months. This one's been worse. So if you could donate, I'd appreciate it. I know I'm entertaining you because you're watching. And that's that. I haven't been able to do as many shows as I'm not going to be able to. I'm busy with other things right now. I'm focused on getting a job and going back to work and doing this, as a side hustle. But as of right now, I don't need any money. So anyway.
No handstand.
Let me see here. Antonino, FBS, I was going to text you today about the rain we had in Boston last night. Decided not. You know what, Antonino? I wouldn't have even minded that. I would have been like, really? How much rain did you get? But if you would have texted me and been like, hey, so-and-so is talking about your mother right now, I'd be like, thanks for fucking letting me know. I was having a great day. Fuck it all up. Thanks. Any of you guys, I'll talk to anybody and everybody. You guys support me. Without you, I have nothing. You know what I mean? I always have time for anybody. I don't want bad news, guys. And I'm not trying to bitch anybody out. I know I'm losing my shit a little bit. But, even little things. I put it this way. It doesn't even have to be what may seem to you like bad news. Any news about MobTube, I don't give a fuck. I go out of my way. I spend every fucking day trying to forget that all of... busy than most. And I still am. So I never really had time. Did I used to be on the phone with MobTubers all fucking day? Sure. And I went out of my way to stop that. Okay? I don't talk to no fucking buddy anymore. I don't. I don't. And it's for a simple reason. It's just because of the fact that I needed to separate myself from this as much as possible. Sometimes when you do that, you got to separate yourself from the people, too. It sucks, but it is what it is. All right. Michael Hensley, $9.99. Sorry, some don't know the boundary. Yes, I read that, of course. But yes, you're right. There's life outside of YouTube. Michael Hensley is one of the biggest sponsors of this show. And when he says match, you... did I just freeze up? I don't know what just happened. My screen went black.
This computer's like, no more. Stop.
Time she said match, she is one of the biggest sponsors of this show, so please do as she says. Don't offend Cat D. Don't insult her by not listening to her. We'll have a problem. Excuse me. Antonino, my man, always looks out also. Always looks out for me and supports me. $25 for we had rain in Boston last night. Antonino. Thank you, Antonino. I hope things have dried up. I swear to God, it's been raining for 40 days and 40 nights here. Every fucking day since the snow. Every single fucking day it's rained. Today it hasn't, but it will, I bet. Every fucking day it's miserable.
Rainy days.
Unbelievable. This guy, Pizza, is such a pathetic individual. You fucking, bro, you've always had everything handed to you. Not like you've ever had much, but you don't require much, and you don't want much. If you did, you would have actually done something with yourself like the fucking rest of us. Okay? So every little bit of fucking money you need to eat or buy crack or meth or coke or whatever the fuck it is you're doing this week, every bit of money that you ever had to get a fucking hotel room, every single time your entire life has been handed to you, yet you're everybody's victim. I've never met somebody so self-entitled. And the feeling of privilege in this man. Like, he just thinks it's all owed to you. It's all owed to you. You're entitled as a motherfucker.
Is he talking about himself right here?
Okay.
That sounds like
I was
you,
gonna
Biggie.
say, dude, holy fuck.
Insane, but yeah, he's everybody's victim. Everybody's victim. He's never had to do anything with his life. Never. He's never had to get up and go to fucking work. He's never had to pay a fucking bill. He's never had to fucking take care of a home or a family. Nothing. But he's always the victim. Meanwhile, all he does every fucking day threatens people. Give me your fucking money or I'm leaving. I would say, good. Now I'm especially not giving it to you. Leave. But you got these fucking asshole cult members who follow you around and throw money at you. Meanwhile, nothing in their own lives is probably taken care of. Half of them probably owe child support. I would say alimony, but I highly doubt that they were ever the breadwinner in a marriage, you know? Fucking losers and misfits. It's like a fucking trailer park in that fucking shack. Fucking disgusting people. Assholes. Losers. Fucking people who get conned regularly, and they still don't realize they're being conned. This asshole comes on every day and tells you it's his last fucking day. You toss money at him to keep him around like he was ever going to leave to begin with. Then when you don't give him money and he actually leaves, within 24 hours, he's done 3 fucking videos.
He's talking about Tony Pizza, but
And
clearly
that is
does
you
not
are clearly
realize
a cock-hungry,
he's
repressed homosexual.
referencing
Okay, you
himself.
are. Which is fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
He's
But don't think you're around the
he's
world.
still fucking.
What did Tony pass you the bug or something?
How
You sick? The fuck is your problem, miserable motherfucker?
how oblivious he is to
The fuck does that clown have going on in his life?
Yeah,
Holy shit.
himself.
unself-aware
Right.
he is.
That was a hell of a rant.
Unaware
I'm gonna read some
of
comments.
fucking, you know.
Oh, look at this. Anthony Sherritt, $25 for a little something. Thank you, Anthony. That means a lot to me, bro. It really does, guys. What's up, War? Salute to you, my friend. Pizza says Team Pizza needs him. I was like, wait a minute. Having your asshole. But then look at his people, Mr. Vatter's regular asshole. Regular guy. I know. Dude, you're right, though. Tony Pizza, they do need you. They do. Because who are they? What are they? What do they have? They have nothing. Listen, anybody who joins a cult needs a leader, obviously, right? Because they spent their whole lives being fucking followers. Their whole fucking lives. Anybody with any self-respect or pride would tell you to go fuck yourself every time you threaten them. Jesus Christ, but they're all losers. They need a homeless scumbag as their fucking leader.
Wow.
A guy who doesn't have a single person in his life who cares about him, loves him, thinks about him. A guy who's never done anything to help people or contribute to society. That's who they choose to look up to. That's how empty their fucking lives are. You motherfuckers in Tony Pizza's chat are the biggest fucking scumbag loser clowns on the fucking planet. Tony Pizza is a winner compared to you. You know what?
But you know what? He told everybody in his chat that Tony Pizza's chat has way more class than his chat. Because they don't. And if he thinks of that as that chat, I don't know what he thinks of you guys, but good luck.
I never heard of Tony Pizza's chat, so I could have swore he was talking about himself.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Because in order for you to be following him, he has to be doing better than you. Think about it. Oh my God. I never realized that these types of people fucking exist in this world. I was never around anybody like this. I don't even understand. I've never seen followers like these people on here. I've never seen it.
Yeah, and I didn't know there were people that were such arrogant, shit-talking pussies until I seen you.
Unreal. And a lot of people have their little cult. MRE has one. Pizza certainly has one. Insane.
Yeah, I've got my insane cult of 2 people.
I swear to God, that's the one thing that always makes me feel good about myself. Is some of these other people. Thinking about how they live their lives. It's like, oh my fucking God, I might as well be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Compared to them, Christ almighty. I'm fucking Elon Musk. That's how I know Pee-wee.
That's how I know Pee-wee.
Now see again, I'm amazed that FBS has to tell people. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to yell at anybody. I'm not even mad or it's not like I don't want to be anybody's friend anymore. I just, God damn, like you don't know. Like everybody thinks they know everything. You don't know what's going on in my life. Fucking bad news. Come on. And even if you, like I said, if you don't consider it bad. I don't care what happens to Tony Pizza. I don't care what happens to any of them. I don't give a fuck. And like I said, this whole thing about Pizza's channel getting taken down, could it be people to strike? Maybe. If you think I'm watching Pizza's videos and looking for timestamps to strike him, then again, you're not paying attention to how busy my life is. How many times I've told you, what do you think I just say that? I had about a 2-week fucking period where I laid around. I snapped out of that shit so fucking quick, and now I'm busier than ever. I'm trying to do other things. I'm trying to, figure out a different way to go. I'm trying to figure out a way to work a full-time job, do YouTube, still be with my fucking family. You know? And again, Mr. Batters, you are a fucking asshole of big proportions. I mean, Tony Pizza is vile. I know that you're just as disgusting and vile as he is, so you don't see it because you have actually tricked yourself into believing that you're the good guy. And Tony Pizza is a victim, which makes you even crazier than most of us fucking back. But it is a fact. You must feel that way.
Funny videos.
You must feel that. You don't understand that there's 8 million things a day Tony Pizza does to get his channels taken down. You still haven't figured that out. This guy has had more fucking channels taken down than... Let me think of something funny.
What do you, a C-class.
I would say something in this movie. Point is, it's like every 2 weeks he gets a channel taken down. It's always FBS's fault, even though FBS, for the most part, pays no attention to Tony Pizza. I literally just every now and then use him for content.
Mr. Public Access fucking Bond villain.
The first one dead.
Oh, look at this.
Dead villain in the
Anthony
movie.
51 999 match.
Tony,
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I missed that. Anonymous Legion, 20 euros. Been a little busy, but needed to donate. Anonymous Legion, thank you. And I'll tell you the truth, and I swear to God. Now, everybody who donates, it all matters, and I appreciate every single one of you. But I can honestly say Anonymous Legion probably donated half of what I made this entire month as far as super chats and stuff. So, bro, I appreciate it. This would have been, I can't even tell you what I would have made if it wasn't for Anonymous Legion. I literally could probably make more money working at part-time at Burger King. So, thank you.
Sounds like
Leon, $5, arf. See, Tony Pizza, look, this is how much you suck. Your own dog is in my chat looking for love and attention. You know what? I'll give him love and attention. He goddamn fucking deserves it. He does. Not the kind of attention you give him, though. He doesn't deserve to be hit or spit on. Fucking piece of shit. Batters, that's your idol. I heard you earlier. I had to turn it off on your stupid fucking video somebody sent me. This guy's actually talking about McDam or somebody like that. Oh, man, it would be great if we met up 2 people from Team Pizza. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Can you imagine what that pair would look like together? Is McDam a dude or what? Because watch out. You know, Mr. Batters is on the prowl. He's hard up. We're going to fucking meet up in Pittsburgh and hang out.
Yeah, he swears to God a lot, but doesn't believe in him.
I swear to God, man. I swear to God. This is something I will never forget. The land of losers that is mobbed to. Holy shit, man. He's a failed actor. He's a failed every fucking thing. He's a failed gay guy. He can't even do that right. What the fuck is Mr. Batters? Exactly. I don't even know why this person exists. That's why. You know that's why he follows Tony Pizza, right? Because he sucks so bad. He can't do a YouTube channel where anybody would acknowledge him. He has to latch on to Tony Pizza, another one of the worst YouTubers in the history of YouTube. Tony Pizza has literally never done a show of substance. Never. He's probably done twice as many live streams as me, which is a fuck ton. Probably somewhere around 2,800, 2,900 live streams. Never, like, interviewed any.
Cares? Strike him, fuck him. Who cares?
Thank you, guys. Let me see here. I can't seem to find my comments. Where are they? All right. Pizza, he said he had this and that, but you don't have shit now, loser. Yeah, very well said, Miss Can't Be Wrong. I never had anything. What do you have? Gingivitis? AIDS? Dandruff? Fucking
really have AIDS?
Athlete's foot? Herpes? No, you'd have to have an actual sexual contact with somebody to get that. Fucking creep. He's had this, he's had that. Yeah, right. Fucking loser. This cocksucker can't even take all the fucking money he gets and turn it into anything. Like, holy shit. This guy's made $250,000. Guarantee you in the last two and a half years. Buy, like, I don't know, 3 new shirts. You know what I'm saying? He had to go to his fucking mom to get his teeth. This fucking guy, a week before, he collects $2,400. The next week, his mom's paying for his fucking dentures. And then he can't even buy glue. He spits his fucking teeth out on Pee-wee's table, traumatizes Pee-wee's daughter.
Look at the picture they got of him.
Look at shit. Pushing one out.
But, you know.
Yep. What else is new?
I don't know. But motherfuckers need to kick up, yo. Envelope's been empty for months.
A little bit. Donations are welcome. Please, guys, do me a favor. I'm not trying to be a dick, but if a whole lot of you can't donate tonight, can you just put it in the chat so I can end the show and go enjoy my life? I don't want to be an asshole. You know, I really don't, but...
Yeah, because I don't have no money for Lefty, so
nah.
You guys are going to have to help out.
I don't know, handstand. That's fine. The genre can wither and die for all I care. I got some other shit fucking, you know, in the works.
In the pipe.
In the pipe. As Chris would say, in the crack pipe.
Load it up.
I gotta take a piss. So listen to this obnoxious concept.
Pizza's your mouthpiece. You're in trouble. I think what Mr. Batters is looking for is a mouthpiece. You know what I mean? I never understood how someone would become a full-time troll. Oh my God, these people. And they wonder why they say, oh, you're arrogant. You're arrogant. What do you mean compared to you? I'm a fucking full-blown success. I'm an absolute fucking winner. I mean, these guys, I mean, and the cowards, the biggest fucking cowards, these trolls, these motherfuckers hidden behind fucking fake names and avatars. You pussies, holy shit, what a bunch of bitches. What a bunch of bitches. You want to judge me for a fight or getting jumped or this or that or, how I respond to things or react to fucking things, but you motherfuckers won't even show people who you are, what your name is, what you look like. It's insane. It's a bunch of fucking phonies, clowns. And they want to tell me all day what I am, yet we have no idea what you are because you won't tell us. You won't tell us who you are. Can't even find out. So you could be anybody on here. MobTube, you could be anybody. You want to be a mobster? Just say you were a mobster. You want to be a troll and just claim things about your fucking life? Just say you were this and that. And you want to say you're a fucking housewife? You got 3 fucking kids. Oh, I got to put the kids to bed, guys. I got to go. Talk about what a great mom you are, bikini model. What the fuck? Look what we found out. She's half horse, half elephant. Fucking pig.
These clowns and pig monkeys.
MRE, Mr. fucking moral troll. Nazi, a Nazi.
Tiger blood.
Gay.
Winning.
White supremacist. Nazi. Chomo fruit rat. Is that better? Something like that. I wasn't too quick with that one. Sorry. Pizza says so and so is with me. He is with me. His guys say it too. It's great. I know.
Yeah,
He's with
totally
me.
winning.
You know what guys with me? Who the fuck are you?
Hookers and AIDS.
This asshole Nico in the beginning of the show asked me how I look in the mirror every day. Bro,
with a towel over.
You're a Tony Pizza supporter, a follower, a cult member. How I look in the mirror. I look in the mirror every day and say, God damn, you're better than Nico. Holy fuck, whoever he is. Him and everybody like him.
That is one big pile of shit.
No. Well, Peanut was making some noise, Leon. I'm going to tell him you said hi. Hopefully you guys will be together soon. As soon as we get you away from that scumbag. Yeah, I don't even know. I looked. Some of Pizza's channels are there, so I'm not sure even which ones are gone. I don't know either. Does anybody know what happened? Did 2 channels get taken down simultaneously? Did 1 channel get taken down? What happened? I don't get it.
Yeah, nobody's scared of anybody around here, Falcon Eddie. I heard somebody say, "Yo, who would you be afraid to pull up on MobTube?"
Falcon Eddie for sure.
Fucking A, man. I'd be afraid to pull up on Tony. Be the last time anybody sees me. Like, would you like lefty stew?
Yeah, I got these lefty gummies. They're delicious.
Perfected his hustle. Hell no. Tony, did you get what I sent you or no? Because that would be pretty bad if not. Perfected his hustle. If that's fucking perfected his hustle, oh no. Oh no. What's that? More?
Oh, it's these other guys playing again. And they get paid.
Yo, what this dude really needs to do right now is take some of the old fucking shows of this dude, cut them the fuck up, and fucking make like a 10-minute fucking back and forth to just how ridiculous this dude is and the stories he tells. That would be an entertaining. No. I didn't send you anything in the mail. I sent you something over an app. You didn't get the text? Hell yeah, handstand. I'm looking for fucking donators, subscribers, and followers too. Yeah, Tony. Who the fuck likes MGK?
Machine Gun Kelly.
Yeah.
He makes different music now. It's not like rap. It's like punk. I did.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. He makes like a.
Yeah, no problem, Mooch. You were live, man. If I can figure out 5 minutes, say what up. There's the.
If you want to be a wise guy, then it pays to have a little wisdom. There are guys you shouldn't cross, women you shouldn't touch.
Did I think that Larry's life was in danger? I knew that that wasn't the right thing to do. You know, love does funny things.
This is the story of how a promising young gangster, Larry Champagne Carosa, met his end.
What choice did I have? What could I say? Oh, no, I'm not going to do it. Larry don't deserve that.
This is one of the guys Michael Francis supposedly lined up.
My name is Steve
Clip.
Sharippa. I grew up in a pretty rough neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York. I've seen good people turn bad and bad people turn worse. Some took contracts to carry out a hit. Some were victims of a hit. To hitmen, life and death are just part of the business. It's nothing personal. Big Sal Michiota is a mafia hitman. It's Friday night and Sal's got plans. Sal's gonna go out with a young wannabe gangster named Larry Carosa.
I wonder if this dude's still alive.
I never thought about it, as a moral issue. A lot of times, killing a guy meant more money for the family, more money for the boss.
Today, Sal lives in hiding. He has never told the story of what he did to Larry Carosa until now.
If you're going to hurt somebody, make sure you injure them severely so that they can't come back and exact revenge.
Sal Michiota did a lot of work, killed a lot of people. Larry Carosa is one of them. I think his reputation was fearsome. He was a go-to guy when it came to killing people.
You gotta do it right.
Taking Larry out is just part of his job. For Larry, May 20th, 1983 will be his last day.
Kill a guy, make sure he's dead.
Larry wanted to be in the life. And here's the rules, here's the regulations. If you screw this up, you're going to get killed.
Big Sal has told Larry they're going to go find the guy who owes the family money and who hasn't been paying. They'll rough him up a little bit. It's a routine mafia errand, but it's a big deal for Larry. He turned 30 a few weeks ago, and he thinks it's about time he was more than just another associate of the mafia's Colombo crime family. If Larry'd been a little more astute, he might have noticed he wasn't asked to pack a weapon.
Uh-oh.
Big Sal had one. Here's a little lesson for you.
That's a big worry.
If you're invited to go out on a hit, do you want to be the shooter? Yes, you do. And here's why. If you're going to get whacked, they never let you be the guy holding the gun. That would create a possibly unpleasant situation. So if they let you hold the gun, it's a good bet you aren't the one getting set up. It pays to think about things like that.
Larry's ambitions were definitely to be a wise guy. He wanted to be a guy, like a tough guy. So I would say that he had the backbone to do stuff like that.
And why wouldn't Larry want in? For most of the 20th century, the mob ran New York.
This is the guy who actually
born in
fucking
1931.
thought of the gas scam that Mike takes
Certain
credit
sections
for.
of New York belonged to different families, and Brooklyn would just happen to be the place that the Colombos resided by and large.
Colombo crime family is one of the 5 families in New York, and they control a myriad of illegal activities.
Their traditional methods of money were loan sharking, gambling, and although I didn't like to admit it, they were into narcotics.
It was overwhelming. I mean, they had a grip on all of New York. Nothing went on in New York without the mob having its hand in it.
Basically, any way they could make a buck, they did their best to get into it and make as much money as they can.
The Colombo family did have a reputation for being a family that you didn't want to fool with. They did not hesitate in using violence.
They were mythical in a lot of ways in terms of their power and their ruthlessness.
9 out of every 10 made men in a mafia family have some way been involved in a murder. All the mafia families are violent. None of them has a reputation for being nonviolent. They believe whatever their interests are paramount. And their interest, if it has to be protected by murder, even multiple murders, that has to be carried out.
We're selling rappers still.
Like most gangsters, Larry Carosa has a cover, a legitimate job. Jobs help keep the cops from getting too curious about what you do for a living. Larry was trained as a mortician. Ironic for a guy who aspires to a career of sending the unwilling to early graves.
Larry Carosa was an undertaker. He was a very likable guy. You know, everybody that I knew liked Larry.
Larry has just hit 30. He's been auditioning for years. You know, running scams with his mafia pals. But moving from being connected to actual membership in a mafia family is tough. Because once you're in for life. And if you don't work out well, let's just say the Human Resources Department does not do layoffs.
If they feel they need to kill you for any reason, they'll kill you just like that and you're gone.
Salvatore Big Sal Mischiota is one of the guys who handles the problem of gangsters who don't work out.
Murder was used as an economic tool. You know, the end always justified the means.
But why is it that Larry Carosa is going to end up a customer at his own funeral home? What we've got here is not a whodunit, but a why do it. It didn't have to end that way. In the years before he got whacked, Larry Carosa was a promising young gangster. His future looked as rosy as his cheeks. And the ladies sure go for that fresh-faced young tough guy.
Larry Carosa was very charming. He was like an all-American kid. He was like an all-American guy.
It's a good thing that Tina likes Larry. He's kind of a fixture in our house. Tina and her husband, Sonny Francis, are mafia royalty, and Larry's mom and dad are part of their circle. So what could be better than for the kids, Larry and Gia, to fall in love? Well, there is a problem. Larry's already married. He has 3 kids.
A limousine was picking her up 2 nights in a row, and I said, "What is going on? I want to know. I saw a guy in there. What's going on?" And then she fessed up to me and told me that she was going with Larry Carosa. And I said, "This is a problem. This is a serious problem. You know, you can't do that." Well, I love him, and that ends that.
It was a serious problem for a whole bunch of reasons. For starters, Gia Frances wasn't just any Italian-American teenage beauty. Her pop, Sonny, was an important guy in Larry's community. A well-known guy. Trouble is, what he was known for.
In his heydays in the 50s and the 60s, Sonny was a very feared guy in the Colombo family because of his reputation as being a very callous killer.
Didn't he tell Hector Pagan about chopping a motherfucker
He
up
wasn't
in a
one to
fucking
go to
kiddie pool
Disneyland.
using an
He was
industrial
busy all the
microwave
time,
and a
but
fucking industrial
he was
garbage
sensitive with his
disposal?
children. He
Get
was a
rid of
good
a
father.
body.
John Sonny Francis was probably the most prolific killer in the history of the mob. I mean, he killed a lot of people.
But at home, Sonny is just that, a proud pop with a lovely wife. Tina is a legendary beauty who, like her daughter, has a soft spot for tough men.
My family did not want me to marry him. Oh, they did not. Absolutely not. But I knew what I was getting into. I met Sonny at a dance, and he walked in with a lot of men, and I just assumed the fact that everybody was greeting him. He was some sort of celebrity or something like that.
Gia isn't Sonny's only kid. He and Tina have a whole brood. Their oldest is Michael, and that's another problem with the whole Gia-Larry romance. Michael is Larry's best friend. He and Larry have been like peas in a pod for years.
Michael and Larry were like inseparable. They were very close.
So Larry was in a position where he was in Michael's company every day. And he knew the whole family. He was like part of their family.
So Larry's a fixture in the Francesi family. Pals with Mike, charming mom, trying to get in with Sonny and falling in love with Gia. But here's another problem. Mobsters don't really have friends. They have associates. Larry might see Michael as his best friend and partner in crime, but Michael and Larry are on the move. They want to make it as new types of mobsters. The kids like easy money, sure. I mean, the apples, they don't fall far from that tree. But Michael Francese and his buddy Larry Carosa were different from their dads and that whole older generation. It was the disco era. They called the old guys Mustache Pete's.
And there was an influx of all these new, young, Americanized gangsters.
The new me generation culture makes the old guys uncomfortable. The old school guys, they try to keep a lid on violence. It's bad for business. The youngsters, they don't do low-key.
You know, they hit the street running and they just wanted to do everything they could get their hands on. And they were ruthless. They killed for no reason. They killed for any reason. They made up reasons. I mean, it was just totally out of control. It was wide open. Everything was wide open. Cops were on the take. Drugs were big. The talk around town was who was getting made and who was doing this and who was doing that, you know. And, you know, the disco places were full of guys, you know, wise guys and made guys who go in there, you know, it was their time to shine, you know.
Larry Carosa is not a subtle guy. Thanks to the scams he and Michael have going, they're both doing very well. And when Larry does well, everybody's invited to the party.
Larry Carosa liked the good life. Dom Perignon was his thing. He became known as Champagne Larry Carosa.
Running around with Gia puts Larry smack in the middle of a Francis family drama. Gia's a problem child. She's beautiful, talented, artistic, but trouble. Drugs are one escape, sex is another.
Well, truthfully, I mean, she wasn't an angel. She had a lot of boyfriends. She really did. She was very sure of herself.
Sonny and Tina are unhappy about their daughter's wild ways. Larry might not be the cause, but he sure isn't helping.
Gia was heavily doing drugs at that time. I did not know cocaine. I couldn't foresee my children doing drugs.
Oh, sure. Larry's a family friend, but playing the married Romeo to Gia's junkie Juliet isn't a story that's likely to end with happily ever after. In the old school way of thinking, Larry was making Sonny Francese's teenage daughter Gia into a home-wrecking tramp. Did I mention Gia's dad was old school? That he was notoriously vicious? Yeah, I think I did. Larry was making what we call these days some bad choices.
It would have been a big mistake for Larry Carrazzo to involve Michael
I know
France's
Michael
sister
Francis
and then do
fucking
with narcotics
gutted this
or have a
story
relationship with her.
when he
was not
started
smart.
coming out.
Did I think that Larry's life is in danger? I knew
Love
that
to
wasn't
talk
the
to
right
Sal.
thing to do, but I just felt that we were going to get past it. But, love does funny things.
But like most people in love, Larry is oblivious. He's happy, and as far as he knows, the whole world is too. That spring of 1983, Larry might have thought things were coming up roses. Before summer, they'd be daisies, and he'd be on the wrong side of it. Larry. These three wise guys are heading out to hurt somebody, but only two of them really know who the target is. This guy here is the odd man out. For Larry Champagne Carrozza, this is a one-way trip. Larry might believe he's surrounded by friends, but his circle includes some very dangerous people. And he's been doing things that upset them. Maybe all that bubbly has made him a little forgetful. After all, in the Mafia, there are rules to follow and toes too dangerous to step on.
When you took the oath, when they inducted you, you became made, you got your button, you were in it for life.
I felt that everybody that entered those doors knew what the rules and regulations were and knew what the penalties were if they broke one of those rules or regulations.
The family you belonged to, the organized crime life, the Mafia, the La Cosa Nostra, that was your life. And you did whatever you were told to do.
Shit, it's Linda
And if you wanted
Vecchio.
to get out, you could get out, but they'd be carrying you out.
One rule was to keep your hands off of other mafiosos' wives.
That's why
and
she
daughters.
did this fucking.
When Big Sal was inducted in 1974, the boss made that especially clear.
74.
It said that you can never dishonor anybody in this family or any other Cosa Nostra family by fooling around with their wives, their daughters, any of their relatives sexually or any way. You sold yourself to the devil. Once you shake hands with the devil, you never get that stain off your hands.
Even so, guys are lined up around the block hoping for that handshake. The mob is rich and powerful. Some say it runs New York. The easiest way to get yourself whacked is over money. Some think that Larry Champagne Carrozza's real trouble wasn't his dalliance with Gia. It was a quarrel with her brother Michael. Michael and Larry had a couple of potentially explosive issues that had nothing to do with Gia and a lot to do with money. In the early 80s, Michael Francis and his friend Larry both hit the jackpot. The pot of gold comes courtesy of some Russian gangsters from nearby Brighton Beach, Brooklyn's little Odessa.
This so-called Russian gangsters came up with a oil and gas bootleg gasoline scheme whereby they would sell gasoline at service stations, collect the money just like any other service station, and not forward the federal excise taxes to the federal government.
They would sell to a gas station gasoline that actually cost $1, but there was 40 cents in taxes. They would collect $1.40 and they would keep the 40 cents. And it meant millions.
According to Big Sal, it was actually Larry Carrozza who got the whole thing rolling by introducing his friend and partner Michael to some of the Russians.
Now, as the Russian gangsters were doing this, they felt they needed protection from other gangsters who were going to try and come in and take over their scheme.
When Michael Francisi learned about this, he said this was terrific. And what he did was he now strong-armed these Russians into becoming partners with the Colombo family.
The Russian scam was a criminal masterpiece. When the state started looking for its money, company was long
Bankrupt.
gone. You could keep all that money. And that's exactly what the Russians and Michael Francese did. They played 3-card Monte with the government, and they won every time.
$11-12 million a week they were making. Michael made hundreds of millions of dollars.
In no time at all, Francese and Carosa will live in a gangster's paradise. They were both making good money. One way or another, cash, as they say, was always on hand.
These people should just be hiring, like with that kind of money, they should.
But it turns out that Gia's affair with Larry isn't the only dangerous secret at the Francese dinner table.
Safe in their
Although
house.
Michael's making millions on the gas scam, he manages to keep that information from his mafia bosses. According to his mom, Tina, he doesn't even clue in his own dad.
Sonny didn't know what was going on. We didn't get any money from it. I don't know how to explain that any better. We never saw a dime.
Tina says Larry's trying to do the right thing. He wants them to share the loot, keep everything on the up and up with the bosses. And it's supposedly Larry's scam, remember? Even if Michael's not running it. Nobody knows if Larry ever spilled the beans about Michael keeping the money. But Tina notices that as her son grows richer, his friendship with Larry is cooling.
I know that sometime during the time that Michael was making money, Larry and Michael started to separate. Money is the root of all evil. What do you want me to tell you? Up until all this oil business happened, they were very, very close. And then I think the relationship was divided then.
Larry is spending like crazy, and that makes him risky to Michael, who is trying to keep how much money they are making a secret. And Larry's cut reduces the amount going to everybody else. For guys who slit each other's throats over a truckload of boosted VCRs, what do you think a couple of $100 million would do? Teach them to share? Huh, fat chance. So, with all these millions in play, and with Larry Carosa supposedly a loyal mafia son, why is it that 4 men are gathering in the back room of Lolly's candy store to decide whether or not to put out a contract on him? That, my friends, is a very good question. It's May of 1983, and Colombo crime family soldier Big Sal Michiota is attending his other family. Mrs. Michiota is having a baby.
While I was in the waiting room, 2 guys from my crew were coming into the hospital. And they weren't the 2 guys that I thought would come to see if I was doing okay or my wife was doing okay. I knew that there was something up, you know. When they said we have to do something, I know what that terminology means. We got to kill somebody. So I was a little upset by it. Doesn't anybody know how to kill somebody? What, are they going to come and bother me? My wife is giving birth here. But I understood that it was a serious situation, you know, and I didn't need to show my teeth, because that's the last thing I wanted to do was provoke anybody.
There's no doubt that Big Sal was known as either a hitman or someone who would go along. And he was a terrifying guy. Even if he didn't want to hit somebody, he was a knee breaker, a jaw breaker. He would take care of you. So he was feared.
So I said my goodbyes, and I went with them, and we went to the candy store on Avenue U.
It was no accident that Big Sal was tapped for the Carosa job. I mean, he was big. Add to that, disciplined, efficient, and a master craftsman in the killing trade. Sal was the Colombo go-to guy for arranging sudden departures. If the destination was eternity, then Big Sal was the Colombo's in-house travel agent.
Big Sal did not have a reputation for being a psychopath. He had a reputation for being a gangster, someone who knew that at times you're going to have to kill. And when that time came, he was ready, willing, and able to do the work.
This was something Big Sal discovered early on, and after he killed for the first time.
I had like a glow about me. I don't know. I just felt like the adrenaline was so high. It was hours before I came down. And then I felt invincible.
Like Larry Carosa and Mike Francis, Big Sal Michiota was born into a gangster's family.
Well, my grandfather was a capo in the Gambino family. So we had a lot of roots and a lot of ties to La Cosa Nostra. I grew up in a neighborhood that was called the bedroom of the mob. I think there were more mobsters in that little area than anywhere else in the United States. And, you know, after hearing all those Robin Hood stories and seeing these guys all driving new cars, all wearing suits every day, I was intrigued by it.
The mafia Sal grew up admiring has its hooks into almost every profitable venture in New York City. Essentially, they have a tax on every construction project and commercial op.
Now, you think, I'm curious, you think these kids and shit are drawn to that life because that's what's in front of them, that's what they see as successful right in front of their face, as opposed to down on Wall Street? Or what's up, Sven? Or do you think, you know, it's they're aware of you know, people down at Wall Street and everything else, and they're just that entire life just appeals to them?
I think it's got a lot to do with what you see every day.
I mean, do you feel like, you know, that these guys, you know, want to be part of this life because it's seen as you could become successful and respected and powerful? Or, you know, is it that plus, you know, you get to be a fucking criminal and, you know, beat and murder people at one's will? You know, so I'm just curious.
Operation and any illegal transaction, you know, gambling, prostitutes, they are the enforcers who keep the money flowing.
A lot of law enforcement officials try to portray organized crime mafia big shots as masterminds, as really intellectual, intelligent, crafty people. Most of the mafiosi couldn't exist as businessmen. The only edge they
Well, that's what I'm asking, Andrew. Excuse me. Is it, you think, that someone, you know, does that and becomes that to become successful, and, you know, they have to do, you know, bad things because that's just part of being successful? Or do you feel like these people, you know, being a bad guy is part of, you know, the appeal of being a, you know, mob associate member, whatever?
is they're willing to kill you or break your knee or threaten you.
The cool factor definitely has a lot to do with it.
Almost any industry you can think of, restaurants, hotels, they had their hands in almost everything. They had a great influence in New York.
Not working and doing whatever the fuck I wanted was a big thing.
There was supposed to be men that would help you.
Yeah.
You had a problem, you would go to them and they would solve a problem for you. But the problems were just street problems and things like that.
Yeah, plus,
Beyond
you know,
that,
you get,
they don't have a
like
9
they
to 5
just
job.
said, man,
You know, they don't
it
have to lunch.
feels nice feels satisfying.
They don't have to pack
Be a
lunches.
problem
New York
solver.
restaurant owners know better than to present a made guy with a bill. Like most of Gotham's business owners, they take the low-risk approach when a mob guy pays them a visit. Now, the common thread is this. Columbos get paid off by people who are afraid they'll get injured, killed, or have their businesses ruined if they don't pay. Simple, effective, your basic parasites. The tools of their trade are fists, knives, and guns. Mostly guns. Big Sal could use any of them, but he had a special feeling for firearms.
The guns are an extension of you. I knew how to break down weapons, how to take care of them. I would take it apart, clean it,
Every
dry
crew's
fire
got a
it.
gun guy.
If you don't take care of the guns and they jam and you're in the middle of the street, what do? Well, I had to go to the range and shoot a lot. I had to be good at it. You learn fast how to be good at it because it seemed like I was always the one that had to go do it.
It's his lethal skill that gets Michiota pulled out of the paternity ward and into that meeting in Lolly's candy store. The back room of Lolly's candy store certainly doesn't look like a courtroom, but it is.
I bet you they
You
purposely
really don't
had
want your
that
case to
meeting
be
when this
tried
dude
here.
was having a kid.
For one thing, you don't have any of those rights the government has to respect. In fact, you won't even know about it. There are a few versions of who called this meeting and why, but there's no dispute about whose case was on the docket. Larry Champagne Carosa.
Uh-oh.
The main guy Sal Michiota has to meet is Joe Tomasello. Joe T, a Colombo underboss.
Well, so I went there, sat down at the table with the two guys that came to get me and Joe. And Joe says, Sal, we got to kill Larry.
Mobsters get killed for not paying attention to the rules. There are any number of rules that gangsters can violate that carry the death penalty.
Thanks for
Fooling
stopping
around with
in,
somebody
Sven.
else's wife is the obvious one. Stealing money from the boss is another good one. Obviously, being a cooperator, being an informant. All of those reasons are reasons to earn you the death penalty in the mob.
Big Sal's loyalty is beyond reproach, so he can protest about killing Larry, and he does.
So we looked at each other, and then I took it upon myself to ask him, what in the world did he do that he's got to get killed? And Joe says, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but he was f***ing around with Michael Francisi's sister. So I said, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, I don't know if I believe that. I said, I'll do whatever we got to do, but I just find that hard to believe.
I mean, the prevailing wisdom why Larry Carosa was killed was because he disrespected Sonny Francisi by getting Sonny Francisi's daughter, Gia, involved in drug use. He was fooling around with her while he was married.
But is fooling around with Gia the real reason? Big Sal doesn't think so.
I don't know that. Unless it was convenient for you to have that as an excuse to get rid of Larry so that you could grab all the gasoline money. Because we're talking about a lot of money here.
There's some things about this story nobody's ever going to know for sure. Remember, just about everybody involved is a convicted criminal. Big Sal says he was told it wasn't Sonny who filed the beef against Larry, it was Michael. But that's not the way Michael tells it. So Michael Frances says he had nothing to do with his former best friend getting whacked.
No, shit.
Frances does admit he knew the hit was going to happen. Now, in Michael's version, he tried to save Larry. He put his version in his book, Quitting the Mob. In Michael's story, it goes like this. He gets wind of the contract on Larry, and he races to Larry's funeral home. He confronts Carosa and tells him the bosses know about him and Gia. Carosa argues. Michael says he tells Larry to get out, to run for his life, and he even offers him cash. Larry, Michael writes, spurns the money and shouts at him to mind his own business.
if Michael Franzese wanted to have Larry Carosa killed, he could have asked, and it probably would have been done. Whether it was Michael Franzese who set it in motion, Sonny Franzese who set it in motion, is really difficult, to determine at this stage. But the plot to kill Larry Carosa had to come from within the crew that Larry Carosa belonged to.
I think it was
Big
Mike.
Sal's protest is overruled. The decision is made. The hit's going to happen. And there's nothing Sal can do about it.
What choice did I have? What could I say? Oh, no, I'm not going to do it. Larry don't deserve that. Don't I know what happens to a guy?
I'll tell you why I think fucking it was Michael, and it had more to do with the gasoline and shit and greed. Because look at like Paul Castellano, right? This guy's killed fucking several of his daughter's boyfriends for disrespecting them or him. Okay. Patterns. Like, you don't hear fucking Sonny Franzese. Apparently this chick was a wild child. You don't hear fucking Sonny Franzese whacking some other fucking dudes. So, I don't know, man. I think it was fucking that. And then just the fact that this dude acknowledged that shit. I absolutely, now he's coming out with, was I involved in any hits? Yes, no, maybe so. I don't know. But when it became popular for this dude to start fucking being a possible murderer, when the content dried up, I noticed he started going with it.
If he refuses to do something that they tell you to do, you're a dead man.
Big Sal, whether he liked it or not, was going out with his friend Larry for the last time. The night he goes for a ride with Big Sal, Larry Carosa probably thinks he's getting his reward for all the times he's helped out his mafia pals. Thanks to the Russians and the gas tax scam, they're all getting rich. Now he's been told all he has to do is prove one last time he belongs. All he has to do is one more chore for the mob, and he becomes a made man for sure. It's been a week since the sit-down here at Lolly's Candy Store. Larry Carosa's fate has already been decided. He thinks he's heading out for a routine bit of ass-kicking with some pals. The good news, such as it is Larry won't be making dangerous mistakes anymore. Getting into the car will be his very last one.
Authorized hits are always planned in some way, because possibly the intended victim might be suspicious. He's lured to some spot where he can be done away with very effectively. For the most part, the mafia hits are conducted a very simple way. Put a slug in your brain.
Most people like to think that killers are all sociopaths. To be sure, there are some sociopaths in their group, no question about it. But most of them were just ordinary guys, and they learned how to kill. And after a while, it became easy.
The guys he's going to meet, Big Sal and his partner that night, Jimmy Angelino, are not thrilled about being ordered to kill Larry. Big Sal is taking it especially hard.
I felt terrible. I liked Larry. I pretty much was disgusted with the whole situation. Doing this to somebody that I really liked, that never did anything bad to me, was not a good thing.
Big Sal does have one thing he can control. He can choose how Larry is going to die. Making those kind of end-of-life decisions is something Sal knows quite a bit about.
I wanted to keep everything at a minimum. I never liked doing it in a house because then you had to bury the body. If it was something I was doing in the street, I'd use a shotgun first, knock the guy down, then go over and finish him with a pistol. To me, it was faster, easier. People hear gunshots, they run the other way. It was easiest just to kill him and leave him in his own car than to have to bring him somewhere, kill him, dig a hole, bury him, get rid of his car. I said, you know what we'll do? We'll get Larry to come and meet us, and we'll tell Larry that we got to go find a guy that owes money, and we're going to rough the guy up.
Big Sal followed his orders. He told Larry he needed his help to collect a bad debt. Larry believed him. The collection rules was one that Big Sal and Jimmy Angelino came up with, knowing that Larry was very eager to prove himself. Big Sal tells Larry to show up alone and in a vehicle that can't be traced back to any Columbos. Larry borrows his mother's big sedan.
Yeah, of course it was on purpose. It was the easiest thing was to kill him in his own car, leave him there.
Treacherous, his own best friend supposedly
when I
set him up
opened
and
the
had
door
no
handle of
idea.
the car, I used the sleeve off my shirt not to touch the door handle, and I had the gloves in my pocket when I first got in the car.
Larry doesn't ask why he isn't the one driving. Angelino takes the driver's seat. Larry is riding shotgun. Big Sal takes the seat behind him.
Once I was in the car and everybody was talking and listening to the radio, slowly but surely I started to slip the gloves on. I had the gun also in my pocket, and then I was ready to go.
The men drive across Brooklyn on the Bell Parkway. They pull into a residential area not far from the Verrazano Bridge.
We got where we were going. I kind of took control. I said, Jimmy, you go up and ring his bell and get him down here. And then when you come down with him, Larry and I will get out and we'll hammer him, It was a 38 5-inch barrel revolver. I didn't want to take any chances with automatics jamming up because I was in a car and the gun had a fire or I was in trouble because once I made my move, if I didn't take him out, I got a problem on my hands.
So, Big Sal, Jimmy Angelino, and Larry Carrozza are stopped on a quiet Brooklyn residential street. Larry thinks he's about to show his two companions that he can be the kind of muscle the Columbos need. He thinks he's passed the test to become a real gangster. That happy thought is his last. Larry Carrozza never sees it coming.
As soon as Jimmy got out of the car and closed the door of the car, with the noise from closing the door of the car, I timed the shot and hit him in the back of the head. And his head exploded like a watermelon. And then I put another one in his head, 2 shots, not even an inch from his head. Maybe that's why the blood came flying out, but it wasn't even blood, it was clots. Probably brain matter. I looked like Dracula, I had blood all over me.
Sal has done this before. He's planned ahead. He has a getaway car already in position.
We also got 2 crash cars, and we parked them on the street there during the day. The crash car behind me pulled up and shielded me so that I could walk across the street and get in the other car. Then I got back in the car. We went about 2 blocks. We threw the guns in the sewer. That was something I always did. When I was done, I always flipped them in the sewer. They would never be found. And we went about our business.
Big Sal is driven home.
It's kind of like you're in shock when you do something like that. It takes you a couple hours to regain your senses a little bit,
That adrenaline rush.
And I came out of the shower, I had something to eat, called my wife at the hospital, and I went to sleep.
Larry Carosa's body is found later that night. There are no fingerprints in the car. The gun is never found. He is 3 weeks past his 30th birthday. The next morning, Salvatore Mischiota goes to the hospital to pick up his wife and newborn daughter. Life goes on. Larry Champagne Carosa is no more. He was here for a good time, not a long time. He did some dangerous things. Which of them got him killed remains to this day a matter of debate. Did he die because Sonny Francis had a problem with him running around with his teenage daughter? Sonny is a notorious killer. Did Michael Francis use Gia as an excuse to shut Larry up about the Russian gas scam? Or was the problem that the bosses knew about the scam and wanted Larry's share for themselves? A lot of people are pretty sure what doomed Larry was greed.
I believe that they killed Larry Carosa only to get control of the Russians because there was so much money involved and they didn't want to have to share it with Larry and his father. That's my opinion. And everybody that I seen get killed in the Colombo family, somewhere along the line, it benefited the family monetarily to kill those people.
We don't know why Larry Carosa died any more than Larry did, or Big Sal, the guy who killed him. We do know how Big Sal got away with the murder. A week or so after Carosa died, Sal Mischiota was called into the local precinct. The detective was named Louis Ippolito.
I went upstairs to the detective's room, and he was up there, and I knew him, and he knew me. I says, "They're cleaning up the neighborhood." He started laughing. He says, "Yeah, it's spring cleaning."
The headline says it all. The cops who killed for mob. Louis Ippolito was one of the most corrupt cops in NYPD history. He wasn't just on the take. I mean, he was a hitman himself. Making sure investigations of mob hits went nowhere was just part of his job.
When Louis Ippolito got the Carosa case on his desk as the assigned cop, detective to find the killer, based on what I know about him, he probably chuckled to himself, realized what he had, and said, essentially, I'll go through the motions and I will do one of two things. I'll either find nobody or I'll frame somebody for this. That case is never getting solved.
They can't keep that gas scam on the wraps forever. It lasts 2 more years. Michael Francis is arrested for the gas scam and some other crimes in 1985. He gets a 10-year sentence. He served 5, and when he got out, he declared he was reformed. He broke with his family and wrote a book, Quitting the Mob. Today, he's a born-again preacher. He gives motivational speeches about redemption. There is no second act for his sister. Gia never got over what happened to Larry.
Emotionally for Gia, yes, it was a setback. They were absolutely smitten, yes. And all of a sudden, she decided to start a new life. You know, she just wanted to be away from this whole scene.
There are a few more wasted years before Gia gets out of the scene for good. She's found dead of an overdose in a Florida hotel room. She's only 27.
I miss my children just like you cannot believe. Terribly.
In some ways, you could look at the murder of Champagne Carosa as the beginning of the end for the mob, too. I mean, not because Larry was so important. I mean, he was just a thug with a nice personality. The canary in the coal mine isn't important either. But when that bird keels over, the miners know it's time to get out. It took Big Sal another 10 years to do that. Crime is the only life he knew. But Sal knows that what he'd done unto Larry would surely someday be done unto him. You know, that old golden rule.
I was paranoid every day. I was paranoid every day that my number was up. I was always watching everything, trying to notice if there was anything going on under the surface. You know, I was always at high alert.
So in 1993,
Yeah,
when
but
Big
Tony,
Sal
if you're
finds
put in
himself on the losing
position
side
to
of a
earn,
Colombo family civil war, one of his friends proposes a meeting with the other faction. The friend was told there'll be no hard feelings. Bygones would be bygones. Big Sal smells a rat. Unlike Larry, Sal knows when he's being set up.
I was around those guys for years. I know how they think, and I know how they operate. And I would say without exaggeration, they're going to kill me within 15 minutes.
Sal's been a hitman long enough to know when it's time to get out of Dodge. And he does. He skips the meeting.
I had it. I've had my full of that lifestyle. I couldn't handle it no more. My kids started to get a little older. You know, I brought them into this world. I had to be a father to them. So I made a decision. Spoke to my wife about it. My wife said, do whatever you need to do that we could stay together as a family. And that's what I did.
Sal goes to the FBI. He tells them everything he knows and a few things he makes up. He testifies against his former Colombo colleagues. Sal serves 5 years himself. Since getting out, he's been living in hiding. But he keeps most of his family together. Larry Carosa's 3 kids, on the other hand, grow up without a dad.
For Big Sal, the end of Larry Carosa's life was a turning point. He knew Larry didn't deserve to die. Sal became disillusioned with and eventually disgusted by the guys who told him to do it. He no longer saw them or himself as men of honor.
I wasted my life completely. The people that I had an effect on, like Larry Carosa, his wife, his family, I hurt those people. I mean, and the hurt that I caused my own family. It's taken a toll on me, physically and mentally. You know, I believe that all the things that I'm going through now are because of the things that I did.
That's one of the fucking murders fucking Michael Franzese supposedly took part in planning and arranging.
The man slept with his own men. So we all come, 30 of us men, women, one match. And it's Paul and Nelly.
So,
Big weightlifter, okay? And this was known as a gay thing back then.
and that was his mother on the show there talking about how they used to be such good friends before the gas scam. And how she didn't, neither her or her husband got a single dollar from that gas scam, which might explain why he didn't, stop, maybe didn't throw him under the bus, but,
His father supposedly threw him right under the bus.
Nah, his father didn't do him any favors.
Yeah, I mean that's throwing him under the bus.
Oh,
For a father.
I guess.
There's a difference between your boy and your fucking father.
I don't know.
I do.
Even through the war, you know. So, but you know, it was like I said, I was sad when I heard it, but then we lived with it, you know, for geez, probably 4 years, and then a couple of years in the can or whatever around then, and then while I was gone and doing my time, I heard he passed.
Yeah, and what was the story that was saying that he used
the
AIDS as
hell?
an alibi? That hey, you know, it's because of AIDS.
Well, he could have. You know, I didn't hear that.
I know, right?
I don't remember hearing
Interesting.
that as an excuse. But you know, going back to how he sold us out, because at the end, he took a deathbed confession, okay, and he exonerated Alley Boy. And Alley Boy walked out of CNN, but then got in trouble again for killing Wild Bill and back doing life again. But he could have very easily managed Jim, myself, and his son. Because that's how it started with this. That Greg Jr. should have never been the head of the last night. Greg Sr. should have. How did he not? He wasn't listening to the boss. So Greg got the kingpin, which instead of getting 7 or 8 years of drugs at the time, he got 20 plus. And now he got even more charges later on.
Yeah, Greg Scarpa Jr. here's out and fucking
You know? So anyway, why not say that?
with terminal cancer.
Larry and Jimmy weren't on these hits. Nobody did. Nobody was there. And say that they dropped me off sometimes places. I couldn't tell them where I was going because I was involved in this war. And I went and killed some guys and they picked me up later. Yeah, he could have said something to it. And obviously that their confessions, which I didn't know, carry a lot of weight because Howie Boyd's case based on that. And some of his family members again tried to tell me later on, not Greg Jr. because he's pretty much on my wavelength, you know.
Yo, I hate to say it, handstand, but I don't give a fuck if yo, you don't want to get fucking killed while you're driving, bro. Drive. I could just as easily turn around. You ever watch fucking what's it's called? Royale with cheese, dude. Pulp Fiction.
It came back to the local police. That was the feds. Came back to the local police. That was Larry and Jimmy. So he was selling me out right there. Not gun shops. I would have took it from in a heartbeat, you know. But you do that, you know. That's, you know, I don't know if I could do that to somebody. Now, later on, I see an FBI forensic person show me paperwork that the FBI themselves were told that me and Jimmy, they knew there was an informant. They knew there was an informant. Now, the head guy knew, obviously. It was their knew. None of the underling guys knew who it was. They were told it's Larry and Jimmy. Now, imagine somebody else in the family has a connection to the feds. They kill us. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, even though he might have been whatever, there was a lot of things he did that. I mean, you know, I can't even understand why. I don't understand it, you know. Just keep your mouth shut. So that's why, you know, at the end of the day,
I'd like to have a conversation with this guy, Larry Mazza.
Larry, when you got out, what year was it when you were done with your time? When you did your time?
2002, right? Yeah.
What made you not get back? What I mean?
Well, the combination of things. Even though I
don't listen to fucking half these fucking things, man. I think I might.
I dealt with the gun. I sat there.
I mean, I listened to fucking Ants Vlad interview like a couple weeks ago.
Okay, number two,
But that shit I already fucking know.
and I tried to get messages to some young guys that were under us.
No, riding shotgun, you know, in general, having somebody sit behind you is what Handstand's saying.
What is the amount of people and I asked about the glamour of like I asked Lee and he says we didn't have as good a time as we think we did, right? And I asked Michael says no, we did have what? When I asked Sammy, not really. Sammy was more to work. When I asked Kalana, you know,
we were all about the business. We were all about making
sure that fun. Were you having the cars, the girls, the party and all
yes, I did, because I was making an awful lot of money for 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yeah, that's still.
I don't know. What do you guys think about this guy, Larry Mazza?
Many bosses the most money you made during that time from 78 to 86.
Well, I'll tell you this. When I left 700,000 when I went to prison. That's what I lost to them. 700,000
in 86.
No, I went away in 92. So, but yeah, but up until about 89, 90. And that's between Shylock money.
$700,000 what you make, what you have in cash that you left is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, so we were making.
No, not 700 left in cash. 700 you had left in debts and fucking everything else. You can't count that.
Okay, at the beginning, I used to give him a cut, but then I slowly lost.
You sit in the back right behind the driver. Why?
So let's say I gave him 10.
I could still shoot you behind the driver too.
More and more as years went on, I became a partner. But I had other people that worked with me, and I never treated them like workers. I treated them like
But you shoot somebody in the car, that shit fucking hurts your ears like a motherfucker. Holy shit. Make sure the windows are rolled down.
And this may not be nice for some people. Some of them can't survive or find another way to earn a living. Okay, a lot of times on these different things I do, I'll sum up like this. If like like Michael, I believe he's truly religious now and wants.
Yeah, I haven't read too many books.
Some other guys like that too. I don't feel comfortable doing that, but I'll say this: you don't need that life to earn a good living or to get respect. And a lot
On this
of
at
these guys
least.
think that's the only way they're going to get respect. And it's the only
First
way
book I actually read was the Phil Leonetti and little Nicky Scarfo book when I was like, I think it was like 5th grade.
worked in 3 years. I started developing clients. I already had the thing in my head, once my 3 years is up, okay, I'm going to find a place of my own, which I did. And it kept growing and growing and growing. I had a successful gym. Met my wife, Kelly. She started, but she retired. She was a vice president.
The Grim Reaper stories? What are you talking about?
When she retired, she wanted to do something that less stressful. Something.
Yeah, where it starts off, where he's talking about fucking how his Uncle Nicky has him in a fucking truck with a body in the back covered up, uses him as an alibi or some shit. That one.
We had to get a bigger place. It turned out to be a supper club. Now it got so busy every night that we would get home 3 in the morning. I couldn't go to the gym. I still haven't lost all the weight back. I'm supposed to be really weight about 180. I'm still 190, which I hate. But I did grow a little muscle, so that's not too bad. But we sold that, and now I'm back at the gym full time. My son's coming in as a trainer. I got 5 or 6 other trainers there, and I'm very good to the trainers. So
Yeah. Nah, I should probably get the audio book then. Matter of fact.
Young kids, intermediate, and adults. And I was good. Sometimes I'm standing in line, and I just work and work and work. And, and I think, all the time I have it. So I promoted a bit. I never got a public to do it. And I do the work myself. It's a big even thing. Okay? And I'm going to be every month until they finish budgeting on the new year. I didn't do everything, because I got a new year.
What the fuck's the apps?
Every baby is the other part of the is out there. I work with some of the military.
Galaxy Storm. What the Galaxy Storm?
This was next time that was on my case. So he wrote, described what he thought of me and about how I came back. Whatever, it was very nice. But the rest is mine. And so I didn't have a writer. I don't have an agent. Now I do. I don't have a publisher. So I don't have to sell as many, but I'm selling a nice amount, thank God. And if you
Audio book.
I'm going to tell you the So, and when I got to fast forward, there's a perfect segue into De Niro. Well, he read the book because the same cop is now one of his security guys. And he said the book was terrific. He asked the guys if they knew anybody that would come and help them while they're doing the Irishman. He got a lot of questions. They sent me, which is a double-edged sword. It's a compliment. And again, the things that I feel about how, that's, stuff that I'm not. So anyway,
See what that's about. Yeah. Like that dude definitely reminds me of like an early 30s fucking movie gangster. I think some people really took on that persona. They say Joe Gallo did as well. So, no, I don't know. I guess, some people out there are playing characters too. Okay.
CIA, FBI, 7 countries to being a great storyteller. I think, what I think it is? Maybe that's the little DNA thing that brings us all together.
He said, what are all you guys, all you mafia members are great storytellers. They're not all great storytellers.
Yeah, it's because that's the culture. It's what you do. You sit around and tell stories. That's how they become. A lot of them become good storytellers. They'll hear a lot of good stories.
I guess you said somebody said it's not that matters. It's not always. It's not. It's a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
Imagine the stories they hear.
I mean, dude, think of the stories we heard sitting around.
Exactly.
So. That's true. I mean, shit, that's how we fucking bust balls.
Yeah.
I mean, we bust balls and fucking here, like me and this dude bust balls with our boys, where it'd make most people go home and cry. The only way to do it. Throwing a knife in the fucking table and saying, all right, one of us is walking out of here. My great grandfather used to do that shit with that fucking stiletto.
I never liked stilettos.
I'm like, what a title of a book. What's the wisdom of a prostitute? He says, well, this prostitute's telling a story about her experience with 2012. And she's saying the weakness, the insecurities of all this men. I have so many insecurities as a man. And so she's sharing with me that 90%
Supposed to go out fucking. My feet get better. Fucking feet swelled up again. I gotta go. I was supposed to go out with Ant this week. My feet fucking already better. Go out and see what he's doing tomorrow. Saturday, I didn't even realize it was fucking Thursday.
You know, maybe the reason why
You ain't going out with fucking Crocs.
how many times we have to go to a sit down where
all that shit about them Crocs. Yeah, taking them fuckers off yet.
The one time I did take them off, put sneakers on, my feet got swelled up again.
you guys don't have fast talk.
Told you you'd like them.
I don't like them. I'm forced into them.
It's just like music of the way you go with the pacing. You know what else I think is that you said that, and I mean this. There are a lot of unique stories. Everybody has a little spin on their story, okay? And they start telling it so much, it becomes second nature.
That's karma for wearing Crocs. University, man, I had no choice, man. I only wear them in the house. I swear.
No, you walked to the gas station once.
All right, to the gas station.
Told you that's how it starts. That's how it starts.
Why do you think I send you bum ass out for everything? Because I gotta wear these things. Yeah.
I mean, I'm so lucky. I got so few. Some of them, unfortunately, old friends that you don't understand. You can't understand. Is it
Maybe it's my liver. Because I noticed that they started swelling when I started eating mushrooms again.
I talked to a bunch of them, and they loved me. I was away with the boss of one of the families at the tail end of my sentence, and hated anybody talking negatively about me. Stood behind me.
Who knows?
Complained, kicked the dirt.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking PT Cruiser.
You
Crazy. The craziest. Now, see, if you said Subaru, I'd be like, you might get me.
I have one friend that wasn't even into that. He was impersonating on TikTok to try to pick up girls.
Nothing like a Subaru.
This is true. And now I found out one of the girls told me.
Subaru, Crocs, and some overalls.
And he just brought it down on the phone.
Oshkosh's.
No, we'll go Dickies.
I don't think so because my cousin, Albie's son,
Pair of Carhartt overalls.
That's what I meant.
The insulated ones.
The overalls, some welding glasses.
I'll hook you up.
Without, ever welding. Pretty much the fucking, the Googly John outfit. The fucking homeboy rolled up at the gas station. I'm like, what the fuck?
A pair of torch cutting glasses.
Yeah, bro. I'm like, what the fuck? Yo, guys, we had this dude roll up to us at the gas station. I swear to God, I wish I recorded that shit. It was like a fucking movie.
It was like a video game character.
It was like a video game, like a cartoon character from like The Simpsons. Like, hey man,
like somebody, like a video game character that somebody put together on, just
yeah,
funny.
like someone
someone
like
joke.
put together a craziest outfit they could possibly think. Stop flicking it in the ass. Fucking. Anyways, yo, yeah, drug dealers. I'll take ounces of drugs. Like, whoa, motherfucker, hell no. I don't know what the fuck you're talking. Yo, holy shit, look like Doc Brown.
They call back 2 weeks later saying, "Why haven't you called me?"
Bro, it was the craziest shit ever.
He was pissed.
He was pissed that I didn't call him to see if he wanted something. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck.
I'll come back for part 2.
The characters. What's playing in the background? Valuetainment's Larry Mazza interview.
We did a podcast as well with Michael Francine and Samuel Gravano on a different channel. If you've never seen that, probably one of the best conversations we ever had. Click here for Sammy.
There we go.
Enjoy the interview.
Click I want to see fucking I want to see the fucking gimme. Let's roll that out.
Gentlemen, we're live. Okay, we are officially live.
All right, bump it up a little. No, I've never fucking seen this Sammy versus fucking Michael shit.
Folks, if you're tuning in,
What the fuck is up with the super loading?
you may want to share this podcast, and here's why. Because the first live glimpse the world's going to see Sammy and Michael being on this podcast momentarily. They are getting ready to get in the room. The moment we're in there, we're going to let them in to go live, and you'll hear from them. We've had a lot of anticipation for this project. Obviously, a lot of you have been asking about this. It started off with
we're gonna have fucking Ant versus Chicky, fucking Howie versus FBS, Frank versus Fish.
Right after Jordan Belfort's house, if you remember.
You know,
it was December 20th.
Showdown in the Mob 2 community.
Showdown in Lefty Corral.
No shoes. We had no idea that no shoe was a big deal. I really did not like that, but you know, the fact that I had no shoes on me did not. Anyways, we did that interview. We left. We had no idea what was going to happen. We've never done a mob interview before. Obviously, there's been a lot of interest in the Godfather, Goodfellas, you know, Donnie Brasco, Coco, and these movies, right? So people always want to know what it's like.
Agreed diversity.
You know how Michael was making 8, 10 a week, the kind of businesses he was doing.
Yeah. Give me the. Do I have them?
They don't go live. Next thing you know, it's on the cover of a homepage of World Star. And everybody picked it up. We got
Blah, 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 blah. Okay. There we go. Is this even them? This is
No, they're about to come on. He said he's just introducing like what's gonna happen.
Nah, they're fucking, they're on the top.
I know the audience has been anticipating this for a while. Obviously,
they were sitting down.
Sit down together. We were together for 3 days. I think nearly 30 hours of footage, which has now come to a completion of 10 episodes, of which there's behind the scenes. There's a lot of different things that the audience will be seeing, but
you gotta pay for the episodes.
Fuck paying for the episodes. Bullshit. All right.
This is them selling the episodes now.
This is them selling the episodes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Sammy. I have my thoughts on it. I've been to trial 5 times. I saw my father go to trial 4 times. I've seen guys lie and manipulate that program to stay out of prison. I'm not accusing you or anybody else. I'm accusing the people that I witnessed, that I saw it happen. And I'll take that to my grave. A lot of guys use the program to manipulate the government. It's easy to do. They come up with bullshit stories to put somebody in jail that has a bigger name than them. And that happens all the time. And you're smart enough on the street to know that that's the truth. And that's what I said. As far as John Gotti with his Woodstock Mafia, All I said was, he's coming out with a show. It's called Witsec Mafia. That's it.
You didn't just say that.
No. Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. Let me
Let me finish. Let me respond to you. The video was up there.
He
Anybody
did
can see it.
exchange.
The only part that was edited was the 10 seconds that I had about you. And all I said was, Sammy was in the program. I didn't say anything else about it. So I didn't betray you, nor did I.
Let me explain. I got your point. Let me explain now. What you did.
You gotta let me finish. I let you finish. You gotta let me finish.
Finish.
So again, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he had exchanged. That's what this is. No, wait. No, it isn't. It's not the one I was fucking talking about. Alright, fuck this. I might as well. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's why I'm playing it on here. I was like, yeah, I'm about to just share this shit. Give me a sec, guys. Might as well get you guys hearing on this shit, too. Alright. Valuetainment. Valuetainment. Kobe. Sammy. Reverse. Michael Francis. He had exchanged 13 minutes. Here's episode 1.
Previously on Mafia States of America.
What caused the fall of the mob? Was it Pistone? Was it Giuliani? Was it Valachi?
Mid-'80s racketeering law. When the government changed or leveled the playing field to a degree that we just couldn't keep up with it. Guy gets convicted, he gets 10 years, 15 years. He makes parole, he does 7, 8, 9. Anybody can do that kind of time. But when you change the playing field to where you bring in a law like the RICO Act, that's very hard to defend. To me, it's unconstitutional. The fear of the government overpowered the fear that we had on the street. And as a result, a lot of guys went the other way, and you just couldn't overcome it.
Like any other great organization, they were, from their point of view, they were fortunate to have Luciano and Lansky.
Mafia States of
One
America.
financial genius, the other one kind of an organizational genius. Put together a structure that was better than anybody else. And if you followed their rules, they might still be.
Rudy was another guy. You know, these guys, again, you're a prosecutor, someone brings you a case, so be it. He takes the law and he invents ways to, like he says, it's unconstitutional, to corrupt the law, to hurt these people.
Prevented a Sammy from happening? Could we have ever prevented a Michael from happening? Could that have been prevented? That's my fascination. My fascination is not with the life of, oh, it's so cool, they kill people. I don't think that part's cool. So the law and order is the only difference. Well, when you make that argument, I go back and process it. Military's law and order. I'm following my command, and you don't have the law to go out there and say, hey, everybody does it. Not everybody does it.
Hey, next time I go to that gas station,
It's called
Dunkin' Donuts,
yeah,
right?
government. Yeah.
So they make a law, they'll make, and we all know it, they'll make some excuse to attack a government, to attack a country, whatever, which reason. In some countries, there's really not even a reason anymore. And we attack people and kill them in droves. So they made those laws. And that makes it legitimate in God's eyes. We were talking about. In God's eyes, you don't think God knows that that's all fake and phony and bullshit, those laws?
I understand what you're saying, but you have the ability to want to go into office and want to amend some of those laws if you.
Let's see if we.
I said, John, you shouldn't have done that. But I understand what happened to you. I was in that house. I saw what happened. You have no idea what went on in our house.
That's
They had the same thing.
idea that happens in a lot of different houses.
Okay, but when you're the man of the house and you take responsibility
for
for
wire
that.
against me. Came in and wore a wire.
My brother was a junkie. You know what the hell he was doing.
That's
My
what I'm
brother,
saying, but in your eyes, what you were explaining, most of this is your father's fault.
a lot of it was
You didn't walk away.
You got to take responsibility for your family, Sammy. That comes first. You marry somebody, you bring kids into this world. That's not your first.
What would
You
he
mean
do?
to tell me? You mean
What
to
would
tell
he-
me Cousin Oster comes before that?
No,
That's
it
why
wasn't
it's
like
happening.
to me,
No. Yes, it did. That's what
He did at that point.
That's right. That's not normal, and it did for my father his whole life until he died at 103. His whole life, so his family went to hell. I don't know how I got it. I don't even know. I can't even explain myself. I'm the only one that managed to get out of that mess. I don't know why. That's maybe why I believe in God, because he had a different plan and a purpose for me. It's been obvious over the past 25 years, because I don't know why I am where I am. Other than that, that's my explanation. People can knock me to, listen, let me tell you something. You're a Christian, you're gonna get knocked all the time. It's normal. Jesus told us that. It's not a big deal. We're gonna take the weight. You're a Jew, same thing. You're gonna get knocked all the time. We understand that. That's okay. But you cannot tell me, and I love my father. I lived for that man until he died. I love my dad, but he was wrong.
But
you don't.
not for nothing, but hey, someone wants to pop that cherry for a donation. I haven't gotten a donation in almost like 2 months. Besides Sunny Money's $5. So feel free to pop that cherry.
Who knows what'll happen? Maybe I'll do a dance.
Darren said he'll strip for you.
I don't know about that.
Roy, you
Okay, but-
don't allow your family to be destroyed because you took an oath and you want to go down and die with your boots on and say, Sonny Francis never opened his mouth. Okay, great. Now let's go look at his family. It's wrong, Sammy. It's wrong.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't know why you wouldn't agree with me at that point.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I hope my daughter and my son don't think like you. That they hate me because
I don't hate, I just said I love my father. I love my father. My father
that don't
did a lot of
sound
good
like
for
fucking
me.
love to me, bro.
No,
It
you
don't
know
sound
what?
like love.
Sammy, you hold people accountable whether you love them or not. I love my brother. I don't agree with him being a drug addict.
When
I
you
love
was
my
kid, you
sister.
got
She-
it back in your house after 40
That's right.
years.
It's
Well,
my
that's
brother.
good.
I don't care what he did at this point. It's my brother. It's my family. It's my blood. I don't care what he did. And maybe he had a reason. You had a reason for what you did.
Yeah.
Okay, so? Should your family hate you for what you did?
Wiring up.
Sammy, don't compare what my brother was a junkie drug addict. Don't compare what my brother
Okay,
did
so
to
don't
what
bring
you
him
did.
in the mix.
Why not? We're having a discussion.
Well,
I'm telling
you can't
you,
turn around and say he was a junkie.
he was.
So if I'm a junkie, everything's cool?
No, I just said you were wrong with what you did, John. I could admit that. I was wrong with what I did. But for some reason, you want to justify it. There is no justification for there's no justification for any of this. Nothing. All we try to do is make ourselves feel, I had a reason for doing this. I had a reason for doing that. I could say the same thing. Well, I got into that life to help my father, which I did. So what? You got into a bad life. You took an oath. You weren't a drug addict. You knew exactly what you were doing. I knew exactly what I was doing when I said, if I need to kill somebody, I'll do it, even if I don't know him. That's not normal, Sammy. And I'll take responsibility for that.
Sure it is, yo.
Okay.
Responsibility. What do you mean you take responsibility? For who? For what? What do you mean you're going to take responsibility for that?
Sammy, let me tell you something.
That fast?
I defrauded the government out of tax on every gallon of gasoline, hundreds of millions of dollars. I took a plea, I went to prison. I took responsibility for it.
All right, that's taking responsibility.
What am I supposed to do? What
Nothing.
else am
I
I
don't know
supposed
what you're supposed to
commit
do.
suicide?
No. Not commit suicide.
So what are you supposed to do?
You did what you did. You went to jail, you came out, you changed your life, you did your life. Don't go whining about what you did.
I'm not whining, Sammy, I'm not whining. Don't put that on
What
me.
your father
I don't
did.
whine.
No, what your father did.
Yeah,
that he stood up.
I have every
who he
right.
was.
Excuse
You
me,
don't
I have
a
every
fucking
right to do that.
You don't
That
have
was-
a right to
that-
die with some sort of legacy of his own.
No,
Whatever his thinking was.
You don't have a right to throw your family to. No, you don't.
He didn't throw nobody.
Yes, he did. As far as I'm concerned, he did. And I told you that. I still love my dad, but you got to be held accountable for what you did in this
I
life.
did 50 years in prison, this poor bastard, and he threw this and he did all this stuff.
Sammy, you weren't in my house. I know what happened.
I'm in a lot of houses.
You weren't in my house.
No, not in your house. I've been in a
So
lot
I
of
know what my
houses,
father did and
right
what he
across
did.
the board, in bad houses all over the country.
You weren't in my house.
No, man, I wasn't in your house.
Okay, so I know what happened in that house. And I asked my father, I said, Dad, what do you need this for? Family's falling apart. I said, you went in jail, nobody gave you 2 cents. Nobody gave you 2 cents. If we didn't go break our ass to earn money, who gave you a penny? Nobody gave us 1 quarter. As a matter of fact, when you come out of jail, they broke you. They broke you for standing up. That wasn't embarrassing? It was. My dad, you know what? My dad didn't want to get me mad, so he said, no, don't worry about it. This life is a wheel. It'll turn around. He gave me all that philosophy, which was true, okay? Not to get me upset at the time. But that doesn't mean I don't know what happened. So what are you doing, Dad? Your family's going to hell, and you just don't want to be, you want to be known as the most stand-up guy in the world. Great, well, that's his legacy, you know? So at 103 years old, he died. Nobody even went to his funeral. So what did you accomplish? Okay, so they're writing about you now? Your wife couldn't stand you when she died. Your son couldn't care if you died or not. Okay, my sister, they don't have a say in it because they're already dead. So, I mean, I don't get it. I don't see how we justify that anymore.
I'm not justifying it at all. I'm not justifying your problem, your situation.
It's not my problem, Sammy. It is reality.
Well,
It's not my
reality,
problem.
your reality. There's a lot of people.
Reality.
There's a lot of people who may look at it slightly different.
Tell me, let me ask you this. Tell me one person that you know whose family survived and went on to live a wonderful life. In the last 30 years, when the government really can, tell me who. You want to go to Persico, you want to go Colombo, you want to go Gotti, you want to go,
Guys.
tell me anybody.
Tato, there's 100 guys.
Who?
There's
Who are
hundreds
they?
of them died of old age, without going to prison, haven't done.
In the last 40 years? I don't think so, Sammy. No.
Do you think if a Sammy, if a Michael, if a Frank, if a Leonetti had your parenting and your upbringing, meaning your parents, your mom and dad, do you think they would have gone straight? Or do you think it's in them to say, no, I'm still going to do the shortcut? What do you think?
It's a little hard to say about the people you don't know. So let me tell you about Michael, because I know Michael the best. There's no doubt that if Michael had the right direction and the right parenting, he'd have been a very successful, legitimate, something important. He's a very smart guy, very shrewd guy, in a good way. Decent guy, respected his father, which is a good thing, except it was a wrong father to respect, right? And I'm going to guess on the others, just what I know of. I think there are a few people that are genetically, inherently bad, evil, even. But most people are shaped that way by circumstances. I think I could have gone the other way if my parents kept me in Brooklyn. And
Giuliani could have
as a
gone
tough
the other
kid,
way.
I as you said, was argumentative. My father taught me how to box, so I wasn't afraid to get into fights. And I mean, I hope I wouldn't have. I hope something else would have stopped me, but there's a chance I could have gone in the other direction. So when I prosecuted people, there was always a sense of empathy for them.
How about Sammy?
Don't know.
Okay.
Don't know. Don't know.
Giuliani showed
First few of them
empathy.
were like that.
Fuck this guy.
Gotti was a guy who liked killing. There's something sinister and sadistic about John Gotti.
You believe that?
I know that.
I don't think
It's a different Sammy today than 2.5 years ago, but I still think you, to the core, there's a part of you that feels the only time you cooperated was against John. I think to the core, you believe you stuck to your guns and you relate more to a Sonny than you do to a Michael. Sonny and Michael. I think you don't relate to Michael. I think you relate to Sonny.
No, that's not true.
I think in your eyes,
No, that's not true.
you defend La Cosa Nostra more than he defends La Cosa
No,
Nostra.
that's not true.
You don't think you defend it more than he does?
No. I defend it maybe more than these. I don't know. Maybe. I look at him as a changed man and doing the right thing. I don't dislike him. I'm getting to like him more and more. But I just can't find it in my heart to go against people because they broke the law like Sonny. When he believed in something with all his heart and soul, he was willing to die with it. I can't strip him of what he felt and what he was and what he wanted in life. Or say he's wrong or he's nuts or anything. I'm not saying he's saying that, but I'm saying it. So I defend that. I defend people who are in prisons. I did prison. I was in prisons 22 years. I bumped into so many guys, white guys, black guys, Hispanic guys, that could be out in the street. And they did crimes left and right. It is so brutal to keep them there. Frankie Licasio's 87, I think, or maybe even 88 right now. He's in prison since 1990, 31 or 32 fucking years. When is enough enough? With judges who beget this obsession. And then they'll get somebody nowadays, they got the covert. Well, let's give them a compassionate release. Child molesters, rapists are doing less fucking time than some of these people are doing.
Yeah.
So I can't, it's just, the whole system bothers me. And every time I see something like that or I hear something like that, it just bothers the fuck out of me that I want to defend it. It's not so much I want to defend Cosa Nostra beyond words, but I just feel for it. I feel for people. Now, my father, thank God, and my mother, nobody was in my family. They were good, hard-working people. There's politicians who go out and they're hurting all kinds of people.
I don't think people would disagree.
Yeah, so well.
And by the way, I don't think anybody says, there's lack of respect for Sonny for not, wanting to cooperate. I think it's more personal to him as a son, experiencing that his emotion, which is slightly different.
Yeah, I never suggested I wanted him to cooperate. He wouldn't do it. I wouldn't even suggest that. All I'm saying is that, there's a point in time where your loyalty to your family has to mean more. Now, I'm not saying
I'm sure that he can have.
He loved his
his
family. Listen, I'm not saying my dad loved his family. There's no doubt. He loved me, loved him, he loved me. But he didn't do the right thing with his family. That's all.
Okay, but as long as he loved you and he made mistakes along the way, maybe he didn't take care of his family like you would have liked him to do, or other people would have liked him to do. But I can't find it in my heart to go against these people who believe in things, and I don't know that they did something completely disgusting, like a Roy DeMeo.
Oh, listen, my dad, I hated the system because even if my dad was a bank robber, 50 years, my dad didn't get sentenced for bank robbery. He got sentenced for being Sonny Francis Mafia. That's why he got sentenced to 50 years. Absolutely. It was unheard of at that time.
Absolutely.
Unheard of. But and everything you said about the system, I agree with you 1,000%.
Well, that part of the system has always been the case. I mean, you sort of went up in your mafia standing if you went to prison, and you could take it. First of all, it was a sign that you could take it and you're not going to squeal. Second, it was a sign that they get to know you in prison. They ran some of the prisons, so they could bond in prison, and they could develop other kinds of crimes in prison. It was a good time for planning. It's absurd to think of it that way. So in that sense, it was a more sophisticated use of prison than now, where they become like vicious gangs. But it did move them ahead in the succession ranks. What I don't like about now is, first of all, particularly in the last couple of years, we don't punish criminals. I mean, we have, in New York, we have no bail. So 75% of the people that commit crimes getting pretty close to serious crimes just go right back out on the street in 12 hours. We find every excuse to parole people early. And that's how you see people with, what was there, a guy with 50 convictions who just banged some woman in the head, knocked her to the ground and kicked her. What's this guy doing out on the street?
When you were getting locked up, if that Sammy was black, would you have been still doing life today? Or would you have been treated any differently than the way you were treated?
I don't know if I would have been treated. I'm Sicilian. I'm considered part black. But I'm going to tell you one thing.
I'm surprised you admit that.
Well, you know, I'll tell you something about
That movie was True Romance with Christopher Walken when he does that whole scene with.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're part Sicilian.
Yes.
Part Sicilian, you got some black blood.
Yes.
So, but anyway, I was with a ton of black people. I got 22 years in prisons. They have the worst lawyers. They're broke. The worst investigators you can get. And they're fighting the government. The government has the best lawyers you can get. Who's their investigators? The FBI. Common sense tells you they're dead. They're going to be victims. They can't beat these people. And when black guys would ask me, say, what do you think? Bro, who's your lawyer? Who's your investigators? And they would tell me, take a
I
plea.
remember this interview.
You're not going to win. I didn't even know if they could win or not. But odds are you're going to lose. And odds are you're going to get a very stiff penalty. So I think prison reform should look into those things. The Italians.
Oh, Andrew, that was a great movie.
It was made for us.
That'll be some
Nobody
homework.
cared because it was just about
Everybody
Italians.
needs to go watch
But
that
it's
movie.
great.
Now they care.
They care now.
Nice.
It went to
Okay,
black.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm never gonna be able to.
Went to corporate America.
Yeah, it went to corporate America. I don't understand how some of these.
What?
Turn up your mic.
Turn up my mic.
See, maybe it's me too. I can probably turn up mine a little bit.
Yeah, my mic's, I have my good mic on. So, and my mic's turned up.
Oh, okay. Then it's me.
So, but you don't need to turn up your mic. That's not that's not how it works.
When I turn up my mic, I hear you, or I'm turning up my volume, so I can hear you.
No, I think you're turning up your microphone volume.
And we know what happens when that happens. So when I'm not talking, I'll stay muted.
No.
So you don't get any. No, I'll push this back from me. Maybe that will help also.
All right. Well, I don't think we're getting that much feedback right now, anyway.
No, when you're getting it, let me know.
Politicians, they don't use that same RICO law against them. The enterprise is the government. You use that along with a few other people, that's RICO. But they don't use it against them. I was with a lot of guys in prison in the 22 years. Some of them deserve to be there and stay. For the crimes I committed, I deserve a lot longer sentence on my first case than I got. I was not even killed 19 people. I was involved in 19 murders. There's a little bit of a difference, maybe not much. But as soon as I cooperated, bro, they loved me. I got 5 years on the first case. Something's wrong with that scenario.
100%.
I think Michael talked on an interview. This guy's got 19 murders. How did they just let him out? They let you out when they want to let you out. They hold you when you want to get held. And black people don't have that influence or power.
Most of the time, they have a public defender that tells them take a plea.
Right.
They don't want to go to trial. They tell you to take a plea.
So you agree with them?
100%. Everything you said, 100%. And he just said it, so I'm only repeating. The government will give a pass to a guy for 19 murders, and they'll lock a guy up that did a drug deal and give him 10 years.
Well, John got in it naturally to a drug deal. And
No, I wasn't referring to anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody, you know what I mean? So the system is so out of whack. If the government wants you, they'll do anything. They'll give you anything.
And then added to this, you get a good lawyer, sharp lawyer, and you beat the case. What does the government do? They're so vindictive that they'll go back to Congress and change a law to make it foolproof. So as time goes by, people don't have a chance to even fight a case. Then you'll put on witnesses, they'll put on witnesses on the case. Sometimes they're just out and out lying.
Over 4,100 convictions, 8, I believe, over 100 years that you went through. You sympathize with all the 4,100? You sympathize?
Oh, sure. Some of them, yes. Some of them I can see made terrible mistakes, and you wish you didn't have to do it. I mean, they're not all. I mean, criminals are not. They're not one criminal. They're all different human beings, and some of them become criminals for reasons that you do say, God, for the grace of God, go I. I mean, and some of them become criminals, and you say, well, I'd never be like that. But they're very, very different. And the mafia is exactly that. I mean, from listening to those tapes, you've got people that would otherwise be very normal people to people that are complete psychopathic maniacs. And Michael's an interesting, Francis is an interesting example. You know, they always say, oh, a lot of these mafia guys could have really accomplished a lot if they'd only gone straight. That's half true and half not true. Some of them are complete morons. But Michael is a guy, you can see it. You can see, well, he has gone far since he's gone straight. So that some of it was a product of its times. And a lot of it is exactly what you say, Patrick. It's the influence of the parent. There were mafia guys who wanted to get their families out. Some succeeded, some didn't. In the case of Michael's father, what I would fault him for is there seems to have been no desire to get Michael out. I could even see if there was a desire to do it, they attempted to do it, and they didn't succeed. There seems to have been no attempt. But there are mafia families now, into another generation, perfectly legitimate people.
The system of government that we have today, and to me, in my lifetime, I've never seen as much corruption, and that's a lot to say. In my 70 years, I've never seen as much corruption so out in the open.
Yeah.
I never seen people that are on tape one day saying one thing, the next day lying about it, the day after that lying again and getting away with it. Out and out lies that hurt people. Not that you're just lying, they're hurting people.
And let me add to that. He's got 70 years. I got another 6 years over him, and I agree with him. I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible.
Would it be fair to say that the government who took out the mob is starting to now act like the mob, going around bullying people because they can?
Unfortunately, I would say that the FBI in the last couple of years I don't recognize it. They really should. If they're going to have an office that develops these warrants for the FBI and presents it to a judge, they should have another office whose job it is to critically analyze them and point out the things that are missing.
You know, go back to what I said before. What is prison? It's money for people. They even open up private prisons, and some heavyweights open these prisons, make a ton of money to house us. Do you think they want us out? No.
No. Patrick, I spoke a couple of years back on 9/11. I spoke in front of the Senate staff. A couple of senators were in there, and they asked me about prison reform. And I turned to one of them, I don't want to mention his name, and I said, do you care about your constituents? He said, of course I do. In your community, of course I do. I said, well, why would you put people in prison that are around other prisoners, they learn nothing in there, not rehabilitate them, in some cases make them more hardened in there, and then let them come out and go back into the same community and you expect them to be law-abiding citizens.
It's a training ground.
Yeah, I said, if you cared about your constituents, you would rehabilitate these people. Because what people don't understand, I think, being in prison is the punishment. You're not supposed to punish people more in prison unless they're unruly, they're a danger to themselves or to somebody else. People like that, some of them just can't be rehabilitated. But for the most part, most people can. In my experience in prison, most people want to do something better when they get out, but we don't believe in that. I think now I'm just starting to hear about it.
What would you propose? How would you do it?
Let people learn trades in there. First of all, they give too much time out in this country. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world. They give too much time out. How do you give a guy 300 years? It's ridiculous. How do you give a guy 40, 50 years in prison even for bank robbery? Where nobody got killed, nobody got hurt. You robbed a bank, it's a money crime. Do you know, you're better off today killing somebody than robbing the government or defrauding somebody. You get more time in the federal system, okay, for fraud than you do in many state systems for violent crimes.
I'll go one step further. And he's right. Guys who come out of prison don't have two sets. Most of them. Some of them have family who'll help them. That's great. That's their shot. They don't have they're a convicted felon. They don't have any opportunity. They can't go to college in certain cases. They can't become doctors. They can't become lawyers. They can't become a fucking dentist. What do you want this guy to do? And he's maybe, let's say a drug guy who dealt drugs, who's making 10, 15, 20,000 a week or a month or whatever you want to call it. So you want this guy, after doing time, to come out and go flip fucking hamburgers for minimum wage?
Tell you right.
And you don't think he's going to recommit? There's so many things. Now, there used to be, when I was in prison, that they taught you how to make clothing, and they would give it to the military, or you made jeans. Certain places made certain things, furniture, all kinds of things. And they were getting, I think it was $3 an hour. That got shut down because companies on the outside said, we can't compete with those wages. So they shut it down. It's not about competing with the wage. Give it to the military. Give it to somebody.
It's the government helping the government.
And you're helping society, because now this guy comes out with a trade.
The government gives a sweetheart contract to somebody, they make a few bucks, and the government overpays. That's what they'd rather do, rather than do it the right way.
The whole system is.
The government overpays for so many things and so much. Like,
How
dude,
about all these schools that these union contracts? It's ungodly how much over they pay.
Yeah.
They would a non-government contract job.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild.
I know it is. It's
I'll get paid. Normally, I get paid like $30 an hour.
Yeah.
I go work a government job, a rate job,
Yeah.
a high school job, and I'm getting $60 to $70 an hour. You know?
Yeah. No, man, they abuse the hell out of it because they can and they know how.
Well, yeah, and they're all getting money out of it. They all
That's the
all
thing.
they all get
Get
some
some
point
piece of the
somehow.
pie. They all
Exactly.
wet their beak.
Exactly, because there's so much money in it.
There's so much money that they've just abused it to the point.
The mob
where
lived off it for years.
Everyone's wetting
Jimmy
their
Hoffa,
beak
like
now.
the whole union
Well,
racket.
now fucking people are wetting their beak.
Not only
and
are
there's no before it was a small group of people wetting their beak, right? Now it's a lot more spread out where people wet their beak and have made it just so ridiculous.
they make money off the jobs, and then never mind off of all the retirement money that they take loans out on. You know,
And the fucking ungodly fucking.
If somebody had a
Is it
legitimate.
a business model that they don't
All I
want?
know is if you know how to work the union, fucking my dad was like a union monster. Like, ask this dude, like, yo, you ever see someone not go to work for as long as this dude, like months at a time, and get paid for it?
it's crazy what you can get away with.
Dude, ask this dude, like, yo,
I mean, you can't be fired.
like, dude, yo, you saw this dude like
I mean,
months at a time.
Not just him. I mean,
No, I know.
And all the unions are like that.
But like, this dude knew the union book front to back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's
and
definitely.
fucking used it to his advantage and shit to the fucking max. It was insane, Tony. This guy would not go to work for months at a time. He's like, fuck it, and still get paid. Insane. Sells to the government their stupidity.
Well, I'm misunderstanding. Was this somebody with a real job or somebody with a pretend job? In
With
other
a
words,
real
that he didn't have to show up.
No, it wasn't a no-show job.
And why wasn't he fired?
Well, he's top of the food chain. That's why.
Okay. I guess,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
There's one guy above him. That's it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, really.
Yeah.
It's the boss.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah.
So nobody was going to say anything.
Not, dude, yo, people fucking. I showed you a picture of my dad. That was probably one of the only times you see him smiling. This dude had a permanent scowl on his face and used to rock a Fu Manchu. Like, yo,
He was very intimidating because he always looked mad.
always look, yo, both my stepdad and my real dad both have this face about them. Like, if you didn't know them, you might be intimidated, I guess. Like, both of them look like they're gonna fucking eat your children alive in front of you, sort of. But yo, not like, yo, honestly, like, I don't know. I like my real
Danny B was definitely intimidating. 'Cause
yo,
he had-
Danny B would really eat your children in front of
Yeah,
you.
he had that whole other vibe. to him,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. But fucking, like, my dad, like, if you knew him, like,
Yeah, he was fine though. Like,
yeah, he was a fucking kitten.
he kept to himself.
Exactly.
That type of guy.
Yeah,
Unless you knew him.
exactly.
Yeah.
And then he talk your fucking ear off. Oof. You and Dave, yo, fucking. Yeah. And then it was let's talk shit about Lefty with
Yeah.
fucking,
Oh yeah. I love that about your old man.
Oh, go fuck
yeah.
yourself.
I had a partner.
Yeah. Both you fucking pieces of
Yeah,
shit.
he would love fucking busting your balls. He'd egg me right on. Fucking.
Oh, Jesus. Well, he's right. Well, he's right, Lefty. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Everybody knows the Polish have a
A broken clock's right twice a day.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
nah, but, like, yo, honestly, like, my parents didn't know fucking, like, I had a lot of fucking friends. And, like, yo, if my parents knew your name, you got to be pretty goddamn special. Oh, man. Yo, this dude was, oh, shit, the driveway. Listen. Poof. Holy.
Driveway?
The driveway. Parking in the driveway. Yo. See, he doesn't know about it. He doesn't know. Like, yo, him and my boy Brandon are. And Chris, Dave's brother. Well, Dave used to be able to before he passed. Listen.
Oh, the driveway. Yeah.
Yo, listen. There were people, like, you could not park in the driveway at the building, at that apartment building. No. Like, yo, you would instantly get fucking reamed out and fucking told to go park across the street or in the parking lot or fucking somewhere else. There was no driveway.
Put it this way: I had permission to park in the driveway, and I still didn't park in the driveway most of the time, just because it was.
Because, yo, you used to have some fucking 90-some-old-year-old lady fucking harassing you. And if fucking that wasn't enough, then you'd have my grandmother if you weren't this dude. Or fucking
I
one or
parked
two other
my
people.
Harley in the driveway. That was it.
Yeah. But, like, yo, it was such a fucking pain in the ass, dude. The whole driveway shit. Oh, my fucking God. Because, like, yo, she had, like, yo, my grandmother had that shit lined up. Yo, she was so fucking nosy. Yo, where everyone had to park, right? She set up her recliner and she knew everybody's car. Like, yo, this dude used to pull up and he used to have a fucking old ass fucking 80s Cadillac DeVille. So
It was a bro.
Broham. It's a Broham.
Bro.
Anyways, so fucking she knew everybody's car, so like it was just fucking it got to a point where fucking it was just like too much. That's when the poker game stopped. But anyways,
Yeah, I don't know how we got away with that for that long.
because she didn't, because she was fucking. My grandmother was down with it.
Yeah, that was in the beginning.
That was fucking when, like, but like
After a while, she was fucking.
Well, yeah, because like, I thought, well, it's because what do you expect? That fucking crazy broad fucking what's her face was driving her nuts, and then started driving her nuts like all the time.
That's true.
That's why I stopped fucking.
That's true.
That's why I stopped doing it.
Yeah.
And then it was like every once in a blue moon.
Yeah, you and your great grandmother, man. Oof.
Bro, I would have smothered her with a fucking pillow.
Them two fucking hated each other.
Yo, I would
Fucking
honestly
hated each other.
I would honestly have smothered that fucking person.
No
with-
good.
No good,
No
Kyle.
good.
You no good.
That's what she said that about
She-
Lefty. No good.
No good. No good.
I used to love it.
You're no good, boy. You're no good. Oh, but my grandma had my fucking back. Yo.
She didn't speak English, so
Yo,
that
fuck
made it
that.
even
No,
better.
fuck that. She understood English.
She understood
perfect.
it, yeah,
She
but-
understood English. Perfect. Perfect. No, yo, she used to fucking batter that door like she had a fucking cop's battering ram.
You'd swear to God there was a fucking 6'4" man behind that door, not like a 4 foot 90-year-old woman.
That's how my Polish grandmother was. She understood English. She
Yep,
refused to speak it.
Yeah, that was the thing. I bet it was more like she just refused to speak it.
Oh, I don't know, but because the mass was said in Polish, the butchers that came around, the bread trucks that came, all these people spoke her language. So
Yeah.
she never really got.
No, she never had to learn.
Doing it. I don't have to.
Same thing.
Same thing. They lived in like little Poland in the area they lived in. So
It was little
Same
Poland. It was like fucking.
Well, yeah,
Poland
that's my
everywhere.
father. Yeah, my father's parents lived in the Polish section too.
Ugh.
That's what they used to call it, Nubritsky.
But there was a Polish section. There was an Italian section. That's how it was back then.
Yeah.
And they
Oh,
used all sorts
God.
of ethnic slurs. That was just normal. You
Yeah.
were either you were either a Polak or a Dago or a Kraut or
Yep.
or what the hell did they call the Irish? Mex. Yeah, that's right. And that was just normal for them. My generation didn't do that, but theirs did.
Yeah. Yeah. Blame it on a generation before you.
Yep.
That's the motto.
No, I would hear it and I'd be thinking, what the hell? Like nobody asked if you usually could tell by the lights.
Yeah. So some decrepit old fucking thing. Lefty's great grandma has a YouTube channel where she makes Lefty memes.
She would if she knew how, for sure.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Sure.
Yo, you
You gotta
remember when she,
remember, my old
yo,
man
you
and
remember
me
when she punched through the fucking wall? Couldn't keep her hand
To
off.
open the door?
You to open the door?
Yeah.
Fucking tased her ass,
Yeah,
dude.
you guys could have had a show.
bro. Oof. Yo, listen. Oh my god, dude. She straight up fucking one night just right through fucking 2 layers of sheetrock and fucking to try to unbolt the deadbolt on the door, creeping around. No, great grandmother. She used to wear a fucking babushka and fucking. I'll show you a picture of her. She's creepy as fuck. She is. I'll fucking show you a picture of her. You think I'm joking? She's creepy as fuck, yo. She's the kind of person who's so creepy, like little kids, like when they go to give her hugs and kisses and shit, they're like, that's the
And
kind
yes,
of
it was
he
that
was.
generation. If my father was alive, he'd be 105. So,
Yep, same age.
you get my
Yeah,
drift.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Ooh, Fat Puppy's coming to see me tomorrow. Fat Puppy. Fat Puppy. There's Fat Puppy. Where is that crazy broad? I know I got one picture of her in here. As a matter of fact, yo, it might be in the album over there. That small little album on the thing.
Yeah, I was bummed out when she died. It's like, oh man.
Go fuck yourself.
I used to look forward to that shit.
Yo, go fuck yourself. I have fucking nightmares. It's haunted my fucking dreams. Yo, turn on the light. There's fucking her husband, yo. Hard as nails, fucking dude. But where the fuck is her crazy ass?
Let me see.
That's the dude that people had nothing but good things to say about. This is this dude's wedding.
I never met him.
Nah, he died when I was like 5.
Both my grandparents died, or my grandfathers died when I was young. Never met him.
Yeah, well, my mom's father's not like I fucking said more than fucking 5 words to the dude. He's still alive to this day.
I liked him.
Ah, fuck him.
I got along with him.
He probably had more words with you than me.
Probably.
Fuck that grumpy old monk-looking motherfucker.
Yeah, he was a grumpy fucker.
Grumpy ass motherfuckers. I just can't have that demeanor, you know? That's just fucking.
You gotta remember, they grew up so much differently than you did, or even their own children. You know, they just came from a different kind of world. They're immigrants.
Yeah, but my grandma was still cool as shit.
Well, yeah, but she was first generation.
Nah, dude, she was born in another country. She was in a concentration camp. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I remember you saying about that. So she was born in a concentration camp because of them being Polish.
Says in the what the fuck obituary. What the fuck country is that? Something with a B. We're not even fucking Polish. We're like
Czechoslovakia?
Bulgaria?
No. It's some fucking. It's like the guy has some crazy fucking like Lamborghinis and shit. Belarus.
Belarus, okay.
Yeah, apparently my family's from Belarus.
Where is that?
Oh,
right next to Poland.
Yeah, that doesn't ring a bell to me. I don't know where mine were from. I think they were on the were they on the outskirts of Prague? No. I don't know. Like I said, I never talked to them.
I honestly think my grandfather's family is German, and he was definitely hiding after the war.
The old rat tunnel. The rat tunnel out.
Yeah, but he died. No, it's just a joke. We always said. But anyways, apparently he was a fucking alcoholic bastard. But I remember fucking when this dude died. Fucking my dad, like, yo, I got the shit kicked out of me that day. Because fucking, my dad comes and picks me up. He goes, yeah, our grandpa died. I'm like, okay. Right? And fucking I go back to the house and fucking Danny B and the neighbor were doing the roof on the house. And he told me to, like, pick up the shit that they were throwing on the ground, right?
Yeah.
And this dude picked me up. And fucking this dude thought I just left. So he beat the crap out of me with a belt when I got back. And fucking, they were like, oh, oops, what happened? And they felt bad. I'm like, I was pissed I got fucking beat. Yo, oh shit, dude. When I blew off fucking a 357 in the house, yo, fuck that. Their fault. Yo, you know how I am with guns and shit and how I've been since a child. Yo, who leaves a whole drawer of loaded weapons in my room?
How old were you?
8, 9 years old. Yeah, that was a recipe for destruction, dude. I got the shit kicked out of me because he was sleeping and he was working third shift. Yeah.
You didn't go into his room and do this.
No, sir. No, sir. The guns. They switched. They just got a new bedroom set, and they did their old bedroom set, and they didn't take the guns out. So fucking, they were at the top drawer of a dresser. I'm like, oh yeah, fun time. Playing fucking Russian roulette at an early age, and fucking. This thing fucking goes off because I had one round in it and I was spinning the chamber and shit. And when I was cocking it and decocking it, it slipped and boom, had fragmenting
That's
hollow.
a big round too.
Dude, it had fragmenting hollow points. So the fucking shit shattered. Fucking, dude, it goes through the fucking my bedroom floor into the garage. Dude, they just had a brand new Cadillac. It missed the Cadillac, thank God. But yo, I got the shit kicked out of me for like an hour and a half.
I can imagine.
I got my ass kicked so bad, guys. I got my ass kicked so bad that night. This dude felt bad, and they took me out for fucking veal parmesan that night. Because they felt so bad, I got my ass kicked.
Beat you and then feed you.
Yep.
Dude.
Set you up, beat you, and feed you.
That's how I know fucking shit was fucked up. The next day, making steak and eggs. You can't call child services on us. What are you going to say? You have steak and eggs for breakfast? I'm like, well. Oof. Oof. That was like the I'm gonna beat you and then come back and then beat you some more and then walk away and then get my anger back up and then come back and beat you some more.
That's when you're taking breaks.
Yeah, taking breaks.
Nice.
I don't know. Like I said, hopefully, well, it was his fault. How old were you?
Like 8 to 10 years.
It was his fault, definitely.
Oh, without a fucking doubt. And I think that's when he realized he done fucked up. It's like, wait a minute. If this dude says anything, I'm screwed. Like, what do you mean you had a bunch of loaded weapons in your room at fucking 8, 9, 10 years old? No locks? All loaded?
Well, I shouldn't say that. My old man hung his over the closet door in their bedroom.
Yeah, they weren't pistols.
We never touched it.
Yeah, they weren't pistols in a drawer, were they? There wasn't James Bond's gun in there, was it?
No.
Yo,
There was a gun in a holster in a
I
belt.
want that fucking gun so bad. He gave it to my brother, yo.
What, PPK?
But it's a specific one. It's a PPK, but it's the one that was before fucking Smith and Wesson took it over and fucked
Oh,
up.
no, like a German Walther.
Yeah, the Uniden one. Yo, the one where they didn't fuck up the trigger pull.
Yeah.
Because the trigger pull on the fucking Smith and Wessons are just atrocious. Atrocious. Disgusting. I won't even
Hello,
buy one.
darling.
They couldn't give me one on the street. What's up, bro?
Guns scare me.
Tell you need a gun. You need one gun. You need a 38 or a 350. No, you need a 357. Or no, wait, no, fuck that.
Something with the big. I have. My
You need a
screwed up.
410 Judge. That's what you need.
A who?
A Judge, a Taurus Judge. It fires 410 shotgun rounds, little tiny shotgun rounds, or 45s. So that is good. That's good. Where you don't need to fucking. It's a just an oversized revolver.
Yes, because my dexterity is not the best,
Yeah, that would be the best thing for you.
and I won't want my finger
Taurus-
getting caught in a
Taurus
I mean,
Judge
it's not as
or a
wide as
Smith and
man's
Wesson,
finger, but-
a Smith and Wesson Governor. Both of those fire 410 shotgun shells, 45 long Colt. The Governor fires 45 Colt. So,
I'll be freaking sleeping with a gun under my pillow.
do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well, no, I'm just saying, Tony. For real, like, God forbid.
Either that or everybody else around here has cameras. And of course, everybody here has guns.
Yeah, but like I said,
It's just how it's always been.
but unfortunately, those people won't, be there in time. If God forbid something happens.
Oh, you couldn't get a cop here on time.
Oh, I know. That's the facade that people think is that police are there to stop crime. No, they're not there to stop crime. They're there to fucking report it after it happens.
And I'm a block and a half from the police station.
Oh, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is God forbid something happens, it happens right there and then. It doesn't, tragedy.
Well, down over the hill, say 2 blocks. Yeah, I guess it would be.
Either way.
Driving it would be 2 minutes. Not even,
If I sent you a camera system, would you use it? Would you have someone set it up for you?
Oh, my son knows how to do all that. He has it on his house. Plus, he owns guns. And he has taught our grandson gun safety. They go out shooting, target shooting practice,
Have you gone out target shooting?
No, and you know what? I'd have to.
You should.
I would have to learn gun safety, and I would have to, do I want to be cleaning the thing and stuff like that? I don't know about that. I'm not real, like I said, my dexterity isn't there. But I mean,
No,
he would
but
do that.
honestly,
But you know what I'm saying? It's something I'm not going to be. It's just going to be laying here.
Yeah,
I
it's
know you
something
don't
used
use
as a tool,
to use that.
but you should still get comfortable with it.
Absolutely. I agree 100. And it's not that I shot a 357 and I almost killed my dog because the dog kept running towards, and it started getting heavy and it dipped down a little bit. It was a good thing I didn't, I says that would have been a good one. But I shot it twice. That was enough for me. It was like, oh, I don't know about this.
Here, I'm going to show you.
Because there's tons of places here to go out the mountain, and you can take cans or bottles with you or what the hell ever and have some fun. And then, of course, we do have a shooting range, too. Hell, there's a gun club, like I said, I think that's why we do not have home break-ins unless it's a drug deal gone bad or something like that, because people know in this town, everybody has a gun.
That's what you should get, Tony. Damn, it fires the 454. Damn. It's a fucking bear gun. But it fires a couple different.
That's a nice. Yeah, that looks like it has a nice wide trigger finger thingy.
It does. And it
And
fires
let
shotgun shell.
Let me write that down.
You can fire buckshot with that.
Oh,
and
better yet.
You don't have to be accurate. You can fire shells with a whole bunch of different stuff in it.
And is this the 45?
Yeah, that's the 45/410 shotgun shell. So you can put
45/410.
It's called the Torres Judge, or they have a Smith & Wesson Governor. Both of them are the same thing. They both fire the same rounds.
Yeah, we have a gun store not too far away. I mean, literally not too far away.
That would be what you
We'll
want.
just get that freaking Ruger that we gave our kid.
Yeah. No, like I'm telling you that should be the gun you should get, Tony, because that's something that you don't have to worry about being accurate and stuff with the shotgun shells.
Oh
in it.
God, how about it? Because I probably
you don't have to worry about crazy recoil either because it's a small shotgun round.
or that. Yes.
So, and it's easily
I did shoot
operated.
a shotgun once, and oh my God, did that hurt my shoulder? And my uncle laughed like a bastard, the prick. Instead of saying now, when you put that, and I think it was only a 22 or something like that. Instead of saying, like, tense up your shoulder, he just let that sucker kick back and he just laughed.
Well, that's what you do. That's what this asshole does with people who fire his 50 cal. We all wait and watch someone get smacked in the face with it.
Get away from, like, maybe this is a better question to ask. Who doesn't want it to be fixed?
The people who are making money on it.
Who's making money on it?
Politicians.
How?
How about the federal unions? How many people they hire and bring in and jobs and in every way, shape, or form, they make money off it.
What does it cost taxpayers to house one inmate for a year?
If it was a 52,000, some big.
Depends on
yeah.
Let me give you one more statistic that I heard a long time ago. Okay, I don't know how many people are in prison today, but when I looked at this, I think there was close to 2 million prisoners in this country.
This dude's got fucking a couple of these. He's got 3, 5, 6, 10. Damn, they're long as fuck.
Previously on Mafia States of America.
When somebody tells you gotta go kill this guy, I don't even know this guy. What do I gotta, well, you don't have to know what happened. Go kill him. What did he do? Never mind, just go kill him. Okay, that's not normal, Sammy.
It's not normal because you don't understand the beginning of Cosa Nostra, how this thing even started, and what it was.
Sammy, I don't care if it started 100 years ago. I'm not smirking at you. I don't care if it started 100 years ago or yesterday. It's not normal.
To you, it's not normal.
It's not.
Good. And keep that in your mind. It's not normal. It's not. But yet you'll break that not normal to defend. They won't kill somebody who fucked with your family.
Are you sorry for the things that you did in that life?
Yes, they controlled everything, the shipping, unions.
At any point or under a certain regime or a certain boss?
No, way back when. It's especially when they closed the books that we said 20 years. So whatever it was back then, the Colombo family, the Lucchese family, and the Bonanno family were like equal in size. They were smaller families. Yeah. So they stayed the biggest families. And when they opened it and put 10 guys in each family, it kept the same proportion of the bigger families. And you know, the Colombo family, I was there. They were always in fights, arguments, shoot them up.
Amongst each other?
Yes, shoot them up, bang them up. We used to call them the Cambodians when I was in the Gambino family because they were fucking always fighting, always doing crazy shit. And especially under Carmine Percival, he could tell you better than me or just as much as me, that they would always shoot him up.
I wasn't quite Gotti. He was a tough, really tough guy, more of a street guy than some of the others. He was a good hitman in his day. Certainly not afraid to go do it.
I mean, he claims that he took out Anastasia back in the days. Like,
could be. Anastasia was Gotti's hero.
Anastasia was Gotti's hero.
His nickname was Kid Blast, and he ran Murder Incorporated. And at least as a matter of legend, it was supposed to be the best hit squad ever. It was not all Italian. I think Bugsy Siegel kind of worked in and out of that group. And so he always wanted to be like Anastasia. He wanted to be like Al.
The Bonanno family was a drug family. Dealt drugs all the time. They were even thrown off the commission at one point.
Anastasia had a soundproof tiled room with a drain built in at his house. So, just food for some thought.
They had
Bonanno was smaller family.
Yes, and they didn't have their commission seat.
Smaller than Colombo or?
Well,
the same size.
About the same size. The Lucchese family was another family that was involved in drugs heavily, more than the other families. So each family was different in different ways. But the Bonanno family lost their commission seat because they were told, like he said yesterday, no drugs. That's not important, all of us. And that's all they did, basically.
The Godfather contains almost as much wisdom as any book ever written. And there's, of course, the big argument over drugs, right? In which Corleone, Vito Corleone says, you know, we were supplying prostitutes and we were supplying betting because some men like to bet. And we were supplying liquor because some people like to have liquor. And these are small, little sins. And the police can look the other way. And we can even pay them for it without their. But if we get into drugs, it will ruin people's lives. It's going to all change. I think that's true. I think he was right. I think that changed the nature. I think two things changed the nature of the mafia when it became perceived. Its heavy involvement in the drug trafficking. When Vito Genovese went to jail, they used to always maintain they weren't involved in drugs. So I think Valachi's real importance, aside from opening up the whole thing, is helping to put Vito in jail, because Vito went to jail for a drug operation. So it's obvious that one of the bosses was into drugs. And then I think the second thing was the arrogance and the desire of the younger generation of mafiosi not to be these pretend olive oil business guys or insurance business. I think Bonanno had an insurance business as his front. They wanted people to know who they were and how tough they were. And I think that arrogance ultimately changed things for them.
So the four families had a commission seat. There was a lot of sit-downs trying to bring back the Bonanno family, especially when we took over, because John had a relationship with Joe Messina, and he felt that vote would be in his back pocket. Later on, tapes came out, and he really didn't have Joe Messina in his back pocket. Joe Messina talked very bad about him behind his back. He said that he was the fault of the downfall of the mafia on tape.
Oh, shit.
So we found out later that we always thought they were like this, but they weren't.
I think after the whole Pistone Donnie Brasco thing, they were looking to absorb the Bonanno family into the other families. They were breaking it really from 5 to 4. They were going to break it up.
And the Colombo family had a relationship like with my stuff and with Carlo Gambino, so going way back. Joe Colombo himself, there was in our language, it was an ubak. An ubak is a relationship, a very tight relationship. And me, I had a personal friendship with some of them. I was in the Gala War, Sally Albanese, McIntosh. A lot of these guys I knew very, very well. We slept and we fought together a little bit until I got transferred to Shorty Spiro. I loved him. I didn't like his brother, and that's how I got in trouble and wound up getting pushed into the Gambino. But I was happy in the Gambino family because I learned things in a different way. It wasn't just go beat this guy up, shoot this guy. I started learning about unions and businesses and stuff through Castellano, my guy, Tato. And I think that's what made me a little bit of both. I had a taste of a rough life and a taste of more of the business life. And Tato always told me, you're a tough guy, you use violence. But violence should be used in our life only as a last resort. So I started looking at it in a whole different way, even though I was involved in a lot of things. I was good at what I did.
Out of the 5 families, which of them was feared the most? Which of the 5 was feared the most?
Well, look, I've been asked this question so many times. Like, were you and just people ask, were you in fear of Roy DeMeo? Because Roy DeMeo has that reputation. I don't believe we feared any one family or feared anybody individually because we were all who we were. We were all capable of doing what we had to do. And nobody was going to come after us. You just don't do that with another made guy. It doesn't happen. Unless you screw up and you get in trouble.
With other families.
So fear was non-existent. It wasn't like you're fearing each other. It was more respect than fear for one another.
What Michael is saying, you could fear an individual. Gaspipe was a fucking half a nut. Yes. Roy DeMeo became a serial killer. So or Tommy Karate. You can fear an individual. Even if you're a tough guy, you say, whoa, this guy's killing. He's completely nuts. You got to be careful for this. So it's not fear. You just understand the person that you're dealing with. But if they don't fear each other's families, we're all brothers.
Which one of the 5 families brought the most negative attention to the life, where the other families were like, you got to be kidding me, knock it off already?
When it came to John Gotti, we got to put our fucking head up. We took the cake.
Yeah, it was John, without a doubt. Yeah. And it was Joe Colombo before that. Even if it wasn't ill-intended, he brought a lot of unnecessary heat on a lot of people.
Right.
I thought the mafia was going to take him out. He fit that category of 4 or 5 people that they killed because they were getting too much attention. And they did attempt one time.
On him?
Yeah. They made the one attempt. And then but I think they were somewhat disappointed when the government failed a couple of times because the juries were fixed.
What did you think about the time when the Victor Orena, Carmine Persico, that whole war that was taking place? Were you there during that time when that was going on?
I investigated that whole thing. The Godfather says something like every 7 years we have to get out the bad blood. was almost accurate. Every 7 years, there'd be like a little something they couldn't settle. Boom, they all go kill each other. Like,
Filter people out.
yeah, the Gallo-Colombo War went on in Red Hook. There were like 45, 50 dead bodies all over Red Hook, Brooklyn. And the commission just stepped back and let them just kill each other. And then said, okay, you want to settle it now? And then they would settle.
Once you come out of the closet, so to speak, and taking this, loving the attention and bringing it into the life, you hurt everybody. And that's just what happened. Our thing is based on a secret society and a brotherhood. We don't get a bullhorn to talk to each other. We shake hands, we kiss on the cheek, and we may whisper something in each other's ears. That's a secret society. You don't come out dressed up in pinky rings. Look, I wound up with a pinky ring, but if you don't do that, I'm out of luck.
I got my wedding band.
You got your wedding band?
History of the Colombo War. Can you give us an idea what happened with what caused Colombo War 1, 2, and 3?
Sammy might be more familiar. I told you my experience. I was a kid with the first Gallo-Profaci War at that time. My experience was through my dad and, what I heard from him, but Sammy was there. So
He's right. It wasn't Colombo, it was Profaci ran that family. Joe Colombo became the Colombo family after Profaci was dead and he was put in. And they were going to kill Profaci, and they got together. The Gallos, Joe Colombo, Persico, they were all captains, and they were getting together. They were going to betray one another after they killed Profaci. They found out while Profaci was alive, Carmine Persico went there. Colombo was on their side. I got into the story earlier. That's what happened in the first war. They all went to prison. It stopped. When they came out, it started again until Joe Gallo was dead. Crazy Joe Gallo. And it stopped.
Sammy, I got to ask you a question because I don't know the answer to this. I was told that during the war, that first war, the Gallos kidnapped Joe Colombo and 2 or 3 other Colombo guys at that time. And they demanded a ransom for him. And Joe Gallo demanded that my father come to negotiate with them because they trusted him. And this is what other people told me. My dad verified it afterwards. And that Joe Gallo wanted $100,000 to release them. And Albert Gallo talked him out of it. And my father walked out with Joe Colombo and the other 3 guys. I think one of them might have been Salary Sheik at the time. I don't know. But this is what I heard.
I'm not familiar with that part of it, but they did snatch Joe Colombo. So there's truth to it. Now, even when I say I know it, but I don't know the other guys, so you could be 100% right. But that's basically the story. There's different names that I don't know. There's some things you don't know, but that's basically the story of what happened. And Gambino was close with Colombo and was always pushing for him to take over after Profaci died. Obviously thinking I got a relationship with him and he could be close. The way he conducted himself when he was snatched impressed the Gallos. They said, if we got to take anybody, we'll take him. They trusted him.
What role did Victor Orena play?
Listen, personally, I'm not a fan of Little Vic for a couple of reasons. Number one, he was around my father early on, so I knew him a long time. And, without getting into all the detail, I don't think he did the right thing. I got to tell you straight out, Vic used to come around to all of us and he used to complain about Junior all the time. Junior's got me going crazy, got me doing this, got me doing that. And then if we would say something, he'd go back to Junior and say, hey, this guy said this guy that. So we called him Junior's rat.
Was that known amongst everybody?
It was known among a number of us, yeah. We didn't trust Vic when he came around, at least my group of people. And then he made a move on me gas-wise with John. They kind of teamed up. I didn't know that they had a relationship until that, but they tried to make a move on the gas business with me. And Vic and I really had it out. After John left, we went into a room together, and I'll be honest with you, I called him every name under the sun. I said, only me and you here. Obviously, I'll deny it if you say anything. And we got into it. And
After that, I didn't see him anymore. I mean, I won the argument. Yeah, they didn't get involved, but I just had a real bad taste in my mouth at that point with Vic.
I've heard things similar to that, not 100%, but I agree with him. It's not that I'm disagreeing because I just don't know that part of it, but I knew that Carmine Persico made him the acting boss of the family. I was part of the commission. I wasn't a boss. I went with John. John was the boss, but I was still the boss. He became the acting boss. There was problems that Junior would change. He's the acting boss. You're the acting boss. The commission sent word to him. Now you put Vic in. You're not changing him no more. Once we approve him for you, he's staying there. He can't be replaced. So Vic, like he's saying.
Oops, my bad.
He can't be replaced. So Vic, like he's saying, started talking with people, complaining about Junior in different ways, and it seemed like he wanted to take over the family. That's all John had to hear. Now, I didn't realize that he had a relationship with Vic this long, but I knew it then. So John was more or less backing him. Junior actually put out a hit to kill him because he couldn't replace him. So now he had to hit him. Johnny Pate, who was a captain with them, and a few other guys went on a hit. They were by his house. Vic saw them, realized that they don't belong, this has got to be a hit, and took off. They didn't get him. That's what opened up the war. And then there was two sides. And that was like now the second one. And it was Junior and Vicarina. And there was people picked sides. A lot of different guys got killed. And it went on for a long time. Greg Scarpa Sr. went on the side of Junior, and they were killing guys. There's a whole list of names. I'm not going to get into all the names. And they were banging each other out left and right.
Number was 18 people got killed, 3 civilians. Was it more than that, or does that sound about right?
18 and 3?
18 and 3.
That sounds about right. And then what happened one day, I came out of the club, John, he was talking to Vicarina, and he called me over, John Gotti, and he said, Sammy, you know Greg Senior, of course I know. Could you take him out? He's the main guy in another family. So John was sticking his nose in this war.
Yeah,
So I said,
they were friends going back.
so I said, yeah, I probably could. He's right in my neighborhood. On Beth Avenue, there's a pool room. This kid, Larry Mazza, owns the pool room. I could probably take him out. So I set up this whole hit. I'm not going to go into all the details. I set up the hit. We were going to take him out. While I was setting up the hit, John called me back. Vic must have brought it to his people, and they said, you know how bad you're going to look if you make John and Sammy do this hit? It's like, you're weak. You got to do your own work. So he took me off the hit. Somebody who was with him, who he told the story, sneaked into Scarpa. I was in prison with Larry Mazza. Larry Mazza told me, we knew that you guys talked, and we knew that John gave you the hit. It would have been a massive shootout if you would have came in on this hit. But I was taken off of it.
I don't know, you
So he
believe that,
verified
guys?
this whole thing, basically. That was what went on, and John was behind that whole thing with Vic, so I just didn't realize how far that went back, but
What is the timeline during this entire time of Gotti's recordings with the feds? You hearing Gotti's recording that you hear him say what he said about you, you flipping and you deciding to step away. What is the timeline? Is this all happening at the same time simultaneously?
Well, the war started that we were just talking about in like 1991. And the reason I know that, a couple of things. It became public that I was walking away in the late 80s, around the same time. When that happened, the FBI came into prison and told me that Vicarino was taking over and that he put a hit out on me for walking away. I said, that makes sense. He doesn't like me.
He put a hit out on you for walking away.
Yes.
And that was public. People knew.
I don't know who knew, but they said they got word from their informants and they're obligated to tell you and all that stuff. So, at the same time, I get released from prison shortly afterwards, and my father, who was out, said the family's going to war. And he said to me, you need to stop the BS, walking away, and get back here. And obviously, we would not have jumped ship. We were with Junior all the way, Persico. But then I got violated maybe a month later when this happened. The family went to war, just like they said they were going to war. So
he's right 1,000%. And me and John got pinched in December of '90, so the war was just raging now. So he was gone and I was gone. But we both have knowledge of what happened. Like he got it in prison, even while we were gone, up until I flipped, I knew what was going on. Even after I flipped, so did this Larry Mazza, so did 100 other guys, and I did time with some of them, like Larry Mazza. And I heard a lot of these things. But that's secondhand knowledge at best. I don't have firsthand, I'm in prison.
The only guy, you know Donnie Shacks, right?
Absolutely.
I met him when they were transporting me. I met him in El Reno in the prison, and he verified everything that was going on because he was going one way, I was going the other. But he told me it's definite they're going to war. What's going on with you? He discussed it with me, and I told him what I was doing. And then it all broke loose.
So during this time, Victor ends up getting 85 years plus life. I think
he got like 300 years.
Yeah, he got.
I don't know how much he's got left. He's finished.
But Rudy got 50. Giuliani got 58. I think it's 42 from Persico's faction, and then he had 16 from Victor's. All of this happened. Is the timeline in a 6-month timeline? Is it a 12-month timeline? What all this is happening, or was it more a couple of years?
Well, it's a couple of years.
Okay, got it. It's a couple of years while this is going on. Got it. So the domino effect, in your eyes, do you guys see Victor as somebody divided and gave an in for the feds? Do you see Victor as someone that caused a lot of harm, or no? Victor just was somebody that was overly ambitious and wanted to take Junior out.
Yeah, I think he did harm. I think he did a lot of harm to the family. I mean, he started a war. Junior gave him a position. Your acting boss until Ali Boy, his son, my Gumbada, came home, and Vic got power hungry, like we talked about yesterday, and said, no, this is my family now. Junior sometimes was his own worst enemy. I mean, the smart thing that Junior did, he had a lot of his family members involved. I mean, Andrew Russo is his first cousin. He had his son. He's got his kids. He had his brother. He had family involved to hold the family together. But then everybody started going to jail.
Was he feared, loved, admired, fair, meaning he shared his money, not like Castellano? What was he known for?
I personally, look, they called him the Snake. I mean, he was, you feared him. You didn't want to cross him. I got along good with him. I had one bad experience with him, very bad, that left an impression on me. But other than that, I got along with him well.
What was that bad experience?
Well, look, I was making a lot of money in the business. I think I told you yesterday, they wrote a story about me. And, look, one of the things in that life that's one of the horrors of that life, I would say, is that you make a mistake, your best friend walks you into a room, you don't walk out again. And so I got a call one night. Actually, my father was on parole. And he called me over to his house and he said, look, Junior wants to see us. I said, what about? He said, well, I don't know. I says, all right, well, let's go. What time do you want me to take you? He says, no. He says, Junior wants me to come in first. He wants you to come in second. I said, why? I said, that doesn't make sense. I said, there's talk on the street. Because Junior had sent some guys to talk to my Russian partners and ask them, about. I'll tell you what happened. Junior always wanted to meet my partners in the gas business. And I said, Junior, look, I don't trust any of these guys. If something goes down with them, I'm not going to introduce them to everybody so everybody can get in trouble. I said, they can only hurt me. They can't hurt anybody else. Then went via Rizzo and the Russians.
And I knew why they wanted to meet these guys. In case anything happened to me, they would know them and have a relationship. But I wouldn't let it happen. But he sent some guys to talk to them. So I knew there was some rumbling on the street that maybe I was making more money than I was turning in. And we were turning in a lot. So when this meeting came by, I said, Dad, why should we be separated? Let's go together. And we were both captains at the time. And honestly, it was the first time, Patrick, I had an argument with my father. I never disrespected my father, never even talked him back. We debated, but I never got, and this time I was upset. I said, you're wrong. We're not going to be separated. Let's go in together. Back and forth, back and forth. Finally, I gave in. I said, Dad, I've been giving it to you all my life. I don't like it, but if this is what you want, we'll do it. So I don't know if you know Jimmy Angelino. Sure. You know Jimmy. I knew Jimmy a long time. He was another captain. So he tells me, come into Brooklyn, park your car a certain place, and then I'll drive you, because Junior was on the wall. So we had to do a covert meeting there to make sure we weren't followed. And I get in the car, and I'm driving with Jimmy, and he's silent. He doesn't really tell me what's going on. And I said, Jimmy, what's this about? He said, I don't know. He doesn't really answer me. And there's some guy sitting in the back of the car that I recognize, but I didn't really know who he was. So now we pull up to the house in Brooklyn. It was a house, and it was a basement apartment that we were going into. And I'll be honest with you, Patrick, I got out of the car and I said, something's wrong. Separated me and my father. I got Jimmy taking me. I got out of the car. It was about a 30-yard walk from the car to the basement apartment. And I said, I'm going to get killed here. Something's bad. And I'll be honest, I was scared. I was nervous. I said, this is bad. But I walked. Right. And I go in, obviously I'm still here, but they really grilled me about the gas business. And I started to get mad. I said, I brought this thing in. I'm showing you more money than you ever had. And you're questioning me. I'm taking all the risk. I said, what's going on here? And I started to get a little mad. Now, you don't get mad with the boss. I was wrong. So I held myself. Everything was done, kissed and everything. And I said, Jimmy, take me to my car. I lived in Long Island at the time. So I get in the car with Jimmy, and honestly, I was mad. I said, Jimmy, I know you all my life. I'm walking into a trap here possibly, and you don't tell me. And I forgot Omerta for that second. I'm just talking one friend to another. And he looks at me and he says, well, if it was the other way around, would you have told me? Just like that. He's smart. Good answer. And I thought about it, and I said, no. And I'll tell you what happened that night, Patrick. When I went to get out of the car, and the reason I'm telling you this, because I'm going to tell you how it impacted on me. When I got out of the car, Jimmy grabbed my arm, and he said, I'm going to tell you something, you're not going to like it. And I said, what? He said, your father was in there before you this morning, and this evening, and he threw you under the bus. He didn't help you one bit. And I said, what? Now, knowing my father, I know how he operates. What he told them is that I was on parole. I don't do anything. My son handles everything. If he's stealing, I don't know. And he kind of just absolved himself. And that's what I found out afterwards. Well, I'll be honest with you, Patrick, that's what kind of broke it for me. Because I said, if this life can separate father and son, and we never had a disagreement, an argument ever up to that point.
No falling out.
Never. I mean, we, back and forth. My father never wanted to put up money. I would put up things like that. Didn't mean anything. But I didn't say anything. I never said a word to him. I never talked about it to anybody else. But I can tell you, if that night doesn't happen, I would have never walked away from that life. Not for my wife or whatever, I would have never done it.
That was your tipping point.
That was my tipping point. But I didn't meet my wife now until 2 years later. But that stayed in my mind. And I said, there's something wrong here.
Got it. How did you view Persico yourself? How did you view
He was a fucking snake. He was very fucking greedy. I know there was a guy, Frankie something or other, who was in jail with him at the same time. He was reading the newspaper. He had a farm, and he was obsessed with buying things and getting things for that farm. Frankie something or other, I forgot his fucking last name, but he died in prison. He had a heart attack and he died. One guy went up to Junior and said, Junior, he was reading the paper. He says, Frankie just had a heart attack downstairs. They think he's dead. He said, see this equipment? This equipment, I could buy this dirt cheap for the phone. This here would be so beneficial. He says, tell him you one of your top guys, one of your fucking best friends, just died of a fucking heart attack, bro. You just talk about the fucking equipment? He was cold. He was cold. If very, very dangerous, very sneaky. Because if he wanted to kill somebody and another main guy, I just did a story about an ex-friend, an ex-girlfriend of mine, Louise, and her brother got in trouble. He stabbed Carmine Persico's son, Larry Boy. And Larry was a complete asshole, this kid. So he gets into a fight. This kid was a good kid, a street kid, didn't know it was his father, stabbed him. And when she called me up, I knew the family, I went to go see the family, and I wanted to straighten it out. I was a maid guy in the Gambino family, so I wanted to stick my 2 cents in. The kid Larry didn't die, so I could try to save this kid by doing something. Worst comes to worst, I can make a deal, say, listen, it's your son, he didn't die. If you want, we'll chase him out of the state of New York. We'll tell him, get out of New York and you'll live. Come back and there's nothing I can do. But they put up a steel wall. In other words, when Sammy comes in, they knew the relationship I had. Don't talk to him. So when I would go to talk to somebody, well, we didn't get an answer yet. We'll make an appointment. We'll do this. They did that with me with this guy, Jerry Pappa, one time. This guy, Dutchy, was representing him. Me and Pappa had a beef. When Dutchy went down, they said, Junior's not here. He was in the other room. Junior came out to me and said, listen, Dutchy came down and straightened it out. Before he could straighten it out, go kill him. That's what they did with this kid, Luis's brother. And that is so dishonorable because we're all friends, bro. When it comes to saving a life, that's probably one of the highest priorities. And that family is a friend of mine. I went to save this kid's life. You put up a wall. I wasn't able to sit down and get an agreement where, all right, this is the agreement. Chase him out. We won't do anything. You're able to do that with most people. But Carmine didn't do that.
It was tough. And I mentioned yesterday too, when there was 2 guys that, were killed. And in both cases, I tried to save them. In both cases, it was done. And Junior made the decision. One of them, Patrick, in my opinion, I don't think the guy should have, neither one of them, I don't think should have been killed, even though one really, you don't kidnap made guys. And it was just hard to save him. But the other one, I believe, and I discussed this with my father, it was more a message to me and my father to let them know, let us know that we're in control here. And that's why I took that one really hard, because I said there was more to it. This kid could have been saved, but they're trying to send a message to me and my dad. We're in control of this family. And there was no reason for that. Nobody was trying to make a move or do anything. My father was on parole. He wasn't trying to do anything. But another thing with Junior is after I got locked up, after this incident happened, I'm in the bullpen with him. I had no bail. They wouldn't give me bail. And Junior and Jerry Lang was there. And I don't like to talk about people, but I will talk about, he wasn't my favorite guy, Jerry Lang. He was a hard guy to get close to and get friendly with, like Greg Scarpa. He's not guys you want to go out to eat with and stuff like that. They're just, and I'm not talking about them personally, it's just my feeling with them. And they were in the bullpen, and I come in, and Junior says, Michael, I'm still here on the street. You're making a lot more money. I said, Junior, I'm in jail. I just got indicted on a big case. Well, what's the problem? He said, you know what that means, right? I said, no, I don't know what that means. What does it mean? He says, you know what it means. In other words, he was trying to tell me, if that's true, again, after this incident, that I'm going to get killed. And I said to myself, what is he persisting with this? And he says, how are you going to fight the case? I said, I'm not. I'm taking a plea. He's taking a plea? He said, you ask permission? I said, I got to ask permission to take a plea? I said, Junior, I'm facing 100 years here. If I can wrap this up, what's the problem? Since when do you need permission to take a plea? But I said, I'm asking your permission because I'm taking a plea. And he said, okay. But just, you know, this is not what Cosa Nostra is supposed to be.
See how they fuck up.
So did you leave the life or did you leave your boss? You know, in the corporate world, I'm in the business world. A lot of
The
times they say
moment they
people don't
start
quit
showing fucking
a job or a business, but they quit a
favoritism
boss
or
and who they're
fucking
working with. How
some
often
shit.
did people quit?
The moment they start showing that fucking they're not privy to the same rules, the shit falls apart.
Well, that's true. I often think I think Sonny did what he did. I mean, as far as Michael was concerned for that sit down, if he would have said, oh no, not my son, you know what I mean? He wasn't going to say that. It was like,
Nah, I think Sonny fucking was all business. Because you know what? I think Michael was all business at that point. Like his mother said, we didn't see a fucking penny of it. You're getting recoiled.
and that's what I mean. That just may have been the way he is. But I think Michael took that as, Dad, you don't care about me. You threw
No,
me under.
I think, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? I guess. I don't know what. I guess I could see fucking. If he has nothing to do with that business and nothing to do with any of that, then what the fuck is he gonna say?
Right.
I don't
That's
know
true.
shit.
Other than my son wouldn't do that, you know.
Yeah, like yo.
You
But
can say whatever the fuck you can say to help him out. He even talked to him before he went in. He didn't warn him and say shit to him.
right, but that's my point. Is like,
No, as a father, that's your fucking duty. Protect your son no matter what.
no, but what I'm saying is, if he would have went in there and fucking not known what the fuck was what, and his son was fucking stealing, right? Fucking then great. Now your head's on the chopping block too. And it's like, if you don't know dick about dick, what the fuck are you gonna do besides say, that's my son, please don't murder him? That's not gonna fucking help. That's not gonna be any defense. You know, that's the way I look at it, man. It's like,
Well, today they would have shelved him.
a father's love isn't gonna fucking persuade someone if they're fucking, you know, stealing and shit.
From the sounds of everything, his father never looked out for him from day one. So
No, bullshit, dude. His father fucking looked out for him my ass, dude. His father got this dude made at fucking like 20 something. After a year of fucking.
Let's see, he's what, 2 years older than me?
This dude got made in fucking. I don't think fucking.
22. No, he was 24.
is that before or after the gas thing?
Before.
Before.
The gas thing fell into his lap. The thing we listened to earlier, that dude, Larry Champagne, that was his partner on the Italian side. Then he had Russian.
But that's the whole point, though. Like, if that's your father, he should be trying to steer you from that shit, not fucking getting you into it.
You have stuff all over.
Well, now, hold on. This dude was in college and fucking felt like it was his duty and obligation to provide for the family because this dude got put in jail falsely for 50 years for some fake bank robbery. And that's how he figured he could make the most money. So he asked. It's not like his dad groomed him to be.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm saying he
Well, he said he talked to him a lot growing up. I guess about At least he says I got the best advice and the best. How much information he gave him. I'm sure he wasn't telling him.
Yeah, my dad talked to me, but my dad didn't want me to be a criminal, you know. But if he could,
Well, they didn't want him to be one either. That's why he was
exactly.
going
But if he could, you know, enlighten me of some knowledge, or, you know,
And I mean, did Sonny have anything to do with that bank robbery?
probably
Hard
not.
to say. Hard to say. He says not. You know,
No,
Michael says
I don't know that those guys fucking retracted their statements after. Like, yeah, that shit was a total setup. You know, was he guilty of fucking committing mass murder? Absolutely. The guy has his own DeMeo method where he talks about fucking killing a motherfucker, chopping him up in a kiddie pool, fucking drying him out with an industrial microwave, and then fucking chopping the bodies up with an industrial fucking food fucking process, garbage disposal.
Yeah,
You know,
Well, I
so
think he
you
did
dry
his-
the body out with the microwave.
He did his first kill at, was it 16?
I
He
don't.
was made at 16? A ridiculous. No, I don't think he was made at 16. I think he did his first kill.
I think you're confusing him with
As an associate.
whatchamacallit, Jimmy Burke, or
I don't think he
possibly.
was made in his early 20s.
He was young. He was made in his early 20s, but you know the guy was a powerhouse in his own right. Like, you know, he was an underboss, you know, way back when you know, the mob was the mob, you know, in the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Oh, yeah, he grew up in the golden age, definitely.
Nah, bro, that ain't BS at all, bro. That ain't BS. I hate to say it, but it ain't BS. Listen, you chop body up, fucking drain that shit. You fucking dry it out with the microwave. Now see, the key word is industrial.
I was just going to say, you
Industrial.
can't use a microwave like a dehydrator.
No, but you can certainly fucking cook the shit to where it ain't dripping blood.
Oh, I would imagine so.
You could throw a fucking
industrial
arm and a leg in an industrial microwave, and basically microwaves cook from the inside out. So you could absolutely dry it out with the if your intention is not to have it be bloody and fucking messy. That is absolutely a plausible and probable fucking solution.
Couldn't imagine what that smelled like.
Oh God.
I was just going to say.
I know what fucking burnt flesh smells like, and that ain't nothing fucking pleasant either. Someone described it as like burnt pig. I was like, it didn't smell like burnt pig to me. Burnt hair and flesh. Ugh. That shit stays with you. That shit stays in burned in your nostrils. Like I can taste it right fucking now. Ugh. Excuse me.
Yeah, I've never smelled anything like that. Thank you, God.
It's like the smell of fucking rotting flesh. You'll never forget the smell of a fucking corpse.
I know what a deer smells like rotting on the side of the road, and that's horrific. So, especially if it's summer. You know, if it's warm out, it stinks even worse. And I'm not sure what kind of an
the smell of a body when you're cutting up a body ain't too pleasant.
Oh, just throw them in the bathroom and do it in the tub.
It ain't that fucking easy. It ain't that easy, Tony.
That is what they did. They threw them in a bathtub and dismembered them. Put the whole light pole down, and
If
then they
that's what they had. Yeah, well, that's what they would have, available. Then that's what they'd have available, But you try moving around in a tub with fucking dead weight, cutting off fucking limbs, arms, legs, head, torso. Better not fucking pop those intestines. Blah.
I mean, it almost
Even in your
sounds as the Sicilian, like the Italian mob.
Cut them at the
You know,
joints.
and I always thought they were a lot worse than the American mob for that.
Oh,
kind
hell
of shit.
yeah. They'd fucking put people in acid, burn people alive, melt them. They were like the cartels.
Did you quit the
Oh, they took out police. They
Oh, you know,
took out
families,
Let me ask you,
everyone.
I don't think anybody
judges.
quit the life. They quit the people in the life. They quit the boss. I don't know his story.
But what
I
would
believe
the
that
police
1,000%.
have done in the
Because
States
it's
if they did
typical.
that here?
Carmine Persico. He's bringing a lot of money in, and enough. And he's going to consider maybe he ain't got enough. And he's already considering that we bump him off, we take these, we get more. That's typical him. So that's why I believe the story. I know him well, 100% that's him.
So the one thing the one thing that sounds both of you have in common is both of you quit your bosses.
You quit the people around you who betray you. It's not the life itself. Listen, I still love the life. I told you, it's part of my heritage. I love the life.
Loves the thought
I love what it means.
of the life.
I don't love everybody in the life. But when you're getting betrayed by the new guys, a John Gotti, a Carmine Persico, who make rules and stuff that rip the life to shreds, the rules and everything just changed, then there is no life.
You gotta keep it.
There is no belief.
You
Just
gotta
like that
hold
guy.
yourself to the same practices and standards you hold other people to. Just like in fucking regular life, dude. Nobody's gonna fucking go with you, and nobody's gonna get down with. Yeah, you tell them all about that, but you do exactly the same thing, and we're gonna cheer it on.
Cheddar. When you start killing his whole fucking family, there is no life. You don't believe in nothing no more.
So what do you mean you still love the life? What gives the life to you today when you say you
Part of
love
my
the life?
heritage, there's a lot of good people in the life, so I don't put the life down. I believe one time when me and Michael talked.
What he's talking about is the ideals and the practices, the life
for a minute
claims to
that
the standards and practices.
the life is respect, loyalty.
Uphold.
So someone asked me about it, and I said, well, I respect him. I respect a lot of things he does.
What's up, original
Seems
Darren?
to me that he loves his family. He loves his family.
Other Darren.
He loves his wife.
Original Darren.
He loves his children. He's proud of them. He brought them up with a ton of respect. Now, I love that about him. And that goes in Osher teaching. We believe in that. But when you take that teaching or that book completely out and you destroy it with fucked up things you see in friends die or people, like I saw this kid Johnny die. I love this girl. I mean, as a friend, I love that I was almost married to her. I know the whole family. Why can't we save this kid? For what reason? I'm showing what I care about. You have to respect that in the life. And then your son, Larry Persico, was a piece of shit. I bumped into him in the club. I had 5 guys with me. I think I had a little bit of a tough reputation. And I had 5 guys with me. My top 5 guys. This fucking jerk in an after-hour club, and he's saying something about me.
He was a wild card. That
Stupid kid. And I know somebody when he was in the nut house. A guy did time with him in the nut house. He's fucking nothing. So in that after-hour club, I said, come on, let's get the fuck out of here. Why? He said, look at the way he's talking. You want us to do? No. His father's Carmine Persico. I was with him. I know the father. I want to get out of here because this kid's going to do something stupid, and then we're going to do something stupid. That's not the life. Let me get the fuck out of here before I hurt him. So it's not that I'm afraid of him. I'm afraid of me or my crew, what I'm going to do. So
What happens if you do take him out? Is that stuff
I
that
can
could
take
cause
out
a
anybody
war?
I damn well please. It depends on what he did.
It's a son, though. It's
I don't give a fuck whose son it is. If you're going to allow your son to run around the streets like that and do certain things, bro, if his son goes out and rapes somebody, that's okay? Because it's called my personal son or my son? No, it ain't okay. Now you got to be goes in Austria. My son did this? Is that my son? Then he's not my fucking son no more. So there's rules in goes in Austria, but it's rules in life. Your son goes out and goes shoot 14 kids in the school. What do you say? Oh, that's my son, bro. That's my son. What about those 14 people he shot? There's rules of life.
He's right. Look, he's right about that. You know, there was look, my own brother. I don't know how my brother lasted. Maybe because he was a drug addict, he lasted, and that was the excuse all the time. Because I can't tell you how many times we had to bail him out and save him for doing crazy things. But you know, one thing too that laid on me in that life. I don't know if you knew Ali Boy that well, Junior. His son.
I did.
Well, he was my gumbada. My dad says to me when my son was born, he says, "You got to make Ali Boy baptize your son." I said, "Why, Dad?" I said, "I got people close to me, my whole crew." He said, "No, you got to do it. It's politics." I didn't want to do it because again, I got along with Ali. We got made around the same time. I think he was maybe a week or two before me, but there was always something there where I felt that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make myself anything, but I felt there was an envy there. And I saw it all the time. So one night, we're in a club out in Long Island called Channel 80. Philly Basile owned the club. And I used to have upstairs. And I used to go up there and I had 30, 40 people. I loved the place. We used to have a ball. My whole crew there, we had everybody, right? So one day Ali comes in and I seen him. So I make him come upstairs and I told the waiters and everything, I said, "Take good care of this guy." I said, "Don't charge him anything." I didn't own the place, but you put it on my tab. And we're having a good time and I'm talking to him a little bit. He wasn't the most sociable kind of guy. He just was that way. And Patrick, I just saw that night and I've seen the daggers coming out of his eyes. And I don't know. And again, I don't know if he was bothered by the fact that, but this was a place that I was there all the time. I spent a ton of money there. And I had a feeling that it was him and that Junior had the same feeling with me. So I'm saying that because when you asked me, did I leave a boss? I had a great time with my crew. I loved the life when I was with these guys. And you know what? I don't know how you feel, Sammy, but I told every one of my guys that I trusted, I said, here's the deal with me. You want to make a lot of money? Stay with me. You want to get straightened out and made? You got to go somewhere else. I'll never straighten you out. I said, because once I straighten out, I'm going to lose you.
Oh, you would say that to them?
I tell them straight out. I said, if you want to you want to go further in this life, you're welcome. I have no hold on you. Go. But if you want to make money, you stay with me. And that's it. And they stayed.
Coming up on Mafia States of America.
This is part 5.
He was just very arrogant. So a lot of people didn't get along with him, you know. He was a different crew than me, but we still didn't get along.
Has your position changed since then, Michael?
Yeah, and listen, I'm not going to back off of the statement because I said it. But you got to understand this. At that time, this was before I knew Sammy, before we had this relationship that we had. All I knew is what I had many conversations with my father and many conversations with people. And look, at that time, what Sammy did on the street was wrong. And, you know, look, people have said to me, you know,
Well, Sammy says he had a reason for doing what he did with John, and I'll take it at face value. If Sammy says it, he said it. But, guys have said that, and I've said that to people. And the guys have said to me, okay, Michael, but what about the other 35 guys?
I didn't say it, Michael. There's a number of people who said it. The FBI, state police, everybody as far as that. Well, let's put police on the side. His lawyer, the lawyer we called in,
No,
F. Lee Bailey.
I'm not doubting what you said.
Well, it's more than doubt. It's not that you'll take it, there's not my word. You said you'll take my word. It's not my word. There's word from everybody. And there's word even now from Frankie LaCasio, who's been trying to
I
come
accept
out.
that.
But let's put that on the side, whatever the word was.
Let me answer the question.
Go ahead, answer the question.
I accept everything that you're saying, 100%. But at that time, and I even said that, I said I heard certain things like this. And it came back to me, well, what about the other 35 guys that he testified against? And there was a lot of pushback on that because that was the feeling, Sammy.
That was the thing to say for you, because that's some bullshit stories that you make up. We'll get into a few of those stories. So
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
I don't even know if you know John Gotti, personally. I really don't know the extent that you know it. But then you can answer it later. I don't know the extent.
Why would I say?
Why would you say that
John Gotti?
people on?
I didn't say that. John Gotti, I didn't say that. John Gotti doesn't impress me to the point where I got to tell people I know him. I don't need to make a name off of John Gotti. I have my own name. No. I didn't make my name off of John Gotti, nor do I have to.
Fuck John Gotti in your name. How about what he just said? You just said in that tape to Mike Tyson that on John's.
I'm explaining why.
I don't even know. There's just going to be an explanation to that?
Yes. I just explained it.
I didn't hear it. Let me say it. Maybe I'm a little.
What I said during that time, before I met you, that was the word on the street. Sammy did this, Sammy did that. Well, he testified against John for a reason, but what about the other 35 guys that he testified against? Is there a reason for that? Was everybody going to turn against Sammy? This is what was on the street. This is what I was told. This is the discussion I had with my father. Because, as a matter of fact,
how many people?
Let me finish, Sammy. I don't interrupt you. Let me finish. This was the discussion I had with him because my dad didn't like John either. Didn't like him at all. Because, as a matter of fact, I had to sit down with my father, John Gotti, and Kali
I would
DiPietro.
love to have a conversation.
My dad was there at that time, the four of us.
I know.
Kali later got killed, and you know what
I've
happened
been
with John.
listening to this.
We had to
dude.
sit down. So I don't need to pretend that I knew John.
Clever.
Pretending I know John doesn't do
Clever
anything
at
for me.
sit-downs.
I'm not one of these guys that have to use John's name.
Sammy's trying to be clever.
Yeah, but he keeps giving him a chance to bumble it up. Like he'll
Well,
stop talking, and like as soon as Sammy says something, he'll fucking cut him off and be like, let me finish. But it's like, you paused, bro.
You paused, and
Like,
now
that's my spot to jump in.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, but then
he's.
but I think he's doing it on
the way
purpose. He's setting him. You know what I mean?
But the way the etiquette of a sit down is. This dude is fucking handling this shit fucking
exactly. He's playing by the rules.
He's doing this shit eloquently.
Yeah, he's playing by the rules, and
he's doing this shit eloquently.
He's outclassing
He's eloquently dancing around this dude, making him look like an idiot.
He's outclassing him big time.
Fucking A.
You to make
That's why I
to
love
get
doing
recognized. I don't need John Gotti for that.
I certainly don't need him.
You don't need him. No, but there are guys that mention his name because they do need him.
Let's get back to that.
You don't need him. There are guys that mention him, saying it without saying
To
it.
say on John's worst day. Now you said this with Mike Tyson. That's really not that long ago, and there's so much evidence how much damage he did. Now back then, the day I cooperated, people said all kinds of things. I have people now getting in touch with me who I knew 40 and 50 years ago in droves. People who didn't cooperate, people who were still in the mafia. I will never release a name, men and women. So yes, the first day is an explosion. But I wouldn't have all these people in touch with me now or respecting me now, like solving a couple of your problems where they were bad mouthing you. I didn't say that. I said the opposite. Leave
Yeah,
him
but
the
wait,
fuck alone.
Sammy, you called me a liar, and you said I'm a BS Christian. So let's.
No. We'll take one thing at a time.
Yeah,
Let's
but
take one thing.
so don't
Let's
tell me you
take.
didn't say anything.
Yeah. I'm
Absolutely.
going to say a couple
You
of
told me you
things.
don't believe anything I said. So
No, I said there are things that you said like that.
Yeah.
In other words, I have a Napoleon attitude. Now I am short, but I'm fucking ferocious short.
I know that.
I ate fucking people your height. So I don't really have a Napoleon. Maybe it is a Napoleon.
That's exactly what a
Attitude.
fucking
Maybe it
Napoleon
is.
complex is.
Sammy, that
But
was
I
the
helped
word
a
on the
lot
street.
of fucking people. Fuck the street and the word on the street. Most of the people who said something was.
You notice how he's saying that was the word on the street. That was the word on the street.
Yeah, he's saying, yeah.
What he's doing is basically taking fucking direct responsibility away from his statements.
He's taking the bait.
The real tough guys who are in there. Johnny Kinnick, Gene, I could name 100. Big Louie, 100 of them. I never heard a word out of them. You sat down in another interview that I saw where you said, an interviewer, did you know Sammy? You said yes. I was in.
We met.
We met in MDC. We played cards, and he has this Napoleon attitude. You said it again. And then you said, and he has psychological problem. And he was pulled out and transferred right away. So I look at it and I say, who has a psychological problem? Me? The record shows I was never in MDC. I never knew you on the street. And you never met me, you were never playing cards with me. So who has the psychological problem when you think you played cards with me? That's what you told in an interview. I could get the interview. So, and I'm not mad at it. So I said, when somebody asked me, I said, that's a lie. Now, his Christian stuff, I said, I really don't know. I heard a lot of guys, they found Jesus in prison, they found God in prison.
Yeah.
They want to get out and they want to show the parole boards
He's
and
taking one
whatever,
right now.
how good they are and they're corrupt. They used to play cards with guys.
No, he probably won't respond.
They go to
He
the
might,
dance room,
but that
they
would
come
be a
back and
smart
play cards,
decision not to
and they would
respond
cheat.
to it.
I said, I thought you became a Christian. I thought you found God 10 minutes ago. You're cheating right now. So I don't know who found Jesus. And I said, maybe he did find God. I'll respect that. I believe in God as well, I said. I think it was in an
I don't
interview I
believe
did
either.
with
Those
Fox.
motherfuckers believe it.
I said, but when you listen to the whole interview, I think you did, I said, he seems like a good family man. He's got a good family. He seems honorable. I got to know him a little bit. I didn't know him back then. He seems honorable. I like him. So I did call you a liar in that you lie about certain things. Now, when you say you sat down and played cards with me in the prison, I was never in. I'll get that, I'll back it up some way. And I'll put it on my video if I can give it to them. And I'll show you. And I said that that's a lie. And a few other things that you had said. So a lot of guys text me all the time about certain things. Gene Borelli, all kinds of guys. Guys that and you were rightfully so. They weren't born, they don't know me. I agree with that. But I never went with them and said anything. I stopped them. Stop it with him. He didn't do nothing to hurt you. Let me talk about cooperation. How about the 35 guys? This is known by the whole government. When I cooperated and I sat with them, I said, I will not cooperate against my family. 1. 2, I will not cooperate against my crew. Why? I ordered them to come on hits with me, they killed with me, they did all kinds of things. I can't put them in prison. 2. 3, there's a woman who helped me rig a trial. She didn't want no money, she didn't want to do anything. I will not cooperate against her either. So, and I said, I will not be a cooperator like everybody else forever. I will give you 2 years. And you can indict cases. They said, we can't get that in a written agreement, but what we could do, you have so much information, in 2 years, it'll be your choice. But if we indict something in 2 years, within that period, good faith, so if it's postponed, you can cooperate in that case. Good. And that's it. So that was my deal. When my deal expired, they asked me 400,000 fucking times to cooperate, and I never cooperated. No. Against anybody. They caught Bosco, who was the head of the Westies. He was the boss. He left the country, came back. When I got indicted in Arizona on my case, I was facing a lot of time. They came to me. We can help you. Good, help me. What do you want to do? They get back to me. You could get anywhere between 5 and 7 years. That's great. What about my son? What about my son-in-law in this case? We could help them too. If you want to give me 5 to 7, then give them 2 or 3.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, we can do that.
Happy
But you have to
420
do
neon sign 179, right?
You have to cooperate again.
Same exact sign.
You never cooperate.
Happy 420 sign.
Against who? Bosco.
799.
And your family. Whoever's
Yo,
involved.
we gotta start drop selling shit.
I didn't cooperate against Bosco. They had to release him from prison. They held him 5 months. I'm the only witness. Me and him rigged the Gotti trial. The only guy could have put him away. I didn't do it. And I wouldn't testify against my family. And I wasn't getting 5 or 7. I wasn't even getting 12 to 15. They gave me an upward departure. They gave me 20 and 19 with the state of Arizona. I got indicted on a cold case with the Iceman. They offered me a deal again. I faced 30 to life. I was sentenced to 20, 19 running together, and I was facing a brand new case of 30 to life for a cold case killed my cop. They wanted me to do certain things, and all they would give me to close this cold case out is 20 running together with the feds. Not one fucking day. I told them go fuck themselves.
Sammy.
Whoa. This is the guy who put 35 people away. Then, as a cooperator, one more thing. I listened to you, Michael, when you told me, let me speak.
Go ahead.
I listened to you.
Go ahead.
Then I turned around and I was a cooperating witness for the defense in 9 different cases. That's why the government hated me. Maybe still hates me. In 9 different cases for the mafia or mafiosos. And now, for the past 3.5 years, I've been fighting to get Frankie LoCascio out. His lawyers said, you have nothing to gain, because I'm not talking with Frankie or his family or anybody. I just talked with Charlie Canizio. I made my lawyer with their lawyer. The lawyer said to Charlie, and then he told me, you have nothing to gain and everything to lose as you fight to get him out of prison. I says, yeah, I started at 72. I don't give a fuck. I live my life. What I'm gonna say is the truth, so I'm not worried about it. If lo and behold, they want to put me back or they want to destroy my life, I've been in that position all my life. And I still fight. The Second Circuit just told the judge he has to have a hearing. So in 2 or 3 months, I'll be in Manhattan in a hearing to get Frankie LoCascio out. So the 35 guys, and some of those 35 guys have sent me messages. It wasn't me. It was me, but it was John Gotti.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And that's all well and good. And I hear everything you said, and there's an explanation for everything.
There's no explanation. The explanation, when you say it's all well and good, you should sit there and say, I apologize. I don't even know all this fucking shit that you're just telling me now. But go ahead.
What shit that I'm telling you?
What I just told you, my shit.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but.
All right, so go ahead. Now you know it.
I believe everything that you said.
There's fact to it.
Okay, but what does it matter, Sammy? You and I broke the oath. Okay?
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter.
I don't deny I broke the oath.
No,
I never did.
So the bottom line is, we can give an explanation for everything. Yesterday I started and I told you one thing, okay, when I talked about Omerta. I betrayed my oath.
Right.
There's no explanation, there's no, I did it for the right reason because I'm married. I can say everything in the world. The bottom line is, as far as the street is concerned, we broke our oath.
Yeah,
You
but
did it for your
our
reasons, and I
argument
did it for
yesterday
mine.
was that you were saying, Father, no matter what, you didn't break the oath.
He didn't.
Yeah. But I'm saying I was defending people who broke the oath, not just me, but hundreds of them now, for different reasons. I already told the story about a kid who was facing fucking 3 years who wanted to go in witness protection. That's a right.
In the real world, they're right. In our world, they're wrong. Period.
I don't know if they're right in any world.
Sammy,
I mean, it depends on what they're doing. If you're part of a crime.
Let me tell you something. If you're part of a crime family and you're doing the wrong thing all the time, and you find God, you really find God, and you say, you know what, this is an evil life and I got to do the right thing. That's what normal people do. You and I are not normal.
No. I'm normal as apple pie. I did 6.5 years in a hole straight.
Sammy, we're
I'm
not
as
normal.
normal as apple pie.
No, we're not.
That couldn't stop me. That couldn't break me.
Sammy,
I'm normal.
We are not
Maybe
normal.
you're not.
No,
I'm
we are
normal.
not normal. I spent 29 months and 7 days in a hole.
I don't
We're
need
not
anything. I believe in God, but I don't have to lean on God for forgiveness for what I did.
I lean on God.
Well, you can lean on Him all you want.
That's what normal people do.
How about the Catholic Church? You know, you hear about the involvement. You always hear, well, the Catholic Church and, you know, the families were kind of together and, you know, Toto died, you know, they came to his funeral, the Catholic Church came, but then gradually they distanced themselves once he died. For the longest time, they wouldn't even say, well, no, there's just a mutual understanding. And the word they use is you have a mutual tolerance for each other. What happened during that time? Is there any insight you have on how the Catholic Church was viewed by the mob?
Yes, I do. The church was viewed very strongly by the mob in Italy to the popes, and it was in Italy, and they were very protective of them all the time. It really.
Yeah, blah blah blah.
Which one is this?
Used to go in the sweat lodges?
Yes, not in the sweat lodge, but in the group. It started off, I think it was 2004, I was in prison, and they stopped all smoking. And I wanted to smoke. And I used to pass the Indian.
Bro, the mob is built on fucking nepotism. Are you kidding? They got fucking.
What's nepotism?
Showing favoritism to like one son.
Well, it's family. A lot of it is family. Cousins, uncles.
That's the whole thing. Is it?
Well, see-
even if it's not really family, they call it a family. You know.
Well, see, their
So it's all
mentality
based
is
on family.
Their mentality is no. Like, you know, a lot of them used to marry into one another's families, and fucking, you know, their mentality was, if this person's my family, they're not gonna rat me out.
Well, they did that for thousands of years.
Yeah, you know, but-
enemies would marry into each other.
Well, yeah, to build alliances and
Yeah.
shit. But what I'm saying is the mentality here would be, you know, my family's not going to rat me out.
Exactly.
If you're family, you're not
because
going to
it's
rat
going to
me out.
affect you. You know, it's you're attached.
Exactly.
You're attached.
It's providing another fucking. It's providing another hold, another mental stranglehold on, you know,
Redundancy.
your ability or reasoning to do right or wrong, and go towards the wrong.
Yep.
So
Yeah, but the nepotism is supposed to stop when it comes to breaking the rules.
yeah, well, unfortunately, like father, like son.
You know,
Like, yo, not for nothing. Look at you know, the guy Whack Whack who just got fucking Indelicado over there. They say that guy was a fucking psychopathic, fucking murderous, fucking savage, like a one man fucking DeMeo crew. He taught Tommy karate everything the guy fucking knew, you know. So I'm just saying, hey, and I'm all for fucking him and Testa and all these people getting a fair shake and getting a possibly released and whatnot. But
Oh, Jesus, mighty.
He does sell that God shit, the
yo,
Christian thing.
oh God, I know the Christian God thing.
There's a lot of people that do that.
Dude, I think Francis does it way too fucking hard. And like I said, I feel like fucking the guy just regurgitates a fucking a planned fucking speech out. So
He does say a lot of the same shit.
he says that a lot of the same shit verbatim.
Yeah, but if that's your truth, that's your truth.
No,
Yeah,
dude, you
you're
don't
gonna-
say it. You don't say it word for word exactly the same, and regurgitate it exactly how you regurgitated it 1 time before.
So what are you saying? You think he's lying?
No, I think it's rehearsed and fucking. Well, yeah,
Well, of course
I think it's
rehearsed.
fabricated and
He's not stupid. He thought
I
of it
think it's
beforehand.
fabricated and fine tuned and fucking, made for the masses.
Of course, he's not stupid. That's what makes him smart.
Well, nepotism, they already know who you are. There's something to be said for that. And that's,
Nah, fuck that. Because some fucking fathers don't see their kids as the idiots they are.
Oh, I
a
get
lot
it.
of fucking a lot of parents choose to fucking look past their
There's a little bit of
children's
that.
fault.
Yeah.
There's
They're
children's
in denial.
faults or obnoxiousness and fucking, listen, I'll tell you this right now. Fuck that. Some dads who are all about fucking Cosa Nostra knew enough to know fucking certain fucking kids just didn't have it in them. Look at fucking fucking what's his face? The We Push Back, Dominic Crea, his dad fucking knew Mr. Eyeliner wasn't made for fucking, the fucking the treacherousness of fucking Cosa Nostra, and fucking his brother was. No offense, but I guarantee there's a fucking wiretap out there of fucking Dominic Crea's dad making fun of this guy and going, yeah, that's my fucking queer ass son with the fucking eyeliner on fucking LinkedIn. But exactly.
Is Dominic gay?
No. Well,
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
not that there's anything wrong with that, but he just didn't. He's like fish. He just didn't have any malice. He just didn't have. Listen, Tony. Like I put in my community page, some people just aren't made for fucking criminal activity. I'll fucking show you exactly what the fuck I
Oh,
mean.
yeah, even if you came from it, not everybody is cut out.
No,
Even
not
if you think
everybody.
you are.
Even if you think you are.
There's a lot of people that
There's
think
a
they
lot
are.
of people that think they're just entitled to it because of some kind of family connection, or
Or,
do
or,
you,
yeah,
do
I
you
could-
know who I am or my family is?
if I had to choose that, I'd do this or that.
If I was,
if I
was
if I-
this,
Oh, I'm sure that happened a lot.
and You know what I would do if this, but yeah, it's
Just
Yeah,
like
you
this
have to have a,
walking
you
around.
know,
I
if you
think
have
they'd
to, if you have
whoop
to,
anybody's ass, you know.
yeah, just like a whole bunch of people on here fucking talking about crazy how tough they are and how much they'll fucking whip motherfuckers' asses and fucking do this and that and all sorts of fucking. Do you know who my side piece mother is? Yeah. Do you know my mother was a gumar who was feared and revered and respected in the streets? People looked away when she walked down the street out of fear. They didn't dare look in her direction, cuz just like fucking
Yeah.
this guy is not flamboyant, right? Fucking Liberace MRE.
Meet 18-year-old Jack Fisher, and if this police report is true, he might be the dumbest drug dealer ever. Investigators say the first thing he did was try to set up a drug deal with a county commissioner.
I said, I think you have the wrong number. He said, you don't need the 8-ball?
According to the report, after Jack mistakenly sets up a drug deal for cocaine with the county commissioner, he then showed up to meet agents with this. It's not cocaine. It's actually fentanyl. 3 grams of it. It's enough to kill like 1,500 people. One line of this, and it is certain death. They arrested Jack. He's already out on bond. Meet
I love the statistics.
Oh, I know.
I love them.
Oh, I know.
Enough to kill 1,500 people.
No, they said 15,000.
It amazes me. that-
15,000.
I thought it was 100.
Nope, 15,000. Probably without an opiate tolerance. Fucking kidding me?
Why do they keep trying to make it a rap beef between you and Gotti though?
If it's something about you I just don't respect, bro, I can't sit and fake and act like it's all good.
That's understandable.
You know what I'm saying? It's like the first time I even met little dude, go in the studio. First time. He sent everybody out the studio. Like, let me holler at dog. Like, man, you got your own everything, bro. You popping. You like, but you got the money, you got your team, you got this, you got that. Like, bro, I'm telling you, we can do this, we can do that. You ain't like Zilla. I ain't gotta hold your hand like Zilla. You ain't like Starlito. I ain't gotta hold your hand like Starlito. I ain't gotta babysit you like them. It's my first time meeting you. You gonna really sit and downplay your artist and throw your artist up on the bus to try to persuade me in to come over there? So it's like a red alert the first time I met him.
You feel like
I can't
what are you gonna say
respect that.
about me?
No, it's just I can't respect that.
Why do they keep trying to make it a rap?
First thing someone does is try to put down their fucking people to make fucking pay attention to the way fucking people act. That's all I'm gonna say. You know.
All I know is I'm glad there was captions. I can't speak jive, you know. No. I'm just saying unless people enunciate, it's very hard for me to hear it.
Can't speak that Ebonics.
Yeah, it's hard to understand if you don't know.
I don't know.
About that life.
Oh Jesus. Anyway.
Where do they say music?
Music?
Yeah, it's like Memphis or
Music.
music. I make music.
Oh no.
Music.
Do we have an answer for that, guys? Because that sounds like South Park.
It's definitely down south somewhere. I can't remember. It could be like
It is
Memphis,
Memphis, dude.
or
It's
like or even like Mississippi.
or something like that, maybe. I don't know. Music. I don't know, man. I'll have to fucking maybe we ask Google. You know?
We could definitely ask Google.
Yeah, let's ask Google, shall we? Let's ask Google where music's made.
Music.
Because no one seems to know. No one has any idea.
Nobody cares to admit they know. Maybe.
Oh no. If they knew, they'd be telling us. For sure. For sure, cuz I promise you that. Who are you gonna smoke?
Get comfortable, Cat, because I ain't gonna be in this chair much longer. Make me crazy.
Yeah, it's Memphis accent.
Are you sure?
Hold on, let me. That's the first thing that popped up.
Okay. Take your
I'm
word.
not 100% on that yet.
Take your word.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is. They say Herman.
Music is music. My parents really just emphasizing a certain type of music on me.
Bet on it, bet on it, bet on me. This song I was at school, musical, the Zac Efron song.
Holy shit.
You drink energy drinks. Would you please watch this?
Music. Got music.
Hold on.
I got motherfucking music. I don't need to hear it more,
Hold
yo.
on. He didn't say, you missed the first one. That was the one I was talking about. See, we hear him and he said, you get shot, you hear him and you're going to die.
What?
We hear him in. Human?
Human.
Sherman.
Herman. Oh, Jesus.
I love it.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
We still hear him in. That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's Moneybag, yo.
Oh, Jesus.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I'm gonna tell y'all sucker ass niggas something. What's the ball, nigga?
Whoa.
Yeah, whose bike we taking?
I got the 10 speed.
You got the 10 speed.
Hell yeah.
I got the BMX.
GT Performer.
Yo,
The Mad
don't be
Wheels.
knocking the fucking GT Performer, man.
That's what I had. I had the Mad Wheels.
Yo.
The GT on the
Yeah.
plastic ones.
Yeah. I stole someone's dyno fucking something, whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah. We had a Dino Chop Shop. Dinos, mongooses, GTs getting put together left and right.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Why are you spray painting those? Don't worry.
Haros that look like dinos.
Yeah.
Dinos.
How about the specialized fat boys?
Yup. Look at the shit when they came out.
Yeah, Warren.
I never had one.
Warren had one for like a day.
I remember this kid at my campground had one. And when it first came out, you know, like I
What
wasn't
is that, a motorcycle?
A bicycle.
Bicycle.
We're talking about like when we were little kids, like
Yeah,
when we
were
rode
little
bicycles.
kids, we were badass little kids running around. Fucking yo, Warren and fucking Dame and Paul both had fucking
Fat
boys, and they both got fucking stolen.
Yeah.
This dude had two of them, and they both got stolen.
So like when they first came out, I thought this kid actually had a specialized bike made for him. I was like, no fucking way. Because I never heard of specialized before.
What?
And I was like, no fucking way. I'm like, you had a bike specially made?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See, I had a specialized bike.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I had a-
obviously I figured it out. You
Yeah.
know, like that's the name of the bike company.
Yeah, I had that. Specialized. Whatchamacallit?
I never liked the specialized.
I had a specialized alloy mountain bike.
I always rocked GT.
I had GT Timberline too.
My race bike was a GT. I
I had I had two Haro ones that were done up.
Yeah.
With fucking shin shredding fucking pedals.
My first nice bike was that Dino Performer.
Yeah.
It was a Dino Air. That's what it was. It was a
okay.
Dino Air with the mag wheels.
Bro, I ended
I
up
had that
fucking
purple paint job. It was like black and purple, like dark
Yeah.
purple.
Yo, this kid ended up fucking giving me this Haro with like so much work done, like 3-piece crank. Everything was anodized blue, the handlebars, the pedals, everything done up. Fucking this dude spent like fucking couple thousand.
Yeah.
I gave him some fucking bunk ass fucking paintball gun. Cause that kid Dustin, what the fuck's his name's brother? Yo, you know his brother. Shit. What the fuck's his name?
Who cares?
And dude, you hold on. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
I
could
know what it'd be.
I remember building like bikes in high school with like my
I remember.
BMX Today magazine. He came
He's
to
every-
my second birthday.
He's everywhere, just everywhere. That's him. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
Good dude, man. I
Oh yeah, definitely.
grew up with him down up the street, man.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Yeah,
man.
he's a solid dude.
Yeah, solid.
Did you
Definitely.
see Darren had a question? He said, who was the black guy?
Moneybag Yo.
Oh, that wasn't Moneybag Yo. That was Young Dolph.
There was a few of them, but yeah.
No, not the one I played
Was he somebody
on the,
famous
on
or?
the screen.
Oh.
On the screen.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you played that video.
All right, what the phone? The phone doesn't lie. The phone doesn't lie at all. It never lies. Carlos, I hope you're still rebuking Lefty. Oh man, I still got that on deck. I absolutely have. The phone doesn't lie. On
Make a
deck.
meme of that?
Of course I did. Of course.
Yeah, sorry, I just haven't seen it in a long
I
time.
made several.
The truth is there. I mean, that phone tells it all. I hope people realize that. That phone doesn't lie. So if people think that they're going to sit and be silent to protect
Yeah, okay. I
Tech,
remember.
Lefty. The nerve.
and I'm never going to stop. I'm not going away. Because I know
you're not. I know you're not.
I'm not. I said that in the beginning. I'm not going.
That's a little scary.
That aged well, huh?
I don't know. I don't know who she is, so I mean, I've heard of her, but I don't know what she
Not
looks like.
important. You know what Trevor actually looks like.
I love that one. I just
What Trevor thinks everybody thinks he looks like.
I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Little reality versus perception.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you talking like today or like in general?
I don't remember that one,
Oh, it's because I got a couple.
but it's
on
very
deck.
good.
I got a couple on deck that are just.
Not go up there and not call it out. And starting from today on forward, I'm not having it. I'm calling balls and strikes. I'm not playing this shit anymore.
I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog, too.
Fucking arch villain on here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we got some real winners.
Go and you don't stand up on a stand does not mean for any reason that you did not inform.
Well, Jeff thinks you informed, so now everybody, you're fucked, right?
And what is his connection? Was his father connected?
No.
What is his claim?
No one is. No, what's his claim? I'm gonna need to go back and take a soundbite from that show. Nah, man, the guy's fucking known for fucking making up a story about his grandfather lopping his cock out in a fucking battle royale for a parking spot next to a hot porta potty in the summer. It's like, what the fuck?
You can't make this shit up.
Lopping his cock out left, right, all different fucking. Like, what the fuck, guy? That's what you decide to make up? Jesus. God help you. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, guys, I think my ears have just taken all it can take.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Andrew, Darren, who's ever left. I don't know if Diversity is still in the chat. Darren, your friend, of course, our friend, of course. And
He's a friend.
everybody take it easy.
Don't let him fool you. Yo, what the fuck? Alright, hold on. Says I'm connected. So let's see. What the What the fuck is going on? Yo, throw me my other fucking speaker. fuck did this get muted again? Motherfucker. Oh, my life hurts. Motherfuckers. That's why. Why you wanted me to leave the stream up so bad? It ain't that great of a stream. But alright.
And look at me, I'm a pussy. I get outraged about things that other people do when I do the same exact thing. Okay, this is what the little fuckboy's crying about today, with all of his gay-ass simps in the comments backing him up. Now I'm gonna show y'all exactly what Pizza said. Then you can tell me if this shit sounds familiar, because Piggy said this shit too. And I'm about to show y'all.
They feed them bologna from the Dollar Tree. Yeah, we could legally get Aiden removed from that house if we, we prove that FBI is a deadlift. Yeah. Look at all the people FBI hangs out with. Who he's got in his chat? He's got all the fucking sexual deviants and scumbag scowls in his chat that support his his cries of my homophobic ways. So, it is what it is, right?
So this is what FBS is crying about. Tell me if this is hypocrisy or not.
Piece of shit pig of a fucking mother than you. Oh my God. And I heard you like to teach them how to troll too. This will get to somebody. It will. It will. You're going to get a visit from an agency. Okay, without a doubt. I will spend my fucking life working on it. Okay? Trust me.
I'm going to play that again just to make sure you heard it.
Piece of shit pig of a fucking mother than you. Oh my God. And I heard you like to teach them how to troll too. This will get to somebody. It will. It will. You're going to get a visit. Phone until she has a massive stroke and drops fucking dead, bro. I'll terrorize her. I'll tell her that her bank account was hacked and see what the fuck happens. I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm ruthless. I'm ruthless. Your brother, the pastor, I'll call him up every fucking day, all day. His church, ruthless. Terrorize it. I don't give a fuck. Everybody around you, Tony, even though there's no one around you. You know what I mean. And that goes for the rest of you guys, too.
And what about this one?
Just bringing my daughter into it. You're making a big fucking mistake, bro. All three of his children, and I gotta be honest, I don't think they're his children. I think one is, and I think the other two are his stepchildren, from what I've seen. Because I did find one of his daughters, and it's not, she's got a different father. I'll tell you that much. But whatever. His children, stepchildren, whatever.
Sorry. I got distracted. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The mob then versus the mob today. Does the mob still exist today in America?
What up?
Didn't he just basically say he was creeping on someone's kids?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Found his daughter. And
Dude,
it's not really his daughter. She's got a different father. How would you know that unless you were like
creeping on their kids? Yeah, I know.
We did in the 80s, or is it dramatically different?
Dramatically different.
Are there any big earners today? Anybody making real money today? Any rackets that they're capitalizing where they're making 10, 20 a year?
Listen, I don't know personally that at all, but I know guys on the street are pretty resourceful. They figure things out. I don't know what kind of money they're making. No, I can't answer that. I will tell you this though, Patrick, and Samuel backed me up. When I was on the street, I read the New York Post, the Daily News almost every day. There wasn't a day went by when there wasn't a story about us, about the mob. Not a day. I read the New York Post every morning online. Maybe every 6 months you'll see a little story. So what does that tell you? Did they get so smart that they're undercover and they're not doing anything? Or is it really not what it used to be? To me, it's
No, it's not.
anywhere
It's
what
not
it
even
was.
close to what it was back then. Back then, I always used to label it. Back then, I grew up in, it was like the Jesse James days. It was cowboy days. People bodies, people shootings, robberies, you name it, went on. It was a whole different thing. Now, I think from what I heard, it's mostly little, Wall Street crimes and credit card crimes and stuff like that. They lost control of most of the unions. They lost all the power things, this gambling and stuff like that.
The government became the bookmakers.
Yeah.
The government became
They're
the drug
everything now.
dealers.
They've been taken out of institutional situations. They no longer control the Teamsters. They no longer control any appreciable number of politicians. They don't control major industries. It's a shell of its former self. It's made up of really fairly low-level wannabes, I think they like to call them, but they don't control major international businesses. They don't control local businesses. They're basically drugs, still some gambling, but gambling has decreased quite a bit. Loan sharking still. The revenues are much, much smaller. And they are by no means the most violent group now. I mean, there are groups that have surpassed them in the kind of
Not Italian, though.
Yeah, not Italian.
Not
Right.
Italian,
Yeah,
right.
I mean, even 20 years ago, the Chinese, the Russian organized crime had surpassed them in violence. To the extent they now exist, they're no different than any other organized crime group and probably weaker than some.
Let's just say you worked in it. You put the hat on. You put the hat on of 35-year-old Sen. You put the hat on of, 1987 Michael. You're making money. You're doing 84 Michael. You're making your $6-8 million a week. Which rackets would you be in? Would you be looking at crypto? Would you be in, Bitcoin? Or would it be NFTs? Just the other day, an Italian artist sculpture sold an invisible sculpture in an auction for $18,000. I mean, it's like, that sounds like somebody's connected to the Gambino family doing that, right? You hear some of these rackets nowadays. Which rackets would be the best ones for you to get into make money today? I'm sure the feds wouldn't mind knowing.
If it were me, Patrick, I'd be investigating the gas business again.
You'd still be in the gas business.
I would do the research. And
If I was now, I'll tell you, what would I look at? I would look at Michael, go partners with him. Let's go in business. Let's go to Hollywood. Let's go make some fucking money, bro. Legitimately. Because that's where the money is. And we're not going to go back.
Not
And we're not going to do anything stupid.
Let me make sure I answer that.
I'd be dazed and confused, but I'd be licking
You're not with
shots off.
Sandy and Michael today. You're in the mob today. It's the 30-year-old Michael, the 30-year-old Sandy. That's Sandy today. Are you taking a
I don't give a fuck
banana
if I
and
see
taking
who you
a sticker and putting it on the wall and saying, this is art, $180,000 selling?
I'll tell you why. I told you
Because art is getting pretty.
I told you that I had and my wife would be very upset with me if I said it again. I told you I have no moral issue with taking money from the government. I would look into that because the government right now is getting beat over the head with all these PPP loans. They're getting fraud all over the place. They're the easiest target in the world.
See what happened? Now this
That's
is
what I
what
was
Mom said. His wife is going to be mad at him. He's a wuss. He became a wuss. He's worried about his wife. Years ago, he was worried about me shooting him. Now he's worried about his wife. I do the same thing. My wife, what are you doing? Where are you going?
Any rackets on your end or no? Would you have anything? By the way, just since you guys didn't go there, maybe I'll go. They say 70% of art is fake, and it's fabricated. You hear stories. You hear a story one time. A guy here's Picasso's dying. So he decides to get a local painter. Young guy says, "Listen, can you paint something like Picasso?" He does. He says, "Give it to me." He gives him $50. Takes. He says, "Picasso, there's a young guy that admires you, wants to take a picture with you. You mind if I come and show you his artwork? Tell me what you think about it." Picasso finally agrees. He takes the painting. He shows him. He says, "No, it's terrible. It's not nice." He says, "Do you mind if I take a picture with you to show the fact that I can prove to him that I met with you?" The guy says, "Yeah, sure." So finally he takes a picture with Picasso, waits for Picasso to die, and he comes out and says, "This is Picasso's last painting," sells it for millions, makes a lot of money. There's a lot of, ugliness and manipulation in the art industry. Did you guys ever play the art game? Was it easy to manipulate and make money? Was there any rackets there or no?
Yo,
I once went on a score and installed a piece
I
of
love the
art. It was a
art
statue.
world.
Looked like a little pyramid.
Listen,
It's supposed to be
you
very
can make
rare, very expensive.
crazy money in the art
It was so rare I couldn't even sell the fucking
Hey,
thing.
if you know what the fuck you're doing,
I put it away
you have
and then
the
it
right
broke.
fucking sell it.
It fell and it broke. I didn't get 3 cents for this thing.
Yeah.
No, here's what I would do if I was in the
That's
market.
a true
Yo, I
story.
wish I
It's
could
a
get
true
my
story.
hands on that.
That's what
Fucking
it's a true story.
Rembrandt.
But it's crazy stuff. But it's true.
Oh,
What I would do
original
right now, I
Hunter Biden,
think,
yeah.
is give out loans, small loans to
Payday
people.
loans.
Shylock loans, yes. More or less, not Shylock, but because today in society, most people are poor. So small loans, 500, 1,000, 1,500.
Today that's considered legit though.
It's legit now.
Yeah.
So if I was in the mafia, I'm not gonna get hurt with that, and I'm gonna get my money back real quick. They do it on cars. People, you got bad credit, we'll pay for it. The car, it's a $5,000 car. Put 2,000 down. I'll give you the other 3,000. I could always confiscate your car if you don't pay, and you can make money like that.
So you
You
have
can
like
make
a bull, and it would be bulls payday loans.
bulls.
Bulls. Like Sammy the Bull, like it's a bull.
Oh yeah.
So that'd be the logo of the payday loans.
Yeah.
CEO Sammy Garano.
Yeah, and you're not gonna go to prison, and you could make a ton of money. Then there's people who are a pain in the ass that they're not gonna pay us, but you could confiscate cars, you could, not without beating them up or doing anything.
Did you do anything with art? Or no? Were you ever in?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the name, because only maybe 3 years ago, some guy from Vegas tried to pull an odd scam on me. Okay, what the heck's the name of that guy? He died. He had this crazy art that if you look at it, you thought your kid might have just went there with his hand and put something on there, but he was a big artist. Bouquet, I'm trying to think of the name. And I actually set up a deal with an auction house out of New York to come and look at the art. He had it in the same place where Steve Wynn had his art, and it was a whole thing for months and months and months. Turned out to be fraudulent art. The guy never had it. There's so much
You
fraud.
never dealt with art back then.
No, I went to a museum
Yo,
one
I
time.
wish I could find a fucking.
I was with a
counterfeiter.
woman that she took me to this museum, and I was walking around, and he had all this weird art
I
that
really.
looked weird. I went by and
There's
there was
people that
brown
really
clouds.
counterfeit that shit. Like
I said, "What is that?"
They'll
She
use
said,
the same
"Polish it."
canvas.
Polish
They'll
it.
use paints from
It's
the
expensive.
same fucking era.
I said, "Let's get out of here." I'm not into art. I'm not into that.
I seen
I'm into art.
Jerry Gutterman. He was a big developer. I had to deal with him, and I went up to his offices back in the day, and he was showing off his art. And he said this was like 25. I had no appreciation for art whatsoever. My wife tries to take me to the Getty Center. I don't care about it. Until I went to the Louvre in France, and I was blown away. I could have stayed all day. It was unbelievable. You got to have appreciation for art when you go there. But before that, I didn't. But he's showing me is like $25 million off the bar, and all I'm thinking is, how are we gonna steal this stuff? That's all I care about.
How do you get
What
rid
it
of
look
it?
like, or
Once you
anything
steal
else.
it, how do you get rid of it?
Well, you steal it first, you worry about it afterwards. You know, at least once you got it in your possession, then you got it. But I didn't, by the way, because we were partners.
What do you think about Bitcoin? What do you think about Bitcoin? Like, do you think it's would the mob, would you guys have any involvement with Bitcoin today? It's decentralized, you know, it's.
Yes, the answer is yes. I think we'd research it. And
You would have gotten involved.
I would have investigated it, and I would have talked with people and the people who run it, and I would talk to them. Who are we going to rob with this? No, this is legit. So if I buy it, it's legit. Yeah. You realize that you're talking with.
Would you be in a business today of recruiting hackers and
I
turning
can't
them into
even
made
answer
men?
my phone. You want me to go hack people?
No. But what I'm saying is, would you recruit hackers to be associates for you to help you?
Patrick, you made a good point. I'm going to tell you. You know, a lot of people think, Sammy, maybe you'll back me up, that we used to sit on our social clubs and come up with all of these ideas. We're going to attack this industry. We're going to go after that business. It didn't happen that way normally, not in my experience. A lot of times, a guy in that industry would come to me. I mean, that's how I got in the gas business. I didn't all of a sudden a light went off and I said, hey, I'm going to steal tax money. Guy comes to me. He's got an idea for a scam. He wants me to help him, maybe finance him, protect him. There's some guys trying to shake him down. And they come to you because they believe you're going to protect them, you got money to help them, you know, blow this up. They're the ones with the ideas that want to do something within their company, within their industry. That happened to me so often.
That's true. If you look at the Lufthansa heist, they were sitting in a bar, and a guy who works in the place, hey, they're delivering money, all cash. And they went to them, and they went and robbed it. But it's 100%.
So it came to you a lot.
A lot. We're sitting in the club playing pinochle, drinking coffee, and hanging out and bullshitting and whatever. Or maybe we're going to go to the track tonight. Some people have these ideas. Unions are enormous money makers.
Yeah.
You're not going to talk.
Because we can use the power of the unions just like they do now. They still do it.
How about baseball cards? Ever baseball cards or no? Was that any, nowadays you're seeing baseball cards selling for.
I just got my baseball card.
I got one of them.
Somebody just gave me for my birthday. I don't think you know. I got to look at it, but a Mickey Mantle rookie card.
52 tops.
Yeah, just gave it to me.
Is that it? That's got to be a good friend.
No, I hardly know him.
Give you 52 tops rookie card.
Yeah.
You need more friends like that.
Just happy birthday, Michael. He knows I'm a Yankee fan.
Listen, Michael, I said that guy. It's a fan.
It might be. I haven't checked that yet, but I got a guy that's. I got a guy that's into that, so I'm going to send it to him. And then they also gave me. I got a guy. They also gave me scorecards from 1951. Yankee scorecards. You know, I don't know if they're worth anything.
I don't know if they're worth anything. I just
You
have
guys
to
limited
mention
yourself
them
by
in a
only allowing Italians to be associates or
as a
made man.
gift.
You know, you hear
people
John
love me
Ayla,
so
we had
much
him
they
on.
just give
And
me
the documentary you did with John Ayla, I think you didn't do it with them, but they chose you and John. I think it's in the Newsday. He's Albanian, and he says, "Hey, I was more of a made man than others, but the system was you had to be Italian to become a made man." Do you think that was the right thing to do, or do you think you guys should have opened it up to more people?
Originally, you had to be Italian on both ends, your father's end and your mother's end. Later on in life, when it came to the United States, there were so many intermarriages and stuff. So you had to be Italian strictly on your father's end because you carried his name. It didn't matter who your mother was. It was a mistake because you're not strictly what your dad is. You may carry his name, but your mother is there when you're sick. She nurtures you. She gives birth to you. Everybody has a relationship with their mother. She's there when you're in trouble. She's there when you need homework or get something done. So she has an influence on you just as much, if not more, than the father. So a lot of people, like John Jr., he's not full Italian. He's Italian on his father's end. I believe his mother's a Russian Jew. And it affected the mob in a lot of ways. It changed the thinking. And then they were not in Italy any longer. They were born and raised here, just like I was. I'm not from the other side. So we were first or second generations. The whole thinking, the mentality was different than, well, so it changed the mafia. So, and I think they made mistakes.
You think they should have just accepted anybody, or you think they should have kept it to someone had to be Italian in the family?
No, both. I think both.
Oh, you think both should have been?
Yeah, I think they should have stayed with that.
Kind of like how U.S. is, if you want to be a president, you have to be born in the U.S. to be a president. Okay. Do you agree with that, or you think you guys should open it up and allow others to get it?
I don't think we should open it up. And you know, Patrick, so many guys on the street that wanted to be made and couldn't be made will always turn around and say, I was better than the made guys. I hear it all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to be made. I didn't know a guy in the street that started out in that life that really didn't want to be made.
Yeah, that's true.
But they always said
it's not that it's a racist thing. That's all we want is Italians. Now, we dealt with blacks, we dealt with Jews, we dealt with people from different countries, your background, history. We dealt with people, and it was not a bad thing. We respected them if they were decent and good and thought along the lines. You go back with the black people, the Cotton Club, and they were there forever. The Jews with Meyer Lansky and all of them, they were there forever. So it's not that it was a racist thing. It's just
it's heritage.
It's heritage in the thing. You don't want you got certain groups, whether it's a black group or an Hispanic group. It's a group of them. They don't really want an Italian guy or a German guy or an Irish guy in there.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a good point. When I was in prison, sometimes I used to hang out with the black.
It's popular in prison because it doesn't pop in urine tests. But that shit makes people fucking nuts. That's the kind of drugs that make people eat their faces and shit.
Not because of any reason other than that. When I was in the yard, a few times I was there, they would play ball and I would play ball. And there was a group of Italians. We were in Terminal Island, and Rosario Gambino was my cellmate. Good guy from Philly. But Pete Milano was the boss, alleged boss out there in California, and him and a group of guys used to hang out together. And I was always courteous to them and everything, but I never hung out with them. And I used to play ball with the black guys. We'd mess around. And the black guys just said to me, Michael, those guys are racist. They don't play with us. I said, they're not racist. I said, they're more comfortable with each other. They eat the same. They talk the same. They play cards the same. They have the same heritage. That's not being racist. You're in prison. They hang out with who you're comfortable with. That doesn't mean they don't like you. I said, you guys hang out with one another. Yeah, but you play with us. I said, because I like to play ball with you. That's how I do my time. But a lot of guys thought that we were racist because they were just comfortable with their own kind.
And it's not true. And he's right. In prison, there's always the black guys hang out, the Hispanic guys hang out, the white guys hang out. And even the white guys break up into groups, whether they're Italians or Irish or something else. So it's not really a racist thing. It's what you're comfortable with.
Did you guys ever have any gay gangsters or, gay made men back in the days?
Yes.
I was going to say there was talk of it.
Yeah, no, there was a few. There was the underboss in the Cavalcanti family. They killed him because of it.
Johnny Boy.
Johnny Boy.
John D'Amato.
Johnny D'Amato, yeah. But, and there was another guy, I believe, in the Genovese family. And I was in a major sit down over this thing because I was so against this. He was with a girl. They were swingers. They went to a swinger club. And she went into a room with two guys. He watched for a while. And then he went out in the hall. And he met up with a black guy. She came out, she was done. She came out, she watched, she saw it. And she told two capos in the Cavalcanti family what she saw. And they went to the boss and told me. And they said, we should kill him because he'll be a disgrace to the family. And they did kill him. And I said on that, I was pretty friendly with him. He was an underboss. I was an underboss. And in my opinion, it's not a killing offense. He can't be the underboss. So I was in prison where a guy, JB, who's a heavyweight in the Gambino family, I was doing time with him, and he told me in the library when we were sitting there, they had to do that, Jimmy. Really? Why? Well, he can't be the underboss. Yeah, but they don't kill him. You take him down to just a made member. Behave yourself, whatever you want to do. Behind closed doors, that's your business. You can't walk around like that. You can't do this. So he disagreed with me. So I said, all right, JB, you're going home. He was supposed to go home a little bit before and died in prison. So I said, you got a son at home, right? And a daughter, right? Yeah. What if your son, when you went home, told you that he's actually gay, he's going to come out of the closet? Would you kill him? Come on, Sam, that's my son. What about your daughter? She came and says she's gay. Would you kill her? No. Ingalls and Oshel were brothers. Why the fuck would you kill your brother? You won't kill your kids for that. Why would you kill your brother? So the remedy is to take him down. It's not the position he should be in. Let him live his life, talk to him a little bit, and tolerate it. If he comes ridiculous, you could chase him. You're no longer a friend of ours. Go somewhere else and live, and you'll be all right. But killing the guy, I believe that the two captains who heard this were more interested in his seat. Killing him and taking over that seat. And that did happen. It was that kid, Vinnie Green, and another one. I can't think of his name right now. And I think it was horrible. I don't think it's a killing offense. So, but it's happened. Very rare that we know of. I don't think too many people investigated these things, but it's not a killing offense. It shouldn't happen, but it happened in a couple of places. That one became very well known because that woman lived and went on a TV show and talked about it in an interview or something, and it became more well known.
You guys both knew about families knew about this
Knew about
story.
it,
Yeah.
you know, but I agree with Sammy. I don't think you kill somebody for that, but the guy wouldn't be able to last in that life if you knew he was gay at that time anyway.
And there's a guy who was in the Genovese family. He lasted a long time, never got killed. They didn't kill him. They didn't kill him.
I'm surprised because I know during our time that would have been.
Well, this was during our time. I was on the street when this
You
guy.
guys know both who he's talking. You know what he's talking about.
Well, he was, I don't remember his name, but he was low key with it. Nobody bothered with him. But, you know, there's little movies about
shunned, I think.
He was more or less like Sean.
Just recently, a story came out on Star Observer from the Ndrangheta family from Sicily, which is apparently the wealthiest family there. December 2019 story saying the Italian mafia is now accepting gay mobsters, and they announced it. It's pretty interesting to see an article being written about it. You know,
I just don't know why you would go looking for that. It could happen, but why you would? Roy DeMeo had a guy with him, one of his top shooters, very dangerous guy, and he was gay. He got out of prison because he cooperated eventually, went to Texas, I believe it was, stuck up a gas station in Texas. They have guns. The guy pulled out a gun, there was a shootout, and he killed this guy. But he was straight out gay. And he was Roy DeMeo. I had told Roy once, you know, the guy's, you know, he's a $3 bill. Yes, I know.
He's the
This is saying he
$3
does
bill.
work. He's right there. All right. And that's what I know of
I
three.
mean, he's relaying things that happened, but, and I'm sure they did, but from my experience back then, they would have been shunned. I don't know if they would have got killed, but.
Shunned.
Yeah, shunned.
And they deserve to
Yeah.
be shunned, to say, because it's not our lifestyle. It's just not our
Is it okay? How about women? How come you didn't accept women? Why is it men?
You ever hear that expression, a woman scorned? Who the fuck wants to put guns in their head? We have enough problems with guns. We don't need women with guns.
Today, this is going to be considered whatever the wrong thing to say, but that's no life for a woman, in my opinion.
No, absolutely.
No life for a woman.
You got some people in politics that, you know, they could have potentially.
Nancy Pelosi could have been.
Nancy Pelosi could have been.
Because she's ruthless.
Who else?
Her for sure. And it's another thing, because she's Italian, it bothers me, but nobody sticks out in my mind other than her.
Hillary Clinton?
You know what? She is as unscrupulous as any mob guy I ever met or ever knew, but she wouldn't be a good mobster.
No.
Really?
No. They
Who would have been? If you look at some of the names today, who
I'm
would have
only
been?
kidding about Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she's as bad as any guy I knew on the street, but
you're the main names of women.
Not women. I'm just asking, like, so
That's
it wasn't part of the lifestyle to have women
no.
to be. So if you look at some of the folks today, the way they run their businesses, politicians, presidents, you know, names that are public figures that we know about. Do you look at somebody and say, that guy would have made a good boss? Do you measure leaders like that sometime where you say he would have been a good boss? And if yes, who would you say that to? Maybe I give you a couple names and you tell me. Trump.
No.
I don't think so.
Because he's too public, too flamboyant,
He
or
would have got taken out. He's
Yeah,
too nice a narcissist, and he would have rubbed people wrong, just like he rubbed the country wrong. He would have got killed.
how about Obama?
No, absolutely not.
Cuomo?
No.
Andrew?
Well, when you say could they have been capable mob guys, in what sense do you mean?
I'm talking about somebody that could have ran a family for a few years and been not just a made man, but I'm talking about somebody that becomes a cop or underboss, eventually maybe a boss.
I don't see that in Cuomo.
You don't see that in Cuomo? Biden?
Oh, God,
no.
Pat Riley?
Football Pat Riley?
Basketball Pat
Basketball
Riley?
Pat Riley? I like Pat Riley. I don't see him as a mob. It's hard to see these guys as mob guys.
How about Dana White?
Well, he's got a pretty rough group that.
Dana White gets a little bit of a.
Yeah.
Oh, how about yourself? You say Dana could pull it off?
I think Dana could pull it off.
You know, it's funny that as he mentions his name, I can't see him in our life.
I don't see him in our life. He's got a rough background, he's a rough type of guy. He's pretty smart too. I mean, business-wise, I could see him being a main guy. It's possible. Going up the ladder, I don't know if he has the heritage in him, you know, of going back to our forefathers and everything. He don't have that same heritage. So he might be a made guy. I can see a lot of guys being a made guy, even guys who got in who didn't even belong. I could say, okay, like Peter guy. He could have been a made guy. He was a garbage man all his life. He was John's brother. He worked in the club. You could make him, but he shouldn't go any further.
LeBron James?
No.
David Stern, when he ran the NBA?
I knew David. I met him a few times. No.
Not David Stern. Okay. Jay-Z?
Now you're getting a more gangster type, you know.
No.
I mean, I could see Jay-Z obviously as a street guy.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
not
it's
our type of
yeah, it's different. I'm talking about different, Patrick.
When you mean different means what?
Different
Low
means they're
key,
black.
not needing the attention, kind of just to themselves, but powerful. Maybe like a Jared Kushner. More him than Trump. Because Jared's a behind the scenes guy that knows how to get things done.
You could see Jared Kushner as, you know, Robert Duvall in The Godfather, that type of guy.
So consigliere, more playing that role.
More of an advisory type.
Well, I'll leave it up to you. Who do you think? Do you see anybody that would? Do you see anybody today that you said, you know, he could have been? You know, like that person has a tendency. Like, I'll give you an idea. I asked Jonah Mendes, who's a former chief disguise officer for the U.S. government, CIA agent, 28 years. And she would make a face that looks just like you. You'd go somewhere, nobody knows. It's a mask. It's a semi-audible mask. That was her job. That's what she did for a living. I said, what makes a good CIA agent? And she said, somebody who's extremely charming, extremely charismatic, great with people,
And
knows how to get people to
forgettable.
like him, trust him, very driven, very competitive. But when he takes down the biggest agent at KGB and comes out and prevents a war from happening, he doesn't brag about it to anybody. That's how she described the CIA agent, right? What would you say is the quality of a boss that made it to the highest level? What were some of the
You want to hear
qualities?
something strange?
I'm curious.
I think you could have been a friend of ours, and I think you could have elevated to become a captain. You have enough brains, you have enough class in a lot of different ways. I think you would be accepted, just like me and him accepted you to be the guy to do this interview. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass. I think that you had abilities. I don't know about being the boss, because in the mob, I think guys would resent that you are an Italian, you're not in that loop or line. But we had people who were not Italians who were in the mob, in the Colombo family, McIntosh, and other people that we accepted and respected them. I think you could be on that level above those guys into a position of made guy and possibly a captain. Going a little further, I'm not sure. Time would tell. But somebody like you, what you're doing in business, I know I've been friendly with you for a lot of years. I've been friendly with you for a while. I see a lot of qualities in you that would be accepted
He's
to me.
working, dude.
And I was in a pretty powerful position. I don't know how you feel about it.
I agree. No.
Oh, because if you didn't agree, he ain't going to give you 2 fucking cents.
That's why I agree. No, I agree. I mean,
No,
All right. And on that note, I'm out. Adios, guys.